This story is based on true events. The names of characters and cities have been changed for confidentiality purposes. In the heart of rural Oklahoma lay the small town of Silver Creek, a place that seemed untouched by the complexities of the outside world. Nestled between rolling hills and open plains, Silver Creek was the kind of town where everyone knew everyone, where families had lived for generations, and where change came slowly, if at all. Life moved at a steady pace, dictated by the rhythms of the seasons, church services, and high school football games. In this seemingly idyllic community, the town's most revered institution was its high school, Silver Creek High, a place that had produced generations of graduates who would either stay and settle down in town or venture out into the world, only to return, drawn back by the comfort of home. Among the faculty at Silver Creek High, no one was more respected than Samuel Jennings, the school's long-standing history teacher. Samuel had taught at the school for over a decade, and in that time, he had earned a reputation as one of the most knowledgeable and passionate educators the town had ever seen. He was a tall man in his early 40s, with a reserved yet authoritative presence that commanded the attention of his students. His dark hair, peppered with streaks of gray, added to his dignified appearance, while his calm, serious demeanor gave him an air of wisdom that made him seem older than his years. He was known for his sharp, inquisitive eyes, which seemed to see everything happening in his classroom, and for the way he could silence a room with just a look. Samuel had grown up in a small town not too different from Silver Creek, but his ambitions had always been larger. In his youth, he had dreamed of becoming a historian, of traveling the world and uncovering the forgotten stories of the past. He had attended a prestigious university on the East Coast, where he studied history with fervor, losing himself in the stories of ancient civilizations, war strategies, and the rise and fall of empires. But life had taken a different course. After graduating, Samuel had returned to Oklahoma, taking up a teaching position in Silver Creek, a temporary job, or so he had thought at the time. Yet the years slipped by, and before he knew it, Samuel was entrenched in the life of Silver Creek High, the spark of his youthful ambitions dimming as the realities of small-town life settled over him. Despite this, Samuel took pride in his work. He was known as a dedicated and meticulous teacher, always prepared with detailed lesson plans and a depth of knowledge that far exceeded what was required. His love for history was genuine, and he had a talent for making it come alive for his students. Samuel believed in the power of education, in the importance of teaching the next generation to understand the world around them by learning from the past. He was strict but fair, holding his students to high standards, and most respected him for it. Over the years, many of his former students would return to visit, expressing their gratitude for the way he had shaped their understanding of history and their sense of responsibility to the world. Outside of school, however, Samuel led a solitary life. He had never married, nor did he have any children. He lived alone in a modest house on the outskirts of town, a small, neat place surrounded by fields. His home was quiet, a reflection of his personality, tidy, organized, and filled with books, most of them history texts and biographies of long-dead leaders. In the evenings, when he wasn't grading papers or preparing lessons, Samuel would sit on his porch, watching the sun set over the plains, the vast Oklahoma sky shifting from brilliant orange to deep indigo. He would sip his coffee and think of the life he had imagined for himself, long ago, a life filled with travel, adventure, and intellectual discovery, before pushing those thoughts aside and accepting the reality of the path he had chosen. Despite his solitude, Samuel was respected in the community. People saw him as dependable, a man of principle who had dedicated his life to educating the town's youth. He was a fixture at town events, though he rarely engaged deeply with others. At church on Sundays, he would sit in the same pew near the back, offering polite nods to those who greeted him, but rarely lingering for conversation. He was a man who seemed content in his own company, though there were whispers among some of the town's older residents that Samuel was lonely, that perhaps his quiet life was not as fulfilling as it appeared. But Samuel never gave any indication that he was anything other than satisfied with his place in the world. At school, Samuel was something of an institution. The students knew him as the teacher who expected the most from them, but also the one who cared deeply about their success. He was the teacher who never accepted half-hearted efforts, who pushed them to think critically, and who wouldn't hesitate to call them out if they weren't living up to their potential. His tests were famously difficult, his assignments rigorous, but there was a respect that came with his high expectations. He wasn't the teacher students confided in or joked with, but he was the one they worked hardest for. Samuel Jennings was a man who had a reputation to uphold, both in the classroom and in the community, and he carried that weight with quiet pride. Among his current students was Caleb Harris, a young man who in many ways was Samuel's polar opposite. Caleb was a bright student but rebellious, known for his charisma and his ability to charm his way out of trouble. He was popular, the kind of student who could skate by on minimal effort, relying on his natural intelligence and his social skills to get through school without ever really applying himself. He was well liked by his peers, and most of the teachers at Silver Creek High tolerated his antics because they recognized his potential. But not Samuel. Samuel saw in Caleb a student who was wasting his talents, someone who could achieve so much more if only he took things seriously. From the beginning of the school year, there had been tension between Samuel and Caleb. In Caleb, Samuel saw the embodiment of everything he despised in modern youth: entitlement, laziness, and a lack of respect for authority. Caleb, on the other hand, saw Samuel as an outdated relic, someone who took himself too seriously, and who didn't understand what it was like to be a teenager in today's world. Their clash was inevitable. Where Samuel valued discipline and hard work, Caleb thrived on rebellion and disruption. The two were locked in a power struggle from the start, each representing opposing forces that neither was willing to yield to. For Samuel, this struggle was more than just about a student misbehaving in class. Caleb represented a larger challenge to his authority, to the way he had always taught and lived his life. As the year went on, their relationship deteriorated further. Caleb's disruptions in class became more frequent, his dismissive attitude toward Samuel more blatant. He would make jokes at Samuel's expense, rolling his eyes when Samuel tried to discipline him. At first, Samuel responded with the same strictness he applied to all his students, believing that Caleb would eventually fall in line. But Caleb didn't. In fact, the more Samuel tried to assert his control, the more Caleb resisted, making it a game to see how far he could push the boundaries. The other students began to notice the tension, and though most of them respected Samuel, some started to side with Caleb, amused by his ability to rattle the usually composed teacher. Caleb's friends would laugh under their breath at his sharp remarks, fueling Caleb's need to continue challenging Samuel's authority. Samuel, who had always been able to maintain control over his classroom, began to feel that control slipping away. And for a man like Samuel, who had built his entire life on order, discipline, and respect, that loss of control was intolerable. As the months went on, Samuel's frustration with Caleb grew. He started to dread the days when Caleb's class was on his schedule, knowing that each session would be a battle. His once firm grip on the classroom was weakening, and the stress of it began to show in small ways. His temper flared more easily, his patience wore thin, and his usually meticulous lesson plans became hurried and unfocused. To those around him, it seemed like Samuel was simply dealing with the pressures of teaching, but inside, a deeper frustration was building, one that Samuel could not easily express or even fully understand. Caleb, for his part, seemed oblivious to the effect he was having on Samuel. To him, their interactions were just another part of the game, another way to assert his independence and challenge authority. He didn't see the growing anger behind Samuel's eyes, the way Samuel's jaw clenched every time Caleb spoke out of turn. Caleb's world was one of parties, football games, and teenage drama, and he saw Samuel as little more than an obstacle in his path. He never considered that the tension between them could escalate into something darker, something neither of them could control. But for Samuel, the pressure was building. His once orderly world was beginning to crack, and the more Caleb pushed, the more Samuel felt his grip on his carefully constructed life slipping. In Caleb, Samuel saw not just a disruptive student, but a challenge to his very identity as a teacher, a man of respect and authority. And as the weeks passed, that challenge became something far more personal, something Samuel would eventually feel compelled to address in the most tragic way possible. As the school year progressed, the tension between Samuel Jennings and Caleb Harris intensified, growing into a dangerous power struggle that began to take on a life of its own. What had started as a typical conflict between a strict teacher and a rebellious student escalated into something far more personal, something darker. Samuel's frustration with Caleb, once a simmering annoyance, evolved into a near obsession. Every interaction between them became charged with unspoken hostility, and every glance, every remark seemed to add fuel to the fire that was slowly consuming both of them. Caleb's defiance had always been present, but it became more deliberate as the months passed. What had once been playful rebellion, a way to amuse his friends or challenge authority, grew into a conscious effort to undermine Samuel's authority in front of the class. Caleb, ever the charismatic leader, seemed to thrive on the chaos he created. His classmates, many of whom once respected Samuel, began to follow Caleb's lead, laughing at his remarks, subtly encouraging his disruptions. For Caleb, it was a game, a way to show that he didn't need to conform to the rules that everyone else followed. His popularity shielded him from the usual consequences other students might face, and he knew it. Samuel, on the other hand, was losing his grip. His patience, once his strongest asset, had been worn thin by months of Caleb's insubordination. Every day, he walked into the classroom bracing himself for the next confrontation. He would stand at the front of the room, the weight of the students' eyes on him, trying to maintain his usual composure, but inside he was seething. Caleb's antics were no longer just an inconvenience, they were a direct challenge to Samuel's authority, to his belief in discipline and respect. Samuel had spent his entire career cultivating an image of control, of being the teacher who could handle any situation, but Caleb was chipping away at that image, and Samuel felt powerless to stop it. The power struggle between them became more than just a battle of wills, it became a symbol of everything wrong in Samuel's life. Caleb's defiance represented the larger feeling of loss that Samuel had been experiencing for years. As he watched the world around him change, students becoming more unruly, societal norms shifting, he felt increasingly out of touch, like an outsider in his own classroom. He had always believed in the importance of order, discipline, and respect, but Caleb's behavior seemed to mock those values at every turn. The more Caleb rebelled, the more Samuel felt his life slipping out of his control, not just in the classroom, but in every aspect of his existence. At first, Samuel tried to handle the situation the way he always had, with strict discipline and stern lectures. He would call Caleb out in front of the class, reprimanding him for talking out of turn or not paying attention. He assigned extra work, hoping that Caleb's behavior could be corrected with punishment. But none of it worked. Caleb's smirk never left his face, and if anything, the punishment seemed to embolden him. He would roll his eyes at Samuel's lectures, making it clear that he wasn't intimidated. Worse, Caleb's popularity only grew as his defiance became more brazen. His classmates admired him for standing up to Samuel, and this emboldened him further. Each act of rebellion was met with laughter and approval from his peers, deepening Samuel's sense of isolation. The tension between them was palpable, growing thicker with each passing day. In class, the atmosphere was always tense, like a powder keg waiting to explode. The other students, sensing the underlying hostility, began to behave differently as well. Some aligned themselves with Caleb, either out of admiration or fear, while others remained silent, not wanting to get involved but also not willing to challenge Caleb's authority within the group. The classroom, once a place of learning, had become a battleground, with Samuel and Caleb locked in a silent war that overshadowed everything else. Outside of school, Samuel's life began to unravel further. He couldn't escape thoughts of Caleb, even when he was at home, alone in his quiet house. What should have been moments of peace were instead filled with frustration and anger. He would sit in his living room, staring at the stacks of papers he needed to grade, but his mind would drift back to the classroom, to the smirk on Caleb's face, the defiance in his eyes. Samuel found himself replaying their interactions over and over, each time growing angrier, more convinced that Caleb was a threat not just to his authority but to his very sense of self. Samuel's frustration turned into obsession. He began thinking of ways to regain control, strategies to put Caleb in his place once and for all. His thoughts grew darker, more extreme, as he imagined scenarios where Caleb was finally forced to respect him. Samuel's pride, once a source of quiet strength, had turned into something corrosive. He couldn't stand the idea that a student, a child, was making a fool of him in front of the entire class. Worse, he felt that Caleb's defiance was a reflection of his own failure as a teacher, as a man. The more Caleb pushed, the more Samuel felt his identity slipping away, until all that remained was his desperation to reclaim what he had lost. For Caleb, however, the struggle wasn't nearly as deep or personal. To him, Samuel was just another authority figure to challenge, another obstacle in his path. Caleb was young, full of bravado, and confident in his ability to charm his way out of trouble. He didn't see the impact his actions were having on Samuel, didn't realize that what was a game to him was becoming something much more serious for his teacher. Caleb enjoyed the attention he received from his classmates, enjoyed the feeling of power that came with defying someone like Samuel. But he was also reckless, unaware of how far he was pushing Samuel toward the edge. The town of Silver Creek, like most small towns, was slow to notice the growing tension between Samuel and Caleb. To the outside world, everything seemed normal enough. Samuel was still the respected teacher, the one everyone trusted with their children's education, and Caleb was just another popular student pushing the boundaries. But inside the walls of Silver Creek High, the situation had become toxic. Teachers began to notice Samuel's frayed nerves, the way his temper seemed shorter than usual. His colleagues would comment on how he seemed distracted, less focused, but no one connected it to his escalating conflict with Caleb. Even the students who were aware of the tension didn't fully understand what was happening. To most of them, it was just an entertaining sideshow, something to gossip about in the hallways. They didn't see the deeper struggle going on inside Samuel's mind, the way his pride was being eroded day by day, the way his sense of control was slipping away. Caleb's friends would laugh about how easily he could get under Samuel's skin, bragging about his latest act of rebellion, as if it were a badge of honor. No one saw that what was happening wasn't just a clash of personalities, but a descent into something far more dangerous. The power struggle between Samuel and Caleb reached a new level when Caleb began to push the boundaries outside of the classroom. He would confront Samuel in the hallways, making snide comments just loud enough for Samuel to hear. In the parking lot after school, Caleb would loiter with his friends, laughing and making jokes at Samuel's expense as he walked to his car. These small, seemingly insignificant acts of defiance were like needles, each one pricking at Samuel's already raw nerves, driving him further into his obsession with controlling Caleb. It was no longer about discipline or respect, it was about winning a battle that had become personal. Samuel's mental state began to deteriorate. He became fixated on Caleb, unable to think of anything else. At night he would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts of how to put an end to the power struggle once and for all. His dreams, once filled with images of the historical figures he admired, were now plagued by visions of Caleb laughing, mocking, always just out of reach. Samuel's once orderly world had been turned upside down, and he felt powerless to stop it. By this point, Caleb had become more than just a rebellious student. In Samuel's mind, Caleb represented everything that was wrong in his life. He symbolized the loss of control, the erosion of respect, and the failure of everything Samuel had worked for. Samuel's once clear vision of himself as a dedicated, respected teacher was now clouded by rage and frustration. His thoughts grew darker, more dangerous, as he imagined what it would be like to finally silence Caleb, to put an end to the constant humiliation once and for all. In his obsession, Samuel began to lose sight of reality. The lines between right and wrong, between discipline and vengeance, blurred as he became consumed by his need to regain control. He started to rationalize his thoughts, convincing himself that he wasn't just fighting a rebellious student, he was fighting for his dignity, for his very identity. And in his increasingly unstable mind, there was only one way to win that fight. As the tension continued to build, it became clear that the situation could not be sustained much longer. Something had to give. Samuel's once unshakable sense of discipline had crumbled, replaced by a growing sense of desperation. Caleb's defiance, once a source of entertainment for him and his friends, had taken on a more dangerous edge as he unknowingly pushed Samuel closer and closer to the breaking point. The power struggle between them had reached a tipping point, and neither of them could see the tragedy that was about to unfold. The turning point came one afternoon, long after the final bell had rung and the school halls had emptied. The air was thick with the weight of a late autumn evening, the sun setting low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the nearly deserted parking lot of Silver Creek High. Samuel Jennings lingered longer than usual that day, sitting alone in his classroom, grading papers in a distracted haze. His mind, however, was far from the task at hand, replaying the events of the past few weeks, every snide remark from Caleb, every smirk, every act of rebellion that had chipped away at his authority. His frustration, which had been simmering beneath the surface, was now a full-blown storm inside him. Samuel had reached his limit. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt calm or in control. The constant tension between him and Caleb had consumed his thoughts, even outside the classroom. The sleepless nights, the growing sense of helplessness, the feeling that his career, his life, was unraveling, all of it was tied to Caleb. The boy's face haunted him, always laughing, always mocking. It was no longer just a student-teacher conflict, it had become something personal, something far darker. Samuel's pride, his dignity, was at stake, and he was desperate to reclaim it. As he gathered his things to leave, Samuel noticed Caleb outside, leaning against his car in the parking lot, a familiar scene by now. Caleb wasn't alone, he was with a couple of friends, laughing and talking loudly, as if the world belonged to them. Caleb had always exuded an air of confidence, that easy charisma that made him so popular among his peers. But to Samuel, it was insufferable. He could feel the rage building in his chest as he watched from the window, his hands gripping the edge of his desk so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Without thinking, Samuel stood up, his movements mechanical, driven by a force he didn't fully understand. He had no clear plan in mind as he made his way out of the building and across the parking lot, only a growing need to confront Caleb, to finally put an end to the power struggle that had been suffocating him. As he approached, Caleb spotted him and nudged one of his friends, muttering something under his breath that caused the others to snicker. Caleb's eyes gleamed with mischief, as if he knew exactly what was coming. Samuel stopped a few feet away, standing rigidly, his posture tense. The chill in the air bit at his skin, but he barely noticed. His mind was racing, flooded with thoughts of every insult, every time Caleb had undermined him, each moment building into a crescendo of frustration and anger. Caleb, unfazed, continued to lean casually against the car, his arms crossed over his chest, his posture dripping with nonchalance. He didn't need to say anything to provoke Samuel. The smirk on his face was enough. Samuel stared at Caleb, his jaw clenched, his eyes burning with something close to hatred. It wasn't just about disrespect anymore, it was about power. For months, Caleb had chipped away at Samuel's authority, reducing him to a figure of ridicule in front of the class. Now, standing in the fading light of the parking lot, Samuel could feel the last remnants of his patience slipping away. He had tried everything: discipline, reasoning, even empathy, but none of it had worked. Caleb had pushed him too far, and now there was no turning back. Caleb's friends, sensing the tension, slowly began to back away, their laughter fading as they exchanged uncertain glances. They had seen Caleb and Samuel butt heads before, but something about this moment felt different. There was a heaviness in the air, a quiet before the storm. Without a word, the friends mumbled excuses and walked away, leaving Caleb and Samuel alone in the empty lot. The silence that followed was suffocating. The confrontation was inevitable. Caleb remained where he was, defiant as always, his smirk never faltering. He didn't move, didn't flinch, as Samuel took another step closer, the air between them thick with unspoken tension. For a moment, neither of them said anything, but the weight of their history hung in the air. Months of escalating conflict, of insults traded, of power slipping through Samuel's fingers and into Caleb's hands. It was a silent war, one that Samuel had been losing for too long. Finally, Samuel spoke, his voice low and tightly controlled, though every word was laced with barely restrained fury. He confronted Caleb about his behavior, his disrespect, and the way he had undermined Samuel's authority time and again. The words poured out of him, sharp and pointed, each one meant to pierce through the wall of indifference that Caleb had built around himself. Samuel demanded an explanation, demanded accountability, but Caleb's response was nothing more than a lazy shrug. The dismissal, the utter lack of concern in Caleb's expression, broke something inside of Samuel. He had been holding on to the last threads of his control, but in that moment they snapped. Caleb's nonchalance was like a match struck against Samuel's raw nerves, igniting the rage that had been festering for months. Samuel stepped forward, closing the distance between them, his fists clenched at his sides. Caleb's smirk only widened. He enjoyed seeing Samuel this way, flustered, angry, on the edge of losing control. To him, it was just another victory in their ongoing battle. He knew he could push Samuel further, and the thrill of it was intoxicating. Caleb made another mocking comment, his voice dripping with sarcasm, his tone so casual, it was as if he didn't even care about the consequences. That was it. The moment Samuel had feared, the moment when he would no longer be able to hold back. All the frustration, all the anger, the humiliation had boiled over in an instant. Samuel lunged forward, grabbing Caleb by the collar of his jacket, pulling him close enough to see the flicker of surprise in Caleb's eyes. For a brief moment, Caleb's bravado faltered, and he realized that this wasn't a game anymore. The world seemed to narrow around them, the parking lot fading into the background as the confrontation became a violent struggle. Caleb, caught off guard, tried to push Samuel away, but Samuel's grip was firm, fueled by months of pent-up rage. They stumbled backward, the gravel crunching under their feet as the scuffle escalated. Caleb fought back, his instinct for self-preservation kicking in, but Samuel was relentless. The confrontation turned physical, both of them locked in a chaotic, desperate struggle. Samuel's mind was clouded by the weight of everything he had been carrying for so long: his failure to control Caleb, the loss of his authority, the fear that his career, his identity, was crumbling before his eyes. In that moment, he wasn't thinking clearly. He wasn't thinking at all. The rage had taken over, and there was no room for reason, no space for the rational part of his mind that might have stopped him. They collided with the side of Caleb's car, the sound of the impact echoing through the empty lot. Samuel, consumed by his need to finally win this battle, pushed harder, his breath coming in ragged bursts as he struggled to maintain control. Caleb, still reeling from the shock of Samuel's aggression, tried to break free, but the force of Samuel's anger was overwhelming. It wasn't until Caleb slipped, his foot catching on the uneven ground, that the struggle took a deadly turn. As he fell backward, his head struck the edge of the concrete curb with a sickening crack, the sound cutting through the night like a gunshot. Samuel froze, the world suddenly crashing back into focus as he looked down at Caleb, who lay motionless on the ground. The adrenaline drained from Samuel's body all at once, leaving him hollow, numb. For a moment, everything was silent. The world seemed to stand still, as if time itself had paused in the wake of the violence. Samuel stared at Caleb, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. The boy's eyes were closed, his body limp, blood pooling beneath his head where it had struck the curb. The confrontation, the rage, the power struggle, it was all over. But the cost was far greater than Samuel could have ever imagined. The parking lot, once filled with the sounds of laughter and life, was now a scene of tragedy. Samuel's chest heaved as he stood over Caleb's lifeless form, his heart pounding in his ears. He had wanted control, wanted to reclaim his authority, but now all he felt was the crushing weight of what he had done. The confrontation, once just a boiling point of frustration, had ended in irreversible violence, and there was no going back. In the days that followed Caleb's death, Silver Creek became a town held captive by shock and disbelief. The small, quiet town, where gossip usually centered around church events or high school football games, was suddenly plunged into a tragedy that no one could have anticipated. Samuel Jennings, the respected and beloved history teacher, was at the center of it all. He had been the last person anyone would have suspected to be involved in such an act of violence, but now, the illusion of control and stability that had defined him for so many years had shattered beyond repair. Samuel, in the aftermath of that terrible night, descended into a darkness so deep that it consumed every part of him. The moment Caleb's body had hit the ground, everything that Samuel had been, his identity as a teacher, his reputation, his sense of purpose, had crumbled. He had crossed a line that he couldn't uncross, and he knew it. The immediate shock of what he had done left him frozen, standing over Caleb's motionless body in the parking lot, his mind blank except for the ringing silence that followed the fatal blow. In that moment, Samuel was paralyzed. He couldn't think, couldn't move, as the reality of his actions weighed down on him like a crushing force. He stood there for what felt like hours, staring at Caleb's lifeless form, his mind trying to make sense of it all, but it couldn't. It wouldn't. It was too much, too surreal to be real. But it was real. Caleb's blood, pooling darkly on the pavement beneath his head, was proof of that. Eventually, Samuel stumbled back, his body acting on instinct as his mind remained in a fog. His hands shook uncontrollably, and he could feel the adrenaline fading, leaving him weak and nauseous. He looked down at his hands, as if expecting to see them stained with guilt, with blood. But they were clean physically, at least. Inside, he was unraveling. His breath came in shallow gasps, and his legs felt like they might give out from under him at any moment. In the haze of panic and disbelief, Samuel did the only thing he could think of. He fled. He turned and walked away from the scene, his legs moving on autopilot, as he left Caleb's body behind in the cold, dark parking lot. His mind was still racing, the full weight of what had just happened not yet fully registering. He felt like he was floating, disconnected from his own body, as if watching himself from afar. The streets of Silver Creek were empty as he made his way home, the quiet suburban houses now feeling like ghostly sentinels in the night. The familiar landscape of his life seemed alien, distorted by the horror of what had just taken place. When he reached his small, neat house on the outskirts of town, Samuel collapsed into a chair in the living room, his thoughts still a chaotic jumble. He was alone, truly alone, in a way that he had never felt before. For years, Samuel had lived a solitary life, but now, that solitude felt like a punishment, a prison of his own making. The silence of the house, once a comfort, now pressed down on him like a suffocating weight. His mind raced as he tried to think about what to do next, But nothing made sense anymore. How could it, when he had just taken the life of one of his students? The guilt began to set in, creeping over him like a shadow, slowly at first, but growing heavier with each passing hour. He couldn't escape the image of Caleb's body lying in the parking lot, his face pale, eyes closed, blood seeping from his head. Samuel had wanted control, had wanted respect, but now he had nothing. He had lost everything in a single, violent moment, and there was no way to undo it. The rage that had driven him to confront Caleb was gone, replaced by a hollow, gnawing despair that ate away at him from the inside. Days passed in a blur, and Samuel withdrew even further into himself. He couldn't go to school, he couldn't face the students, the staff, or anyone in town. He avoided calls and texts, ignoring the growing concern from his colleagues. His absence was noted, but in the chaos of the investigation surrounding Caleb's death, Samuel's behavior was, at first, overlooked. The town was in mourning, struggling to make sense of what had happened. No one knew yet who was responsible for Caleb's death, but whispers began to circulate, and the sense of unease in the air was palpable. The investigation into Caleb's death began quickly, with the local police working to piece together the events of that night. At first, there was little to go on. Caleb had been found alone in the parking lot, no witnesses to the final moments of his life. But as the days passed, small details began to emerge. People remembered seeing Samuel lingering in the parking lot after school, and some of Caleb's friends recalled the escalating tension between the two. Slowly, suspicion began to fall on Samuel, though no one wanted to believe that the quiet, dedicated teacher could be involved in such a brutal crime. Meanwhile, Samuel's mental state continued to deteriorate. He rarely left the house, subsisting on black coffee and the occasional sandwich. Though food tasted like ash in his mouth, he barely slept, his nights filled with nightmares in which Caleb's face haunted him, twisted with accusation. During the few hours of restless sleep he managed, he would wake in a cold sweat, the memory of Caleb's body, lying in the parking lot, playing on an endless loop in his mind. Every moment, whether awake or asleep, was consumed by guilt, by the crushing weight of what he had done. In his isolation, Samuel began to unravel. His thoughts turned darker, more fragmented. He couldn't reconcile the man he had been, the respected teacher, the trusted mentor, with the man who had killed a student in a fit of rage. The two versions of himself seemed worlds apart, yet they were the same person, and that realization only deepened his sense of self-loathing. The walls of his house, once a sanctuary, now felt like they were closing in on him, trapping him in a prison of his own guilt. As the investigation continued, the evidence against Samuel began to mount. Witnesses came forward with stories of his increasingly erratic behavior in the weeks leading up to Caleb's death, of the heated arguments and confrontations that had taken place. The police began to focus their attention on Samuel, piecing together the timeline of that fateful night. It was only a matter of time before they knocked on his door. When they finally did, Samuel was a shell of the man he had once been. He barely resisted as they took him into custody, his mind numb to the reality of the situation. The arrest, when it came, was almost a relief, a release from the endless torment of his guilt. As the police read him his rights, Samuel stared blankly ahead, his mind elsewhere, replaying the events that had led him to this moment. The town of Silver Creek was left reeling from the revelation. News of Samuel's arrest spread quickly, sending shockwaves through the community. People who had once respected him were left in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a man who had been trusted with the education of their children could have committed such a heinous act. Parents who had once praised Samuel for his dedication now spoke of him with disgust, and students who had admired him were left grappling with the betrayal of their trust. For Samuel, there was no escaping the darkness that had consumed him. His once orderly life, built on discipline and control, had crumbled, leaving him adrift in a sea of guilt and regret. As he sat in his cell, awaiting trial, the only thing he had left were his memories of Caleb, of the classroom, of the life he had once had. But those memories, once a source of pride, were now tainted by the violence that had destroyed everything. The descent into darkness was complete. Samuel Jennings, once the beloved teacher of Silver Creek, was now a murderer, his life forever stained by the choices he had made in a moment of uncontrollable rage. There was no redemption, no forgiveness, only the weight of what he had done and the knowledge that he would carry it with him for the rest of his life. The quiet, solitary existence he had once valued was gone, replaced by a darkness that would never lift. The town was left reeling from the revelation. Samuel Jennings, the man they had trusted, had killed one of his own students. The quiet order of Silver Creek was shattered, and the once respected teacher now stood as a symbol of betrayal and darkness. There was no redemption for Samuel, no explanation that could justify the horror of what he had done. His life, once defined by discipline and control, had unraveled completely, leaving behind only the aftermath of a tragedy that no one could forget. In the heart of rural Oklahoma lay the small town of Silver Creek, a place that seemed untouched by the complexities of the outside world. Nestled between rolling hills and open plains, Silver Creek was the kind of town where everyone knew everyone, where families had lived for generations, and where change came slowly, if at all. Life moved at a steady pace, dictated by the rhythms of the seasons, church services, and high school football games. In this seemingly idyllic community, the town's most revered institution was its high school, Silver Creek High, a place that had produced generations of graduates who would either stay and settle down in town or venture out into the world, only to return, drawn back by the comfort of home. Among the faculty at Silver Creek High, no one was more respected than Samuel Jennings, the school's long-standing history teacher. Samuel had taught at the school for over a decade, and in that time, he had earned a reputation as one of the most knowledgeable and passionate educators the town had ever seen. He was a tall man in his early 40s, with a reserved yet authoritative presence that commanded the attention of his students. His dark hair, peppered with streaks of gray, added to his dignified appearance, while his calm, serious demeanor gave him an air of wisdom that made him seem older than his years. He was known for his sharp, inquisitive eyes, which seemed to see everything happening in his classroom, and for the way he could silence a room with just a look. Samuel had grown up in a small town not too different from Silver Creek, but his ambitions had always been larger. In his youth, he had dreamed of becoming a historian, of traveling the world and uncovering the forgotten stories of the past. He had attended a prestigious university on the East Coast, where he studied history with fervor, losing himself in the stories of ancient civilizations, war strategies, and the rise and fall of empires. But life had taken a different course. After graduating, Samuel had returned to Oklahoma, taking up a teaching position in Silver Creek, a temporary job, or so he had thought at the time. Yet the years slipped by, and before he knew it, Samuel was entrenched in the life of Silver Creek High, the spark of his youthful ambitions dimming as the realities of small-town life settled over him. Despite this, Samuel took pride in his work. He was known as a dedicated and meticulous teacher, always prepared with detailed lesson plans and a depth of knowledge that far exceeded what was required. His love for history was genuine, and he had a talent for making it come alive for his students. Samuel believed in the power of education, in the importance of teaching the next generation to understand the world around them by learning from the past. He was strict but fair, holding his students to high standards, and most respected him for it. Over the years, many of his former students would return to visit, expressing their gratitude for the way he had shaped their understanding of history and their sense of responsibility to the world. Outside of school, however, Samuel led a solitary life. He had never married, nor did he have any children. He lived alone in a modest house on the outskirts of town, a small, neat place surrounded by fields. His home was quiet, a reflection of his personality, tidy, organized, and filled with books, most of them history texts and biographies of long-dead leaders. In the evenings, when he wasn't grading papers or preparing lessons, Samuel would sit on his porch, watching the sun set over the plains, the vast Oklahoma sky shifting from brilliant orange to deep indigo. He would sip his coffee and think of the life he had imagined for himself, long ago, a life filled with travel, adventure, and intellectual discovery, before pushing those thoughts aside and accepting the reality of the path he had chosen. Despite his solitude, Samuel was respected in the community. People saw him as dependable, a man of principle who had dedicated his life to educating the town's youth. He was a fixture at town events, though he rarely engaged deeply with others. At church on Sundays, he would sit in the same pew near the back, offering polite nods to those who greeted him, but rarely lingering for conversation. He was a man who seemed content in his own company, though there were whispers among some of the town's older residents that Samuel was lonely, that perhaps his quiet life was not as fulfilling as it appeared. But Samuel never gave any indication that he was anything other than satisfied with his place in the world. At school, Samuel was something of an institution. The students knew him as the teacher who expected the most from them, but also the one who cared deeply about their success. He was the teacher who never accepted half-hearted efforts, who pushed them to think critically, and who wouldn't hesitate to call them out if they weren't living up to their potential. His tests were famously difficult, his assignments rigorous, but there was a respect that came with his high expectations. He wasn't the teacher students confided in or joked with, but he was the one they worked hardest for. Samuel Jennings was a man who had a reputation to uphold, both in the classroom and in the community, and he carried that weight with quiet pride. Among his current students was Caleb Harris, a young man who in many ways was Samuel's polar opposite. Caleb was a bright student but rebellious, known for his charisma and his ability to charm his way out of trouble. He was popular, the kind of student who could skate by on minimal effort, relying on his natural intelligence and his social skills to get through school without ever really applying himself. He was well liked by his peers, and most of the teachers at Silver Creek High tolerated his antics because they recognized his potential. But not Samuel. Samuel saw in Caleb a student who was wasting his talents, someone who could achieve so much more if only he took things seriously. From the beginning of the school year, there had been tension between Samuel and Caleb. In Caleb, Samuel saw the embodiment of everything he despised in modern youth: entitlement, laziness, and a lack of respect for authority. Caleb, on the other hand, saw Samuel as an outdated relic, someone who took himself too seriously, and who didn't understand what it was like to be a teenager in today's world. Their clash was inevitable. Where Samuel valued discipline and hard work, Caleb thrived on rebellion and disruption. The two were locked in a power struggle from the start, each representing opposing forces that neither was willing to yield to. For Samuel, this struggle was more than just about a student misbehaving in class. Caleb represented a larger challenge to his authority, to the way he had always taught and lived his life. As the year went on, their relationship deteriorated further. Caleb's disruptions in class became more frequent, his dismissive attitude toward Samuel more blatant. He would make jokes at Samuel's expense, rolling his eyes when Samuel tried to discipline him. At first, Samuel responded with the same strictness he applied to all his students, believing that Caleb would eventually fall in line. But Caleb didn't. In fact, the more Samuel tried to assert his control, the more Caleb resisted, making it a game to see how far he could push the boundaries. The other students began to notice the tension, and though most of them respected Samuel, some started to side with Caleb, amused by his ability to rattle the usually composed teacher. Caleb's friends would laugh under their breath at his sharp remarks, fueling Caleb's need to continue challenging Samuel's authority. Samuel, who had always been able to maintain control over his classroom, began to feel that control slipping away. And for a man like Samuel, who had built his entire life on order, discipline, and respect, that loss of control was intolerable. As the months went on, Samuel's frustration with Caleb grew. He started to dread the days when Caleb's class was on his schedule, knowing that each session would be a battle. His once firm grip on the classroom was weakening, and the stress of it began to show in small ways. His temper flared more easily, his patience wore thin, and his usually meticulous lesson plans became hurried and unfocused. To those around him, it seemed like Samuel was simply dealing with the pressures of teaching, but inside, a deeper frustration was building, one that Samuel could not easily express or even fully understand. Caleb, for his part, seemed oblivious to the effect he was having on Samuel. To him, their interactions were just another part of the game, another way to assert his independence and challenge authority. He didn't see the growing anger behind Samuel's eyes, the way Samuel's jaw clenched every time Caleb spoke out of turn. Caleb's world was one of parties, football games, and teenage drama, and he saw Samuel as little more than an obstacle in his path. He never considered that the tension between them could escalate into something darker, something neither of them could control. But for Samuel, the pressure was building. His once orderly world was beginning to crack, and the more Caleb pushed, the more Samuel felt his grip on his carefully constructed life slipping. In Caleb, Samuel saw not just a disruptive student, but a challenge to his very identity as a teacher, a man of respect and authority. And as the weeks passed, that challenge became something far more personal, something Samuel would eventually feel compelled to address in the most tragic way possible. As the school year progressed, the tension between Samuel Jennings and Caleb Harris intensified, growing into a dangerous power struggle that began to take on a life of its own. What had started as a typical conflict between a strict teacher and a rebellious student escalated into something far more personal, something darker. Samuel's frustration with Caleb, once a simmering annoyance, evolved into a near obsession. Every interaction between them became charged with unspoken hostility, and every glance, every remark seemed to add fuel to the fire that was slowly consuming both of them. Caleb's defiance had always been present, but it became more deliberate as the months passed. What had once been playful rebellion, a way to amuse his friends or challenge authority, grew into a conscious effort to undermine Samuel's authority in front of the class. Caleb, ever the charismatic leader, seemed to thrive on the chaos he created. His classmates, many of whom once respected Samuel, began to follow Caleb's lead, laughing at his remarks, subtly encouraging his disruptions. For Caleb, it was a game, a way to show that he didn't need to conform to the rules that everyone else followed. His popularity shielded him from the usual consequences other students might face, and he knew it. Samuel, on the other hand, was losing his grip. His patience, once his strongest asset, had been worn thin by months of Caleb's insubordination. Every day, he walked into the classroom bracing himself for the next confrontation. He would stand at the front of the room, the weight of the students' eyes on him, trying to maintain his usual composure, but inside he was seething. Caleb's antics were no longer just an inconvenience, they were a direct challenge to Samuel's authority, to his belief in discipline and respect. Samuel had spent his entire career cultivating an image of control, of being the teacher who could handle any situation, but Caleb was chipping away at that image, and Samuel felt powerless to stop it. The power struggle between them became more than just a battle of wills, it became a symbol of everything wrong in Samuel's life. Caleb's defiance represented the larger feeling of loss that Samuel had been experiencing for years. As he watched the world around him change, students becoming more unruly, societal norms shifting, he felt increasingly out of touch, like an outsider in his own classroom. He had always believed in the importance of order, discipline, and respect, but Caleb's behavior seemed to mock those values at every turn. The more Caleb rebelled, the more Samuel felt his life slipping out of his control, not just in the classroom but in every aspect of his existence. At first, Samuel tried to handle the situation the way he always had, with strict discipline and stern lectures. He would call Caleb out in front of the class, reprimanding him for talking out of turn or not paying attention. He assigned extra work, hoping that Caleb's behavior could be corrected with punishment. But none of it worked. Caleb's smirk never left his face, and if anything, the punishment seemed to embolden him. He would roll his eyes at Samuel's lectures, making it clear that he wasn't intimidated. Worse, Caleb's popularity only grew as his defiance became more brazen. His classmates admired him for standing up to Samuel, and this emboldened him further. Each act of rebellion was met with laughter and approval from his peers, deepening Samuel's sense of isolation. The tension between them was palpable, growing thicker with each passing day. In class, the atmosphere was always tense, like a powder keg waiting to explode. The other students, sensing the underlying hostility, began to behave differently as well. Some aligned themselves with Caleb, either out of admiration or fear, while others remained silent, not wanting to get involved but also not willing to challenge Caleb's authority within the group. The classroom, once a place of learning, had become a battleground, with Samuel and Caleb locked in a silent war that overshadowed everything else. Outside of school, Samuel's life began to unravel further. He couldn't escape thoughts of Caleb, even when he was at home, alone in his quiet house. What should have been moments of peace were instead filled with frustration and anger. He would sit in his living room, staring at the stacks of papers he needed to grade, but his mind would drift back to the classroom, to the smirk on Caleb's face, the defiance in his eyes. Samuel found himself replaying their interactions over and over, each time growing angrier, more convinced that Caleb was a threat not just to his authority but to his very sense of self. Samuel's frustration turned into obsession. He began thinking of ways to regain control, strategies to put Caleb in his place once and for all. His thoughts grew darker, more extreme, as he imagined scenarios where Caleb was finally forced to respect him. Samuel's pride, once a source of quiet strength, had turned into something corrosive. He couldn't stand the idea that a student, a child, was making a fool of him in front of the entire class. Worse, he felt that Caleb's defiance was a reflection of his own failure as a teacher, as a man. The more Caleb pushed, the more Samuel felt his identity slipping away, until all that remained was his desperation to reclaim what he had lost. For Caleb, however, the struggle wasn't nearly as deep or personal. To him, Samuel was just another authority figure to challenge, another obstacle in his path. Caleb was young, full of bravado, and confident in his ability to charm his way out of trouble. He didn't see the impact his actions were having on Samuel, didn't realize that what was a game to him was becoming something much more serious for his teacher. Caleb enjoyed the attention he received from his classmates, enjoyed the feeling of power that came with defying someone like Samuel. But he was also reckless, unaware of how far he was pushing Samuel toward the edge. The town of Silver Creek, like most small towns, was slow to notice the growing tension between Samuel and Caleb. To the outside world, everything seemed normal enough. Samuel was still the respected teacher, the one everyone trusted with their children's education, and Caleb was just another popular student pushing the boundaries. But inside the walls of Silver Creek High, the situation had become toxic. Teachers began to notice Samuel's frayed nerves, the way his temper seemed shorter than usual. His colleagues would comment on how he seemed distracted, less focused, but no one connected it to his escalating conflict with Caleb. Even the students, who were aware of the tension, didn't fully understand what was happening. To most of them, it was just an entertaining sideshow, something to gossip about in the hallways. They didn't see the deeper struggle going on inside Samuel's mind, the way his pride was being eroded day by day, the way his sense of control was slipping away. Caleb's friends would laugh about how easily he could get under Samuel's skin, bragging about his latest act of rebellion, as if it were a badge of honor. No one saw that what was happening wasn't just a clash of personalities, but a descent into something far more dangerous. The power struggle between Samuel and Caleb reached a new level when Caleb began to push the boundaries outside of the classroom. He would confront Samuel in the hallways, making snide comments just loud enough for Samuel to hear. In the parking lot after school, Caleb would loiter with his friends, laughing and making jokes at Samuel's expense as he walked to his car. These small, seemingly insignificant acts of defiance were like needles, each one pricking at Samuel's already raw nerves, driving him further into his obsession with controlling Caleb. It was no longer about discipline or respect, it was about winning a battle that had become personal. Samuel's mental state began to deteriorate. He became fixated on Caleb, unable to think of anything else. At night he would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts of how to put an end to the power struggle once and for all. His dreams, once filled with images of the historical figures he admired, were now plagued by visions of Caleb laughing, mocking, always just out of reach. Samuel's once orderly world had been turned upside down, and he felt powerless to stop it. By this point, Caleb had become more than just a rebellious student. In Samuel's mind, Caleb represented everything that was wrong in his life. He symbolized the loss of control, the erosion of respect, and the failure of everything Samuel had worked for. Samuel's once clear vision of himself as a dedicated, respected teacher was now clouded by rage and frustration. His thoughts grew darker, more dangerous, as he imagined what it would be like to finally silence Caleb, to put an end to the constant humiliation once and for all. In his obsession, Samuel began to lose sight of reality. The lines between right and wrong, between discipline and vengeance, blurred as he became consumed by his need to regain control. He started to rationalize his thoughts, convincing himself that he wasn't just fighting a rebellious student, he was fighting for his dignity, for his very identity. And in his increasingly unstable mind, there was only one way to win that fight. As the tension continued to build, it became clear that the situation could not be sustained much longer. Something had to give. Samuel's once unshakable sense of discipline had crumbled, replaced by a growing sense of desperation. Caleb's defiance, once a source of entertainment for him and his friends, had taken on a more dangerous edge as he unknowingly pushed Samuel closer and closer to the breaking point. The power struggle between them had reached a tipping point, and neither of them could see the tragedy that was about to unfold. The turning point came one afternoon, long after the final bell had rung and the school halls had emptied. The air was thick with the weight of a late autumn evening, the sun setting low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the nearly deserted parking lot of Silver Creek High. Samuel Jennings lingered longer than usual that day, sitting alone in his classroom, grading papers in a distracted haze. His mind, however, was far from the task at hand, replaying the events of the past few weeks, every snide remark from Caleb, every smirk, every act of rebellion that had chipped away at his authority. His frustration, which had been simmering beneath the surface, was now a full-blown storm inside him. Samuel had reached his limit. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt calm or in control. The constant tension between him and Caleb had consumed his thoughts, even outside the classroom. The sleepless nights, the growing sense of helplessness, the feeling that his career, his life, was unraveling, all of it was tied to Caleb. The boy's face haunted him, always laughing, always mocking. It was no longer just a student-teacher conflict, it had become something personal, something far darker. Samuel's pride, his dignity, was at stake, and he was desperate to reclaim it. As he gathered his things to leave, Samuel noticed Caleb outside, leaning against his car in the parking lot, a familiar scene by now. Caleb wasn't alone, he was with a couple of friends, laughing and talking loudly, as if the world belonged to them. Caleb had always exuded an air of confidence, that easy charisma that made him so popular among his peers. But to Samuel, it was insufferable. He could feel the rage building in his chest as he watched from the window, his hands gripping the edge of his desk so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Without thinking, Samuel stood up, his movements mechanical, driven by a force he didn't fully understand. He had no clear plan in mind as he made his way out of the building and across the parking lot, only a growing need to confront Caleb, to finally put an end to the power struggle that had been suffocating him. As he approached, Caleb spotted him and nudged one of his friends, muttering something under his breath that caused the others to snicker. Caleb's eyes gleamed with mischief, as if he knew exactly what was coming. Samuel stopped a few feet away, standing rigidly, his posture tense. The chill in the air bit at his skin, but he barely noticed. His mind was racing, flooded with thoughts of every insult, every time Caleb had undermined him, each moment building into a crescendo of frustration and anger. Caleb, unfazed, continued to lean casually against the car, his arms crossed over his chest, his posture dripping with nonchalance. He didn't need to say anything to provoke Samuel. The smirk on his face was enough. Samuel stared at Caleb, his jaw clenched, his eyes burning with something close to hatred. It wasn't just about disrespect anymore, it was about power. For months, Caleb had chipped away at Samuel's authority, reducing him to a figure of ridicule in front of the class. Now, standing in the fading light of the parking lot, Samuel could feel the last remnants of his patience slipping away. He had tried everything: discipline, reasoning, even empathy, but none of it had worked. Caleb had pushed him too far, and now there was no turning back. Caleb's friends, sensing the tension, slowly began to back away, their laughter fading as they exchanged uncertain glances. They had seen Caleb and Samuel butt heads before, but something about this moment felt different. There was a heaviness in the air, a quiet before the storm. Without a word, the friends mumbled excuses and walked away, leaving Caleb and Samuel alone in the empty lot. The silence that followed was suffocating. The confrontation was inevitable. Caleb remained where he was, defiant as always, his smirk never faltering. He didn't move, didn't flinch, as Samuel took another step closer, the air between them thick with unspoken tension. For a moment, neither of them said anything, but the weight of their history hung in the air. Months of escalating conflict, of insults traded, of power slipping through Samuel's fingers and into Caleb's hands. It was a silent war, one that Samuel had been losing for too long. Finally, Samuel spoke, his voice low and tightly controlled, though every word was laced with barely restrained fury. He confronted Caleb about his behavior, his disrespect, and the way he had undermined Samuel's authority time and again. The words poured out of him, sharp and pointed, each one meant to pierce through the wall of indifference that Caleb had built around himself. Samuel demanded an explanation, demanded accountability, but Caleb's response was nothing more than a lazy shrug. The dismissal, the utter lack of concern in Caleb's expression, broke something inside of Samuel. He had been holding on to the last threads of his control, but in that moment they snapped. Caleb's nonchalance was like a match struck against Samuel's raw nerves, igniting the rage that had been festering for months. Samuel stepped forward, closing the distance between them, his fists clenched at his sides. Caleb's smirk only widened. He enjoyed seeing Samuel this way, flustered, angry, on the edge of losing control. To him, it was just another victory in their ongoing battle. He knew he could push Samuel further, and the thrill of it was intoxicating. Caleb made another mocking comment, his voice dripping with sarcasm, his tone so casual it was as if he didn't even care about the consequences. That was it. The moment Samuel had feared, the moment when he would no longer be able to hold back. All the frustration, all the anger, the humiliation had boiled over in an instant. Samuel lunged forward, grabbing Caleb by the collar of his jacket, pulling him close enough to see the flicker of surprise in Caleb's eyes. For a brief moment, Caleb's bravado faltered, and he realized that this wasn't a game anymore. The world seemed to narrow around them, the parking lot fading into the background as the confrontation became a violent struggle. Caleb, caught off guard, tried to push Samuel away, but Samuel's grip was firm, fueled by months of pent-up rage. They stumbled backward, the gravel crunching under their feet as the scuffle escalated. Caleb fought back, his instinct for self-preservation kicking in, but Samuel was relentless. The confrontation turned physical, both of them locked in a chaotic, desperate struggle. Samuel's mind was clouded by the weight of everything he had been carrying for so long: his failure to control Caleb, the loss of his authority, the fear that his career, his identity, was crumbling before his eyes. In that moment, he wasn't thinking clearly. He wasn't thinking at all. The rage had taken over, and there was no room for reason, no space for the rational part of his mind that might have stopped him. They collided with the side of Caleb's car, the sound of the impact echoing through the empty lot. Samuel, consumed by his need to finally win this battle, pushed harder, his breath coming in ragged bursts as he struggled to maintain control. Caleb, still reeling from the shock of Samuel's aggression, tried to break free, but the force of Samuel's anger was overwhelming. It wasn't until Caleb slipped, his foot catching on the uneven ground, that the struggle took a deadly turn. As he fell backward, his head struck the edge of the concrete curb with a sickening crack, the sound cutting through the night like a gunshot. Samuel froze, the world suddenly crashing back into focus as he looked down at Caleb, who lay motionless on the ground. The adrenaline drained from Samuel's body all at once, leaving him hollow, numb. For a moment, everything was silent. The world seemed to stand still, as if time itself had paused in the wake of the violence. Samuel stared at Caleb, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. The boy's eyes were closed, his body limp, blood pooling beneath his head where it had struck the curb. The confrontation, the rage, the power struggle, it was all over. But the cost was far greater than Samuel could have ever imagined. The parking lot, once filled with the sounds of laughter and life, was now a scene of tragedy. Samuel's chest heaved as he stood over Caleb's lifeless form, his heart pounding in his ears. He had wanted control, wanted to reclaim his authority, but now all he felt was the crushing weight of what he had done. The confrontation, once just a boiling point of frustration, had ended in irreversible violence, and there was no going back. In the days that followed Caleb's death, Silver Creek became a town held captive by shock and disbelief. The small, quiet town, where gossip usually centered around church events or high school football games, was suddenly plunged into a tragedy that no one could have anticipated. Samuel Jennings, the respected and beloved history teacher, was at the center of it all. He had been the last person anyone would have suspected to be involved in such an act of violence, but now, the illusion of control and stability that had defined him for so many years had shattered beyond repair. Samuel, in the aftermath of that terrible night, descended into a darkness so deep that it consumed every part of him. The moment Caleb's body had hit the ground, everything that Samuel had been, his identity as a teacher, his reputation, his sense of purpose, had crumbled. He had crossed a line that he couldn't uncross, and he knew it. The immediate shock of what he had done left him frozen, standing over Caleb's motionless body in the parking lot, his mind blank except for the ringing silence that followed the fatal blow. In that moment, Samuel was paralyzed. He couldn't think, couldn't move, as the reality of his actions weighed down on him like a crushing force. He stood there for what felt like hours, staring at Caleb's lifeless form, his mind trying to make sense of it all, but it couldn't. It wouldn't. It was too much, too surreal to be real. But it was real. Caleb's blood, pooling darkly on the pavement beneath his head, was proof of that. Eventually, Samuel stumbled back, his body acting on instinct as his mind remained in a fog. His hands shook uncontrollably, and he could feel the adrenaline fading, leaving him weak and nauseous. He looked down at his hands, as if expecting to see them stained with guilt, with blood. But they were clean physically, at least. Inside, he was unraveling. His breath came in shallow gasps, and his legs felt like they might give out from under him at any moment. In the haze of panic and disbelief, Samuel did the only thing he could think of. He fled. He turned and walked away from the scene, his legs moving on autopilot, as he left Caleb's body behind in the cold, dark parking lot. His mind was still racing, the full weight of what had just happened not yet fully registering. He felt like he was floating, disconnected from his own body, as if watching himself from afar. The streets of Silver Creek were empty as he made his way home, the quiet suburban houses now feeling like ghostly sentinels in the night. The familiar landscape of his life seemed alien, distorted by the horror of what had just taken place. When he reached his small, neat house on the outskirts of town, Samuel collapsed into a chair in the living room, his thoughts still a chaotic jumble. He was alone, truly alone, in a way that he had never felt before. For years, Samuel had lived a solitary life, but now, that solitude felt like a punishment, a prison of his own making. The silence of the house, once a comfort, now pressed down on him like a suffocating weight. His mind raced as he tried to think about what to do next, but nothing made sense anymore. How could it, when he had just taken the life of one of his students? The guilt began to set in, creeping over him like a shadow, slowly at first, but growing heavier with each passing hour. He couldn't escape the image of Caleb's body lying in the parking lot, his face pale, eyes closed, blood seeping from his head. Samuel had wanted control, had wanted respect, but now he had nothing. He had lost everything in a single, violent moment, and there was no way to undo it. The rage that had driven him to confront Caleb was gone, replaced by a hollow, gnawing despair that ate away at him from the inside. Days passed in a blur, and Samuel withdrew even further into himself. He couldn't go to school, he couldn't face the students, the staff, or anyone in town. He avoided calls and texts, ignoring the growing concern from his colleagues. His absence was noted, but in the chaos of the investigation surrounding Caleb's death, Samuel's behavior was, at first, overlooked. The town was in mourning, struggling to make sense of what had happened. No one knew yet who was responsible for Caleb's death, but whispers began to circulate, and the sense of unease in the air was palpable. The investigation into Caleb's death began quickly, with the local police working to piece together the events of that night. At first, there was little to go on. Caleb had been found alone in the parking lot, no witnesses to the final moments of his life. But as the days passed, small details began to emerge. People remembered seeing Samuel lingering in the parking lot after school, and some of Caleb's friends recalled the escalating tension between the two. Slowly, suspicion began to fall on Samuel, though no one wanted to believe that the quiet, dedicated teacher could be involved in such a brutal crime. Meanwhile, Samuel's mental state continued to deteriorate. He rarely left the house, subsisting on black coffee and the occasional sandwich. Though food tasted like ash in his mouth, he barely slept, his nights filled with nightmares in which Caleb's face haunted him, twisted with accusation. During the few hours of restless sleep he managed, he would wake in a cold sweat, the memory of Caleb's body, lying in the parking lot, playing on an endless loop in his mind. Every moment, whether awake or asleep, was consumed by guilt, by the crushing weight of what he had done. In his isolation, Samuel began to unravel. His thoughts turned darker, more fragmented. He couldn't reconcile the man he had been, the respected teacher, the trusted mentor, with the man who had killed a student in a fit of rage. The two versions of himself seemed worlds apart, yet they were the same person, and that realization only deepened his sense of self-loathing. The walls of his house, once a sanctuary, now felt like they were closing in on him, trapping him in a prison of his own guilt. As the investigation continued, the evidence against Samuel began to mount. Witnesses came forward with stories of his increasingly erratic behavior in the weeks leading up to Caleb's death, of the heated arguments and confrontations that had taken place. The police began to focus their attention on Samuel, piecing together the timeline of that fateful night. It was only a matter of time before they knocked on his door. When they finally did, Samuel was a shell of the man he had once been. He barely resisted as they took him into custody, his mind numb to the reality of the situation. The arrest, when it came, was almost a relief, a release from the endless torment of his guilt. As the police read him his rights, Samuel stared blankly ahead, his mind elsewhere, replaying the events that had led him to this moment. The town of Silver Creek was left reeling from the revelation. News of Samuel's arrest spread quickly, sending shockwaves through the community. People who had once respected him were left in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a man who had been trusted with the education of their children could have committed such a heinous act. Parents who had once praised Samuel for his dedication now spoke of him with disgust, and students who had admired him were left grappling with the betrayal of their trust. For Samuel, there was no escaping the darkness that had consumed him. His once orderly life, built on discipline and control, had crumbled, leaving him adrift in a sea of guilt and regret. As he sat in his cell, awaiting trial, the only thing he had left were his memories of Caleb, of the classroom, of the life he had once had. But those memories, once a source of pride, were now tainted by the violence that had destroyed everything. The descent into darkness was complete. Samuel Jennings, once the beloved teacher of Silver Creek, was now a murderer, his life forever stained by the choices he had made in a moment of uncontrollable rage. There was no redemption, no forgiveness, only the weight of what he had done and the knowledge that he would carry it with him for the rest of his life. The quiet, solitary existence he had once valued was gone, replaced by a darkness that would never lift. The town was left reeling from the revelation. Samuel Jennings, the man they had trusted, had killed one of his own students. The quiet order of Silver Creek was shattered, and the once respected teacher now stood as a symbol of betrayal and darkness. There was no redemption for Samuel, no explanation that could justify the horror of what he had done. His life, once defined by discipline and control, had unraveled completely, leaving behind only the aftermath of a tragedy that no one could forget. Margaret Thompson had always been a woman of quiet dignity. At 70 years old, she lived in the same stately home where she had raised her children, a place where every room carried the weight of memories. The neighborhood of Hillcrest was an affluent and peaceful one, nestled just beyond the bustle of the city. The carefully manicured lawns, the polished cars parked in driveways, and the quiet streets spoke of a life lived in order. It was a place where people aged gracefully, and their lives were expected to be as well kept as their homes. But beneath the surface of this serene existence, Margaret's life was far from the picture of peaceful aging. She had been a widow for 5 years, ever since her husband, Robert, passed away after a sudden illness. Their marriage had been steady, though not without its challenges. For the last decade of their life together, they had drifted into a comfortable but uninspired routine. Robert was a practical man, a former lawyer who believed in structure and order above all else. Their love had once been strong, but time had worn down its edges. By the time of his death, Margaret realized she had become something she never thought she would be: lonely. Her children, both successful professionals, had long since moved away. They visited occasionally, but their own families kept them occupied, and Margaret found herself more alone with each passing year. The social circles she once frequented had become tiresome. She grew weary of the constant small talk at the ladies' luncheons and the predictable gossip during afternoon teas. The people she once called friends now seemed like strangers. Her days were spent in quiet solitude, wandering the large, empty house, her mind drifting to the life she had once lived. Margaret had always been meticulous about her appearance. She maintained a slim figure, her once dark hair now an elegant silver, always styled with care. She dressed with the grace of a woman who still wanted to be noticed, though she would never admit it aloud. Despite her age, there was something timeless about her, an air of sophistication and a touch of mystery that lingered in the minds of those who crossed her path. People often remarked that she didn't look her age, and though she smiled politely at their compliments, inside she was searching for something deeper, something more meaningful than the superficial praise of old acquaintances. It was during this period of deepening isolation that Margaret found herself unexpectedly drawn into the world of much younger men. It began innocuously enough. The first man to enter her life was Patrick, a 29-year-old aspiring writer who lived 2 streets away. He was renting a small apartment and would often take his morning walks past her house. Margaret would see him through her kitchen window, a thoughtful young man who always had a notebook in hand, jotting down ideas as he strolled. One morning, she happened to meet him while she was tending to her garden, and they struck up a casual conversation. Patrick was immediately taken with her grace, her wisdom, the way she seemed to have lived so much more life than he had. He admired her, perhaps in the way a student admires a teacher, and it wasn't long before their encounters became more frequent. Margaret enjoyed the attention Patrick gave her. He was earnest, intelligent, and hungry for life in a way she had not felt for years. He made her feel seen, appreciated not just for her looks, but for the stories she could tell and the knowledge she had gathered over the decades. For Margaret, it was intoxicating to be the object of someone's admiration again. Their meetings, at first casual, soon turned into something more: long walks together, private discussions in the quiet of her home, and eventually, a relationship that crossed the line from friendship into something much more intimate. Not long after her affair with Patrick began, another young man entered Margaret's orbit. Yusuf was a 24-year-old athlete, a fitness enthusiast who lived in the same neighborhood. He was tall, strong, and radiated a physical energy that was impossible to ignore. Margaret first noticed him at the local gym, where she had reluctantly started attending at the urging of her daughter, who believed she should stay active in her later years. Yusuf worked as a personal trainer, and their paths crossed one afternoon when he offered her advice on an exercise she was struggling with. His kindness and encouragement drew her in, and before long she was requesting him as her personal trainer. Yusuf was captivated by Margaret's elegance. Unlike the younger women he trained, who often obsessed over their bodies and appearance in a superficial way, Margaret carried herself with a quiet confidence that intrigued him. To Yusuf, she represented a different kind of beauty, one shaped by experience, wisdom, and grace. Their training sessions became a regular part of her routine, and over time their interactions grew more intimate. The physical proximity during their sessions, the way his hands would guide her movements, and the way they shared knowing glances, it all built toward a tension that neither could deny. For Margaret, the excitement of being desired by someone as young and vibrant as Yusuf was undeniable. He was unlike Patrick in almost every way, more physical, more impulsive, and driven by raw attraction. Where Patrick brought her intellectual stimulation, Yusuf gave her the thrill of youthful energy, of being desired in a primal, undeniable way. She reveled in the contrast, enjoying the way each man filled a different void in her life. The final piece of Margaret's secret life came in the form of Kelvin, a 22-year-old college dropout who lived with his aunt in the neighborhood. Kelvin was the quietest of the three men, a reserved young man who had struggled to find his place in the world. Margaret first met him when she saw him helping his aunt with some repairs around the house. She asked him if he could assist her with a few tasks in her own home, and he eagerly agreed. At first, their relationship was purely transactional. He would help her with odd jobs, and she would pay him generously. But as they spent more time together, Margaret began to notice the way Kelvin looked at her, with a kind of reverence and admiration that bordered on obsession. Kelvin was different from the other two. Where Patrick admired her intellect and Yusuf desired her physically, Kelvin seemed to idolize her. To him, Margaret was almost like a goddess, someone far above his station in life, someone he could never truly deserve, but who he longed to be near. Margaret, sensing his devotion, found herself drawn to him as well. His quiet nature, his vulnerability, and his intense, almost worshipful attention gave her a sense of power she had never felt before. He made her feel needed in a way the others didn't. As Margaret juggled these three relationships, she found herself energized by the attention, by the thrill of living a life filled with secrets and passion. For the first time in years, she felt alive. Each of the men brought something different into her life: Patrick's intellectual depth, Yusuf's physical vitality, and Kelvin's emotional devotion. Together, they gave her what she had been missing for so long: the feeling of being desired, appreciated, and most of all, in control of her own life. But with that control came a growing sense of unease. Margaret knew that what she was doing was dangerous. The men, though unaware of each other at first, were becoming more demanding, more possessive. Patrick began to push her to read his work, seeking her approval on every piece of writing. Yusuf, though confident and sure of himself, started to question her about where she spent her time when she wasn't with him. Kelvin, meanwhile, became increasingly clingy, showing up at her house unannounced, eager for any moment he could steal with her. Margaret tried to keep her emotions in check, to maintain the delicate balance of her secret life. But deep down, she knew that the situation was becoming unsustainable. Each man wanted more from her than she was willing or able to give, and the boundaries she had set for herself were beginning to blur. The thrill of the game, the excitement of being desired by younger men, was slowly giving way to something darker. She had opened a door she couldn't close, and the consequences were beginning to loom on the horizon, like a storm gathering strength. What had started as a way to escape the loneliness of widowhood was now spiraling into a dangerous game of passion, jealousy, and obsession, one that Margaret feared she might no longer be able to control. Margaret Thompson's secret life had begun with the promise of excitement, a new chapter in her otherwise predictable existence. Yet as the affairs with Patrick, Yusuf, and Kelvin deepened, the thrill of juggling their affections gave way to a creeping sense of unease. The relationships, once carefree and exhilarating, were now riddled with complexities that Margaret hadn't anticipated. Each man, so different in temperament and desires, began pulling at her in ways that made the delicate balance she had created impossible to maintain. Patrick was the first to change. When their relationship began, he had been captivated by Margaret's wisdom and maturity, seeing her as an escape from the mundane realities of his own life. He admired her deeply, but as time went on, his admiration morphed into a need for validation. Patrick, a struggling writer, saw Margaret not just as a lover but as a muse, someone whose approval and opinion mattered more than anyone else's. He began sending her drafts of his stories, asking for feedback with increasing frequency. What started as a simple request for her thoughts turned into a near constant need for affirmation. Margaret, initially flattered by Patrick's dependency, soon grew weary of it. She had never intended for their relationship to take on this emotional weight. What she had wanted was a light, passionate affair, not the burden of being Patrick's sole source of inspiration. He became increasingly possessive, seeking her out not just for physical intimacy but for emotional support in ways that felt overwhelming. Whenever Margaret failed to respond to his calls or messages promptly, Patrick's mood would shift, his words becoming laced with an undercurrent of frustration. He began questioning her about her other relationships, suspecting that she might not be as devoted to him as he was to her. Meanwhile, Yusuf's demands on Margaret were of a different nature. Their relationship had been founded on physical attraction, and for a time, it had been enough. Yusuf, with his youthful energy and athletic build, gave Margaret a sense of vitality she hadn't felt in years. Being with him made her feel desired in a purely physical sense, and for a while, she reveled in the simplicity of it. But soon, Yusuf began to expect more from her. It started with small requests: more time together, longer training sessions, casual meetings outside the gym, but these quickly escalated. Yusuf's frustration stemmed from a different place than Patrick's. While Patrick sought emotional closeness, Yusuf wanted exclusivity. He was a man used to getting what he wanted, confident in his physicality and charm, and he began to resent the time Margaret spent away from him. It wasn't long before he started asking her more probing questions about her personal life. Where did she go when she wasn't with him? Why couldn't she spend more nights at his place? The more Margaret tried to keep her distance, maintaining the boundaries she had set at the beginning of their relationship, the more Yusuf's frustration grew. His once charming, carefree demeanor was slowly being replaced by something more possessive, something darker. As Patrick sought validation and Yusuf demanded commitment, Kelvin's obsession with Margaret was quietly intensifying. Of the three men, Kelvin was the youngest and most vulnerable, having fallen into the relationship almost by accident. What had started as innocent admiration on his part had grown into an infatuation that Margaret was beginning to find unsettling. Kelvin's reverence for her bordered on idolization. He saw Margaret not just as a lover but as someone who could fill the emotional voids in his life: a mother figure, a mentor, and a fantasy all wrapped into one. Kelvin began showing up at Margaret's house unannounced, eager to see her whenever he could. At first she found his attention flattering, but as his visits became more frequent, she realized how little control she had over the situation. He would wait for hours outside her house, lingering by the garden where they had first grown close, hoping for a glimpse of her. On several occasions, Margaret found him sitting on her doorstep, a bouquet of flowers in hand, his eyes full of expectation. Each time she felt a pang of guilt. She had encouraged him, even if unintentionally, and now she was struggling to disentangle herself from his growing attachment. The emotional tensions between the three men began to take a toll on Margaret. Each of them wanted more than she was willing to give, and the boundaries she had established were eroding rapidly. She had wanted excitement, but the reality of managing three intense relationships was proving far more exhausting than thrilling. Patrick's clinginess, Yusuf's possessiveness, and Kelvin's obsession were suffocating her, leaving little room for the freedom she had once sought. Patrick, in particular, was becoming more volatile. His jealousy grew stronger with each passing week, especially when he suspected Margaret of seeing someone else. He began making veiled comments about her other lovers, though he didn't know their identities, and his insecurity started to poison the relationship. Margaret, always careful to maintain her privacy, now found herself on edge during their meetings, fearing that Patrick's suspicions would escalate into something uncontrollable. His constant need for reassurance grated on her, and the intellectual connection she had once enjoyed with him now felt like a burden. Patrick's demands for her attention, both emotional and physical, became more insistent, and she could feel his grip tightening, suffocating her under the weight of his expectations. Yusuf's frustration, on the other hand, manifested in a more physical way. He was used to being the center of attention, and Margaret's refusal to commit fully to him bruised his ego. Their passionate encounters, once full of mutual desire, began to feel more like a tug of war, with Yusuf trying to dominate more of her time and Margaret pulling away. The tension between them grew with each encounter, as Yusuf pressed her for more commitment, for something beyond the secret rendezvous that had defined their relationship. Margaret could see the storm brewing in his eyes during their last few meetings. He was growing impatient, and the danger that once thrilled her now felt like a looming threat. Kelvin's quiet obsession was perhaps the most unsettling of all. His devotion to Margaret, once endearing, had now crossed into unhealthy territory. He began leaving notes at her door when she didn't respond to his texts, his words growing more desperate with each message. There was an innocence to Kelvin's obsession that made it hard for Margaret to push him away completely, but she knew that his feelings were becoming dangerous. His attachment to her was so intense that any attempt to distance herself only made him cling tighter. She felt trapped, unable to break things off with him without causing him further emotional harm, but at the same time she knew she couldn't continue to indulge his fantasies. As the weeks passed, Margaret found herself constantly on edge, walking a tightrope between the three men, each pulling her in different directions. She was no longer in control of the situation, and the emotional weight of their demands was overwhelming. The excitement she had once felt was now replaced by a gnawing sense of dread, a realization that she was trapped in a situation that could spiral out of control at any moment. Margaret's carefully constructed world was beginning to crumble. She could see it in Patrick's eyes, the way his affection had twisted into obsession. She could feel it in Yusuf's increasingly aggressive demands for her attention, his resentment simmering just beneath the surface. And she could sense it in Kelvin's unwavering devotion, his desperation becoming a weight she could no longer bear. Each man, in his own way, had become a prisoner of his feelings for her, and in turn, Margaret had become a prisoner of the very passion she had sought out. The tension was palpable, even in the moments when she was alone. Margaret would sit in her grand, empty home, the silence oppressive, her mind racing with thoughts of the three men and their growing expectations. She had wanted to feel alive again, but now the intensity of their affections felt like a chain around her neck, tightening with each passing day. She had built this world of secret passion and forbidden love, but now it threatened to destroy her. The boundaries she had once so carefully maintained had blurred, and the line between excitement and danger had all but disappeared. Margaret knew that something had to give. The emotional tension that had been building between the men, though they were unaware of each other, was bound to erupt sooner or later. She could see it in Patrick's increasingly erratic behavior, in Yusuf's simmering frustration, and in Kelvin's obsessive devotion. The delicate balance she had maintained was on the verge of collapse, and she was powerless to stop it. As the walls of her secret life began to close in, Margaret realized that she had set something in motion that she could no longer control. The affairs, once a source of excitement and escape, had become a ticking time bomb, and she could only wait for the inevitable explosion. Margaret Thompson's secret life, once a thrilling escape from the monotony of her days, had begun to fracture under the weight of her own desires. The cracks were subtle at first, barely noticeable in the routine she had so carefully constructed. Yet, as time went on, the strain of juggling three intense relationships became impossible to ignore. What had started as a way to reclaim her sense of vitality was now spiraling into a tangled web of complications she could no longer control. Patrick's emotional dependence on Margaret was becoming suffocating. His once charming admiration had transformed into an obsessive need for her validation. He had begun visiting her more frequently, staying longer than she felt comfortable with, and leaving behind the drafts of his unfinished stories, as if seeking her approval for his every thought. Margaret found herself increasingly irritated by his constant need for reassurance. Patrick's texts grew more urgent, his calls more frequent, and every interaction with him became a delicate balancing act. She sensed his mounting frustration whenever she delayed her responses, but she couldn't bring herself to give him more of her time. Patrick, ever perceptive, began to suspect she was pulling away, though he couldn't pinpoint why. His quiet jealousy, once only hinted at, was now visible in every conversation. Yusuf, meanwhile, was growing more possessive with each passing day. His natural confidence had slowly shifted into something more aggressive. Initially, Margaret had been captivated by his physicality, the way he made her feel desired purely for her body. But Yusuf was no longer content with the sporadic meetings and late-night gym sessions. He wanted more time, more attention, more of her life. He began to question her every move, demanding explanations for her absences. Where Patrick sought emotional closeness, Yusuf's demands were territorial, a simmering possessiveness that unnerved her. Margaret had always kept their meetings short, refusing to let him see too much of her life, but Yusuf's increasing frustration was impossible to ignore. The carefree attraction that had defined their relationship was crumbling under the weight of his growing expectations. Kelvin's obsession, on the other hand, was taking a darker turn. His devotion had once been flattering, a youthful infatuation that made Margaret feel powerful, but now it had become unsettling. Kelvin's quiet, reserved nature masked a deep, emotional dependency that Margaret had underestimated. He began showing up at her house unannounced more frequently, lingering in the shadows, waiting for her to invite him in. His texts became longer, more emotional, expressing a love that Margaret had never encouraged but now felt trapped by. Kelvin's need to be near her, to be constantly assured of her affection, was suffocating. Margaret knew that the more she tried to distance herself, the more desperate he became. His unannounced visits became a regular occurrence, and each time she opened the door to find him standing there, his eyes filled with hope, a knot of anxiety tightened in her chest. The cracks in Margaret's secret life grew wider with each man's increasing demands. She could no longer balance their needs with the carelessness she had once employed. Her relationships, once carefully compartmentalized, began to overlap in ways she hadn't foreseen. There were close calls, Patrick stopping by unannounced only minutes after Yusuf had left, or Kelvin arriving at her door while she was still catching her breath from a passionate afternoon with one of the others. Each near miss added to the growing tension inside her, a constant undercurrent of fear that her carefully maintained facade would soon crumble completely. Margaret's health began to suffer under the strain. The sleepless nights, the constant anxiety, and the emotional toll of managing these secret affairs left her feeling drained. She began to withdraw from the few social circles she still engaged with, afraid that her behavior would arouse suspicion. Even the house, once a sanctuary, began to feel like a trap. The walls seemed to close in on her, as if the very structure of her life was collapsing under the pressure of the lies she had built around herself. The men, though unaware of each other, were beginning to sense that something was wrong. Patrick, always perceptive, noticed the distance in her eyes, the way she seemed distracted when they were together. Yusuf grew more possessive, showing up at her house uninvited, insisting on answers she couldn't give. And Kelvin, poor, innocent Kelvin, became more desperate, leaving her messages that grew increasingly erratic, pleading for her time and affection. The more she tried to push them away, the more they clung to her, each in their own way, tightening the emotional noose around her neck. Margaret's once thrilling escape had turned into a nightmare. The excitement of being desired by three younger men had morphed into a suffocating prison of their emotions, their expectations, and her own tangled web of lies. She had thought she could handle it all, thought she could control the situation, manage their affections without consequence. But now the cracks in her secret life were too deep to ignore, and the pressure was building toward inevitable collapse. Each man's obsession with her was like a ticking time bomb, and Margaret knew that it was only a matter of time before everything fell apart. She had woven a web too intricate, too fragile, and now it was unraveling around her. The once beautiful illusion of control had shattered, and with it, Margaret's carefully constructed life. The cracks had become too deep, the demands too heavy, and the passions she had once reveled in were now leading her down a path she couldn't escape. All she could do was wait for the moment when everything would come crashing down. The night of the confrontation began with an oppressive silence, the kind that foreshadows something dreadful lurking just out of sight. Margaret Thompson sat in the dimly lit parlor of her home, her mind racing as she replayed the events of the past few weeks. She had spent countless hours trying to hold together the delicate strands of her secret life, but now, with each passing day, those threads were fraying beyond repair. The pressure from Patrick, Yusuf, and Kelvin had reached a boiling point, and she could feel the weight of their expectations crashing down on her like a tidal wave. The tension had been mounting for weeks, and tonight it was about to explode. Patrick had become increasingly unstable in his desperation for Margaret's attention. His texts had grown more erratic, his visits more frequent and unannounced. She had tried to distance herself from him, sensing that his jealousy was spiraling out of control, but Patrick wasn't the kind of man to let go easily. He saw Margaret as his muse, his lover, and in his mind, she belonged to him. The thought of her with anyone else drove him mad, though he had never directly confronted her about it. He was always careful with his words, masking his insecurity behind poetic musings and intellectual banter. But Margaret had noticed the shift in his demeanor, the way his eyes lingered too long when he spoke of their relationship, the way his voice trembled with barely concealed frustration when she didn't respond to his calls. She knew he was on edge, and tonight he was coming to see her, whether she wanted him to or not. Yusuf, on the other hand, was growing increasingly possessive. His once carefree charm had given way to a brooding intensity that frightened Margaret more than she cared to admit. He had started showing up at her house without warning, insisting they spend more time together, pushing her for answers she couldn't provide. His demands were becoming impossible to meet, and Margaret had begun avoiding him, hoping that distance would cool his temper. But Yusuf was not a man accustomed to rejection. His pride was wounded, and each time Margaret pulled away, he became more determined to stake his claim on her. He had made it clear that he wanted more from their relationship, more commitment, more of her time, more of her life. And tonight Yusuf had decided that he wouldn't wait any longer. Then there was Kelvin, the youngest and most vulnerable of the three men. His obsession with Margaret had taken on a life of its own, growing stronger with every passing day. Kelvin's quiet devotion had turned into something far more dangerous. He had been watching her from a distance, waiting for the right moment to profess his undying love, convinced that Margaret would leave the others for him. He had always been the easiest to manipulate, the most pliable under her influence. But Margaret had underestimated just how deep his feelings ran, and now, as she tried to untangle herself from him, she realized too late that Kelvin was not going to let her go without a fight. His messages had become frantic, each one more desperate than the last, and his visits to her home had become a regular occurrence, despite her attempts to distance herself. Kelvin was convinced that they were meant to be together, and tonight he was ready to prove it. The convergence of their emotions, desires, and possessiveness was set to collide that night. Patrick had texted her earlier, demanding to see her, his words dripping with a thinly veiled ultimatum. Yusuf, always the one to act on impulse, had been calling her incessantly, and Kelvin, in his quiet but unsettling way, had left her a note earlier that afternoon, promising he would come by just to talk. Margaret had tried to ignore them, hoping that if she stayed inside and locked the doors, the night would pass without incident. But deep down, she knew that the time for avoidance was over. They were all coming, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. Patrick arrived first, his face pale and tense as he stood at her doorstep, clutching a worn notebook in one hand. He had always sought solace in his writing, using it as a way to process his emotions, but tonight it seemed he had reached the end of that particular method of coping. When Margaret opened the door, she could see the desperation in his eyes. He wanted answers, and he wasn't going to leave until he got them. She let him inside, trying to remain calm, but her heart raced as she realized just how dangerous the situation had become. Moments later, Yusuf's car pulled into the driveway, the screech of tires breaking the stillness of the night. Margaret's pulse quickened. She hadn't expected him to come so soon after Patrick, but now the two men would be face to face, and there would be no way to hide the truth any longer. Yusuf stormed up the steps, his eyes dark with anger as he knocked loudly on the door. Margaret hesitated for a moment, then opened it, her mind scrambling for a way to diffuse the inevitable confrontation. As soon as Yusuf saw Patrick inside, the air between them thickened with tension. He had suspected for weeks that Margaret was seeing someone else, but the sight of Patrick in her home confirmed his worst fears. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, his jaw tightening as he struggled to contain his rage. Patrick, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, stood his ground, his body tense and ready for the confrontation that was about to unfold. Margaret, caught between the two men, tried to speak, but her words were drowned out by the flood of accusations and anger that erupted between them. Yusuf, his voice raised, demanded to know what was going on, while Patrick, never one to back down, responded with a calmness that only served to enrage Yusuf further. The argument quickly escalated, with both men vying for dominance, their voices growing louder, their tempers flaring as the tension reached a breaking point. Just as the confrontation between Patrick and Yusuf seemed ready to explode into violence, there was a knock at the door. Kelvin, the final piece of the puzzle, had arrived. He had seen Yusuf's car and hesitated at the threshold, unsure of what he was walking into, but determined to confront Margaret nonetheless. When she opened the door and saw him standing there, his face filled with a mixture of confusion and desperation, Margaret's heart sank. There was no escaping what was about to happen. Kelvin stepped inside, his eyes darting between Yusuf and Patrick, trying to make sense of the scene before him. It was clear that he hadn't expected to find the other men there, and the realization that Margaret had been involved with both of them hit him like a blow to the chest. His face twisted with betrayal, and in that moment, all the hurt and confusion he had been bottling up spilled over. He wasn't just the quiet, naive boy she had once thought him to be, he was a man pushed to the edge by the very emotions Margaret had been toying with. The room seemed to shrink as the tension mounted. Words were shouted, accusations hurled, and Margaret stood frozen in the center of it all, watching as the three men tore into each other, their emotions boiling over. The confrontation had reached a fever pitch, and in the chaos of raised voices and flaring tempers, it was impossible to tell who made the first move. A sudden crash shattered the air, and in the blink of an eye, everything spiraled out of control. Fists flew, and the room erupted into a violent struggle as Patrick, Yusuf, and Kelvin's frustrations found their outlet. Margaret screamed, trying to stop them, but her voice was lost in the chaos. It wasn't clear who grabbed the knife, whether it was a desperate act of self-defense or a moment of blind rage, but within moments blood was spilled. The confrontation had ended in tragedy, leaving the house filled with the echoes of what had once been Margaret's carefully controlled life, now shattered beyond repair. The aftermath of the confrontation was one of devastation. Margaret stood frozen in the chaos, her world collapsing around her as blood pooled on the polished wooden floor. The silence that followed the violence was deafening, the air heavy with the weight of what had just occurred. Patrick lay lifeless, his body crumpled by the kitchen counter, his pale face streaked with blood. Yusuf, barely breathing, had collapsed near the doorway, his once vibrant energy drained by the stab wounds that marred his torso. Kelvin knelt by the window, his hands trembling as they clutched the blood-stained knife. His face was a mask of horror, his wide eyes reflecting the carnage he had helped unleash. Margaret's mind struggled to comprehend the reality before her. The three men who had once made her feel alive now lay destroyed, victims of the passion she had ignited. She stumbled toward the phone, her fingers shaking as she dialed emergency services, but the gravity of the situation was already settling in. The police arrived within minutes, their flashing lights casting sharp, accusatory shadows across the walls of her home. In the days that followed, the media descended upon the neighborhood, turning what had once been a private scandal into a public spectacle. The story of Margaret Thompson, a once dignified widow now entangled in a deadly love triangle, spread like wildfire. Reporters clamored for details, neighbors whispered about the secret life she had led, and the town, once peaceful, was consumed by the scandal. Margaret was taken into custody, her hands trembling as they were cuffed. The investigation revealed the complex web of lies and manipulation she had spun. Though it was unclear who had delivered the fatal blow, it was evident that Margaret's deceptions had led the men to their deaths. The world she had built for herself, fueled by passion and desire, was now in ruins, and Margaret was left to face the devastating consequences. As the investigation unfolded, the truth behind the deadly confrontation began to surface, pulling back the curtain on Margaret Thompson's carefully hidden secrets. The police pieced together the events leading up to the tragedy through interviews, phone records, and the tangled history of her affairs with Patrick, Yusuf, and Kelvin. What they uncovered was a web of deceit and manipulation, one that Margaret had woven so expertly that even she had lost control of it. Detectives found a trove of messages, texts exchanged between Margaret and the three men, each more revealing than the last. Patrick's desperate pleas for attention, Yusuf's increasingly possessive demands, and Kelvin's emotional outpourings painted a picture of a woman who had thrived on the affections of younger men. Margaret's desire for excitement had driven her to foster these relationships, but her inability to manage the escalating tensions had turned her life into a ticking time bomb. The evidence pointed to Margaret as the catalyst for the violence. She had fueled the men's jealousy, allowed their obsessions to fester, and refused to walk away when she had the chance. Although she hadn't physically wielded the knife, it was clear that her actions had set the deadly confrontation in motion. The police theorized that the men had all been driven to confront Margaret that fateful night, each believing they were the only one deserving of her love and attention. The chaos that followed had been inevitable, a tragic result of passions unchecked. As the case moved to trial, Margaret's public image shifted from a lonely widow seeking companionship to a manipulative figure who had toyed with the emotions of vulnerable young men. The prosecution argued that she had led them on, knowingly stoking their possessiveness while maintaining secret relationships with all three. Her refusal to choose between them had pushed the men toward the breaking point, culminating in the fatal encounter. The defense, however, painted a different picture. They claimed that Margaret had been caught in a whirlwind of emotions she couldn't control, a victim of her own loneliness and the overpowering desires of the men who had become obsessed with her. They argued that she had never intended for anyone to get hurt, that she had been trying to distance herself from the relationships but had been overwhelmed by the intensity of the men's feelings. The jury wrestled with the complexities of the case. Was Margaret a victim of circumstance, or had she knowingly orchestrated the deadly drama? In the end, it was the overwhelming evidence of her manipulations, the way she had played the men against each other, the way she had let their obsessions build unchecked, that sealed her fate. Margaret was found guilty of manslaughter, held accountable not for the physical act of murder, but for creating the conditions that had led to the deaths. As she was led away in handcuffs, Margaret's carefully constructed world of passion, secrets, and control crumbled completely. The truth had finally come to light, and the guilt that had simmered beneath the surface was laid bare for all to see. In the end, her desire for excitement had destroyed not only the lives of the three men but also her own. Margaret Maggie Akello had spent her life carefully curating an image of perfection. At 52, she was the embodiment of elegance, sophistication, and power. Known as one of the most successful businesswomen in Nairobi, Maggie owned several thriving companies in the hospitality and real estate sectors. Her influence extended beyond the boardrooms of her enterprises and into the exclusive social circles of the city's elite. To the outside world, she was a respected figure, someone who had risen through the ranks with determination and grace, transforming her humble beginnings into a story of triumph. However, behind her poised demeanor lay secrets darker and more complex than anyone could imagine. Maggie lived in a sprawling estate on the outskirts of Nairobi, where high walls and gates shielded her private life from prying eyes. The mansion, with its whitewashed exterior, modern architecture, and sprawling gardens, was a reflection of her success. Inside, the space was an oasis of luxury, each room carefully designed with taste and precision, filled with imported furniture and priceless artwork. The estate was her sanctuary, a place where she could escape the demands of her public life. But it was also where she nurtured her most dangerous desires. For years, Maggie had been living a double life. On the surface, she was the disciplined businesswoman, but in her private moments, she indulged in the thrill of her secret relationships with 7 men. These men, each unaware of the others, represented different aspects of her personality and desires, and through them, Maggie maintained a sense of control and dominance. They gave her the affection and attention she craved, but more importantly, they were pawns in a game only she knew the rules to. The first of these men was Joshua, a 33-year-old artist with rugged good looks and an infectious charm. Joshua was the kind of man whose hands were always smeared with paint, his jeans perpetually torn and worn from working in his studio. He lived in a modest apartment downtown, surrounded by unfinished canvases and sketches that reflected his restless creative spirit. To Maggie, Joshua was a refreshing escape from the rigidity of her world. His passion for art, his idealism, and his youthful energy made her feel alive in ways that business dealings never could. In his presence, she could forget about boardroom meetings and financial statements. Joshua was pure spontaneity, a muse for the wild part of her soul that craved freedom. But despite his devotion to her, Joshua was naive, believing he was the only man in Maggie's life, unaware of the web of deceit she had spun around him. Then there was David, a man in his late 40s with power and prestige that rivaled Maggie's own. David worked as a senior government official, someone whose decisions shaped the political landscape of Kenya. He was used to wielding authority, but in Maggie's presence he relinquished that control. She had known David for years. They had a history that went beyond politics and business, marked by brief but intense periods of romance. He represented stability, a man who could offer her protection and influence. But Maggie knew that David's career, built on fragile alliances and secrets of his own, would be at risk if their relationship became public. She played on his fears, keeping him close with the promise of loyalty, while knowing full well that he was just one piece in her carefully constructed puzzle. Malik, a 30-year-old fitness trainer, was another key figure in Maggie's life. Obsessive about his physique, Malik was constantly working to maintain his image as the epitome of physical perfection. His chiseled body and sculpted features drew attention wherever he went, and Maggie reveled in being seen with him at exclusive gyms and high-end clubs. He was vain, constantly admiring himself in mirrors, but Maggie didn't mind. His vanity amused her, and she used it to her advantage. She made sure he knew that he was her prized possession, stroking his ego in just the right way to keep him under her spell. Malik, like the others, believed he held a special place in her heart. Though to Maggie, he was little more than an ornament, someone to show off, to enjoy for his physicality but never truly connect with on a deeper level. In stark contrast to Malik was Anthony, a 40-year-old lawyer who had climbed the ranks of one of Nairobi's most prestigious law firms. Anthony was a man who valued order and discipline, someone who lived his life according to strict rules. He was ambitious, always looking for the next step in his career, and his relationship with Maggie was just one more carefully calculated move. To him, Maggie represented an opportunity to elevate his social standing, to align himself with someone whose wealth and influence could open doors for him. But Maggie was not blind to Anthony's motivations. She played along, feeding his ambition with promises of future partnerships and connections while keeping him at a distance. Anthony's arrogance amused her. He thought he was using her. But in reality, she was always 2 steps ahead, manipulating him to suit her needs. Then there was Leonard, an engineer in his late 30s who was the quietest and most reserved of the men in Maggie's life. Leonard lived a solitary existence, preferring the company of machines and blueprints to people. He had a brilliant mind, capable of solving complex technical problems, but when it came to emotions, he was awkward and unsure of himself. Maggie was drawn to his vulnerability, sensing that Leonard had never experienced a deep emotional connection before her. He was grateful for her attention, and she used that gratitude to control him. Unlike the other men, Leonard never questioned her, never pushed for more than she was willing to give. He was content to live in her shadow, believing that his love for her was enough. But Maggie knew that his devotion was fragile, easily shattered if he ever discovered the truth. Samson, the youngest of the group at 28, was an up-and-coming journalist with a sharp intellect and a relentless drive to make a name for himself. He was ambitious, hungry for stories that would put him on the front pages of national newspapers. Maggie admired his tenacity, and she fed him information that kept him intrigued, ensuring that he would always come back to her for more. To Samson, Maggie was a mystery he wanted to unravel. He believed that their relationship was one of equals, that he could hold his own against her power and influence. But Maggie knew better. She had seen men like Samson before, eager and full of promise but ultimately naive. She used him to gather information, to keep tabs on the political and social landscapes that affected her businesses, all while maintaining the illusion that he was important to her. Finally, there was Jared, a 42-year-old ex-convict whose unpredictable nature made him both dangerous and exciting. Jared had served time for armed robbery, and though he claimed to have reformed, there was always a glint of violence in his eyes. He was the wild card in Maggie's life, someone who could not be easily controlled. But that unpredictability was what drew her to him. She liked the danger he represented, the thrill of being with someone who lived outside the rules of society. Jared was fiercely protective of Maggie, seeing her as his redemption, but his volatile temper made him a constant risk. Maggie knew that Jared's loyalty could turn into fury if he ever felt betrayed, and yet she kept him close, intrigued by the challenge of taming him. These 7 men, Joshua, David, Malik, Anthony, Leonard, Samson, and Jared, formed the foundation of Maggie's secret world. Each fulfilled a different need, and each believed they were the only one who mattered. But Maggie knew better. She was the puppet master, pulling the strings, carefully balancing her lies and manipulations to keep her web intact. It was a dangerous game, one that gave her immense power, but also one that came with the constant risk of discovery. As the story opens, Maggie is at the height of her power, confident in her ability to manage her complex web of relationships. But beneath the surface, cracks are beginning to form. The men are growing restless, suspicious of her secrets, and Maggie, for the first time, starts to feel the weight of the game she has been playing for so long. The stage is set for a collision of passions, jealousy, and betrayal that will ultimately lead to her tragic demise. As Margaret Maggie Akello continued to manage her tangled web of relationships, a sense of control remained firmly in her hands. She had perfected the art of compartmentalization, assigning each man a place in her life like pieces on a chessboard. She calculated every move with precision, careful to maintain the illusion of exclusivity with each lover. For years, this delicate balance worked flawlessly. However, the cracks in her world began to form quietly, in the small details that even she, with all her cunning, failed to anticipate. It began with Joshua, the artist. For months, Joshua had been engrossed in an ambitious new series of paintings. Maggie's presence was his greatest inspiration, and he poured his emotions onto the canvas, believing their connection to be profound and unique. But as Maggie became more elusive, skipping their regular meetings with vague excuses, Joshua's creativity stalled. Frustration crept into his work, and his once loose grip on reality tightened with anxiety. His calls went unanswered for days at a time, And when they did meet, Maggie was distant, her mind elsewhere. This shift in her behavior planted the first seed of doubt in Joshua's mind. Restless, he began to suspect that something was amiss. Late one evening, while meeting a friend for drinks, he casually mentioned his growing discomfort. To his shock, his friend mentioned seeing Maggie with another man at a gallery opening. It was a passing comment, but one that stirred something dark and unshakable within Joshua. He had always known Maggie attracted attention, but he convinced himself that her devotion to him was real. Now uncertainty gnawed at his heart, and with it came a dangerous mix of insecurity and possessiveness. Joshua's vibrant creativity turned into sleepless nights and obsessive thoughts. He could not let go of the image of Maggie with someone else. Though he lacked proof, the suspicion alone was enough to erode the trust he had once held in her. Meanwhile, David, the government official, had begun his own quiet investigation. His suspicions were not born from a casual remark, but from his own political instincts, honed over decades in the corridors of power. David was no fool. He knew that Maggie's affections were not as simple as they appeared, and though he harbored a deep emotional attachment to her, his professional intuition sensed something larger at play. There were too many unexplained absences, too many late nights where Maggie claimed to be attending business meetings. David had seen enough scandals in his career to recognize the patterns of deceit, and as a man who valued his reputation above all else, he could not afford to be caught in any scandal, especially one involving a woman like Maggie. Using his political connections, David discreetly gathered information on Maggie's activities. What he discovered unsettled him. Though the details were vague, there were enough rumors of Maggie's involvement with younger men, unexplained visits to exclusive clubs, and hidden transactions that suggested she was funding someone's lifestyle. The picture wasn't clear, but it was enough to stoke David's fears. He felt his grip on Maggie slipping, and worse still, his carefully curated public image was now at risk. Paranoia set in. He became increasingly distant, afraid that any public association with Maggie would lead to questions he wasn't prepared to answer. But walking away from her wasn't easy. Maggie still had power over him, the kind of allure that made him irrational despite his better judgment. Yet David knew that if her secrets became public, the consequences could destroy both of them. Malik, the fitness trainer, was less subtle in his jealousy. His entire identity was built on the admiration of others, and to him, Maggie's sudden coldness felt like a direct assault on his self-worth. Accustomed to the attention his physique and good looks brought him, Malik couldn't tolerate the thought of being replaced. He prided himself on being the pinnacle of health and masculinity, believing Maggie cherished him for these very reasons. But recently, Maggie had been less available, giving him excuses about her business commitments and traveling more frequently than usual. The more time passed, the more Malik's insecurities bubbled to the surface. Unable to cope with the rejection, Malik began stalking Maggie's social media accounts and even resorted to showing up unannounced at her estate, though he never saw anything suspicious. His jealousy spiraled out of control, and soon Malik wasn't just checking her online profiles, he started following her. He would wait outside her favorite restaurants, fitness clubs, and high-end boutiques, hoping to catch her in the act of betraying him. His mind raced with possibilities. Who was she seeing? Who could possibly be better than him? Malik was certain that someone else had taken his place in Maggie's life, but every time he confronted her, she deflected with her usual charm, soothing his concerns with empty reassurances. Yet Malik's patience was wearing thin, and with it, the veneer of control he had over his emotions. While Malik seethed, Anthony, the successful lawyer, approached the situation with cold calculation. Anthony had always seen his relationship with Maggie as transactional. He was under no illusion of romance. He wanted the power and prestige that came with being associated with someone as influential as Maggie. But recently, Anthony began to suspect that Maggie was using him just as much as he was using her. His suspicions were confirmed when a well-connected acquaintance mentioned seeing Maggie in the company of a younger, athletic man at a high-end cocktail party. Anthony's ego couldn't handle the thought of being outmaneuvered by someone who, in his view, was beneath him. He saw himself as a master strategist, always a step ahead, but Maggie's games were starting to fray his nerves. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, Anthony hired a private investigator to follow Maggie and document her activities. The evidence that returned was both incriminating and infuriating. The photos showed Maggie with multiple men, some familiar, others complete strangers to Anthony. His suspicions had been confirmed. He wasn't the only man in her life. Fueled by rage, Anthony began plotting his next move. But unlike Malik or Joshua, Anthony wasn't motivated by emotion. His vengeance would be calculated, precise, and designed to hurt Maggie where it mattered most: her reputation. As Anthony began his covert campaign of gathering evidence, Leonard, the quiet engineer, remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing around him. Of all the men in Maggie's life, Leonard was the least threatening, the most easily manipulated. Maggie had always viewed Leonard as a safe bet, someone who would never challenge her, someone who could be kept in the dark indefinitely. But even Leonard couldn't escape the growing tension. As Maggie spent less time with him, his normally placid demeanor became tinged with sadness. He didn't suspect her of infidelity, but he felt the shift in their relationship, sensing that he no longer held her attention in the way he once did. Leonard's quiet despair contrasted sharply with the fiery emotions of the other men, but it was no less dangerous. His isolation made him vulnerable, and if the truth ever reached him, Maggie knew his fragile trust would shatter. Samson, the journalist, was the first to put the pieces together. His sharp instincts, honed from years of uncovering hidden truths, told him that Maggie was hiding something. His curiosity, initially professional, soon became personal. Samson started to investigate Maggie's background, using his skills as a journalist to dig into her past. What he uncovered wasn't just a series of indiscretions, it was a pattern of deception. He found connections between her business dealings and some of the men in her life. Contracts awarded to companies run by Joshua, payments to Malik's gym, political favors linked to David, all the threads led back to Maggie. Samson realized that he was part of a larger game, one that Maggie had been playing for years. Fueled by both professional ambition and personal betrayal, Samson considered exposing Maggie's double life in an explosive expose. But the more he uncovered, the more he realized the potential fallout for everyone involved, including himself. The power Maggie wielded, the influence she had over so many lives, made her dangerous. If he went public with his findings, he could ruin not only her, but several influential men who could destroy him in retaliation. Torn between his desire for revenge and the fear of the consequences, Samson's internal conflict grew, making him increasingly unstable. The wild card in this tangled web was Jared, the ex-convict. Jared was unpredictable, prone to sudden bursts of anger and utterly devoted to Maggie. But even his devotion had its limits. When he overheard a conversation suggesting that Maggie had been unfaithful, his simmering temper boiled over. Unlike the others, Jared didn't stew in silence. He confronted Maggie directly, accusing her of betrayal. Maggie, ever the manipulator, managed to calm him, for a time, but Jared's trust was irreparably damaged. His violent tendencies, barely contained, now simmered beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to explode. The men, now united by their growing suspicions and insecurities, each began to unravel in their own way. Jealousy, fear, and anger gnawed at them, and Maggie's once precise control started to slip. The balance she had so carefully maintained was collapsing, and with it, the fragile stability of her life. Each man was a ticking time bomb, and it was only a matter of time before they collided, with deadly consequences. The precarious balance Maggie Akello had maintained for years finally started to tip. What had once been a perfectly orchestrated game of manipulation and deceit was now spiraling out of her control. The threads of her intricate web, which had held together 7 men in blissful ignorance, were fraying. Secrets, long buried and carefully hidden, began to emerge, and with them came the inevitable conflict, intensifying the dangerous situation Maggie found herself in. The first major breach came when Jared, the volatile ex-convict, stumbled upon undeniable proof of Maggie's betrayal. Jared had always been a man of suspicion, prone to jealousy and quick to act on his emotions. But Maggie had managed to keep him tethered with promises of loyalty, using her charm and power to control his more violent impulses. However, when Jared accidentally found a receipt from an expensive restaurant, one that he had never visited with Maggie, the walls of his trust came crashing down. The date on the receipt was damning, coinciding with one of the nights she had claimed to be away on business. Enraged, Jared's mind raced, filling in the gaps with dark imaginings of what Maggie might have been doing, and with whom. Jared's first instinct was to confront Maggie, but years of living on the edge had taught him patience. He didn't explode immediately. Instead, he followed her, watching her movements with a predator's gaze. His suspicions were confirmed when he saw her in the company of Malik, the muscular fitness trainer. The sight of Maggie smiling at another man, so casually intimate, ignited a fury in Jared that he could barely contain. Malik, unaware that he was being watched, had no idea of the danger lurking just beyond the shadows. Jared's jealousy reached a fever pitch, and in his mind, Malik became the embodiment of every man who had ever wronged him. This wasn't just about Maggie, it was about his entire life of betrayal and deception. But rather than acting on his rage immediately, Jared decided to wait. He needed to confront Maggie in a way that would hurt her as much as she had hurt him. While Jared stewed in his anger, Anthony, the lawyer, was moving forward with his own plans. The private investigator he had hired had gathered enough evidence to show that Maggie's affairs were not only numerous but also interconnected. Anthony's arrogance had initially led him to believe he was in control of the situation, but the investigation revealed that Maggie had been using him, just as she had used the others. For a man who prided himself on always being in command, this revelation was intolerable. He wasn't just another lover, he was a man of power, wealth, and influence. How could Maggie dare to play him for a fool? Anthony's ego was bruised, but his mind remained sharp. He knew that a direct confrontation would only give Maggie the upper hand. Instead, he quietly began to gather leverage, ensuring that if he went down, he wouldn't go down alone. He dug deeper into Maggie's business dealings, finding irregularities that could be used against her. Maggie had been careful, but even the most meticulous plans left a trail, and Anthony, with his legal expertise, was adept at following it. The pieces of evidence started to come together: financial records showing unexplained transactions to Joshua, the artist, and David, the government official. Maggie had tied herself to each of the men not just emotionally, but financially and politically as well. Anthony realized that if the full extent of these connections were revealed, it wouldn't just be a personal scandal, it would be a catastrophe that could ruin reputations, careers, and possibly lives. As Anthony's investigation deepened, Samson, the journalist, was on a similar path. His natural curiosity had led him to uncover a trail of breadcrumbs that Maggie had not intended to leave behind. Samson had always prided himself on being able to see through lies, but the deeper he dug into Maggie's life, the more he realized how thoroughly he had been deceived. Maggie had used him to gather information, feeding him just enough to keep him hooked, while all the time leading him to believe he was her equal, her intellectual match. Now that illusion was shattered. Samson began piecing together a story that could destroy Maggie, but it wasn't just about revenge anymore, it was about the truth. He felt a professional obligation to expose her, to bring her manipulations to light. But the more he uncovered, the more dangerous the situation became. He discovered connections between Maggie and powerful figures, including David, the government official. If he published his findings, it wouldn't just be Maggie who fell. David's political career would be in jeopardy, and there were other men with influence and resources who could retaliate against him if the story came to light. Despite these risks, Samson continued to compile his evidence, unsure of what his next move should be. The weight of the truth, combined with his personal sense of betrayal, pushed him to the brink. He started losing sleep, his once clear vision of justice muddied by fear and anger. Each day that passed without action made him more unstable, and the pressure of holding on to so many secrets began to unravel his composure. While Samson wrestled with his conscience, David, the politician, received a troubling tip-off. A colleague in the intelligence community mentioned that his name had surfaced in an investigation connected to Maggie. At first, David dismissed it as gossip, but when he looked further, he realized that Samson's investigation had come dangerously close to exposing their relationship. David's career, built on years of political maneuvering, was now in jeopardy. If the story broke, it would be a scandal that could end his aspirations in a single stroke. He knew Samson knew his ambition and his relentless pursuit of the truth, and realized that the journalist was far too close for comfort. David's reaction was coldly calculated. He used his influence to have Samson investigated, turning the tables on the journalist. If Samson tried to expose him, David would ensure that his career would be destroyed first. He wasn't going to let Maggie's recklessness bring him down. But even as he made these moves, David couldn't shake the feeling that the situation was slipping out of control. Maggie, once a source of excitement and passion, was now a liability, a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. And if it did, the fallout would reach far beyond just him. At the same time, Joshua, the artist, had reached his breaking point. His obsession with Maggie had consumed him. The doubts that had once been whispers in his mind were now deafening roars, and when he stumbled upon a photograph of Maggie and Anthony, the lawyer, at an event together, it was the final blow. Joshua's fragile sense of reality collapsed. He could no longer paint. His creativity had been devoured by the black hole of jealousy and betrayal. Maggie had been his muse, his inspiration, and now she was the source of his torment. Joshua began drinking heavily, and his life unraveled. His art, once vibrant and full of emotion, became dark and chaotic, reflecting the turmoil inside him. In a moment of drunken rage, he destroyed his studio, smashing canvases and tearing apart the very pieces that had once celebrated his love for Maggie. His self-destruction was inevitable, and though he didn't know it yet, his spiral would soon collide with the lives of the other men, drawing them all into a storm of violence and tragedy. Leonard, the quiet engineer, remained the only one untouched by the growing conflict, at least on the surface. His relationship with Maggie had always been different, simpler, quieter. He didn't ask for much from her, and she gave him just enough to keep him content. But even Leonard could feel the change. Maggie had been distant, and though he didn't suspect infidelity, he sensed that something was wrong. His quiet world, built on routines and predictability, was beginning to crumble. And though Leonard wasn't a man prone to anger or jealousy, the growing tension around him would soon force him into a confrontation he was woefully unprepared for. The stage was now set. Each man had uncovered part of Maggie's deception, and though none of them knew the full extent of her lies, they were united by a common thread: betrayal. The once separate lives of these 7 men were now intertwined in ways none of them could have predicted, and the conflict brewing beneath the surface was ready to explode. Maggie, sensing that her carefully constructed world was beginning to collapse, tried to maintain control. But even she, with all her manipulation and cunning, could not keep the inevitable from happening. The secrets were out, and the men she had once controlled were now turning against her, each driven by his own sense of betrayal, rage, and desperation. The conflict that followed would be fierce, and its consequences would be devastating. The careful facade that Maggie Akello had built over the years finally began to crack, and as with any elaborate structure, the collapse started with a single event, a seemingly minor slip, that would set off a chain reaction. The discovery that would turn her life upside down didn't come in a dramatic burst of revelation, but instead began slowly, insidiously, like poison seeping into every part of her carefully compartmentalized world. It was Anthony, the lawyer, who uncovered the first critical piece of evidence. After weeks of quiet surveillance, his private investigator had handed him a file that confirmed his worst suspicions. Maggie had not only been seeing other men, but she had also carefully woven each of them into her financial and personal affairs. The investigator had collected photographs of Maggie meeting with Joshua in his dingy studio, handing him a check to fund his latest art project. There were records of her attending high-profile social events with Malik, the fitness trainer, and even more damning receipts from luxury vacations Maggie had taken with David, the high-ranking government official. Each piece of evidence was like a punch to Anthony's ego, a reminder that he had never been the special, irreplaceable lover he had imagined himself to be. But it was the investigator's final discovery that sealed Maggie's fate. The investigator had managed to trace several secret bank accounts in Maggie's name, accounts that had been used to make substantial payments to each of her lovers. Anthony, who had always prided himself on his intellect and ability to outthink others, realized with a cold fury that he had been nothing more than a pawn in her game. The woman he had once admired for her power and independence was now revealed to be a master manipulator, playing not just him but all of the other men for her own benefit. Anthony, however, was not a man to act impulsively. His mind, trained to analyze and strategize, quickly shifted from shock and anger to calculation. Maggie's entire empire was built on her relationships and the influence she wielded over her lovers. If these secrets came to light, her world would collapse, but Anthony saw an opportunity in the wreckage. He could use this information to not only destroy her but also position himself as the orchestrator of her downfall, gaining more power in the process. As Anthony began to plot his next move, the ripples of this discovery spread further. Unknown to Anthony, David, the government official, had already received warnings that his name had surfaced in rumors surrounding Maggie. For weeks, David had been growing increasingly paranoid, aware that his political career was vulnerable to scandal. The whispers about his relationship with Maggie were becoming louder, and David knew that in his world, perception was everything. If even the faintest hint of impropriety reached the public, his career and everything he had worked for could be destroyed. David's initial response had been to distance himself from Maggie, pulling away from their meetings and becoming more secretive in his communications with her. But the more he tried to withdraw, the more entangled he became. Maggie, sensing his coldness, had pushed harder, using the information she held over him as leverage to keep him close. She reminded him, without saying it outright, that she had the power to ruin him just as easily as he could ruin her. It was a subtle threat wrapped in their intimate conversations, but David understood it clearly. When Anthony's private investigator began spreading information about Maggie's affairs, It didn't take long for it to reach David's ears. One evening, in the quiet of his office, David received an anonymous envelope containing photographs of Maggie and another man, Malik, the fitness trainer. The images were innocuous enough on the surface: Maggie and Malik entering a restaurant together, a lingering touch on her arm as they left, but to David, they were a declaration of war. Maggie had betrayed him, not only emotionally but politically. She had compromised him by associating with men who could be used against him, and David knew that if these photographs ever reached the public, it would be the end of his political career. Furious and feeling trapped, David took the only course of action that seemed logical to him. He called in favors from his contacts in intelligence. He wanted to know everything about the men Maggie was involved with, and the more he learned, the more dangerous the situation became. Maggie wasn't just a woman juggling multiple lovers, she was a woman with influence, who had access to financial resources and political favors that could destabilize the careers of powerful men. David knew he wasn't the only one being manipulated. There were others, men just as vulnerable as him. And they were all in Maggie's orbit, unaware of the ticking time bomb she had created. While Anthony and David were setting their plans in motion, Samson, the journalist, had also reached a critical juncture. His investigation into Maggie's life had led him to a crossroads. The deeper he dug, the more he realized how tangled Maggie's relationships were, not just emotionally, but financially and politically. Samson had discovered ties between Maggie's businesses and several of the men she was involved with, including suspicious financial transactions between her and both Joshua and David. Samson had even found connections to Jared, the ex-convict, who appeared to have received large sums of money from Maggie with no clear explanation. For Samson, this was the story of a lifetime. If he exposed Maggie's web of deceit, it could take down some of the most powerful men in Nairobi. But the risks were enormous. Samson knew that once this story broke, it would cause a scandal that would not only destroy Maggie but also put his own life in danger. Powerful people didn't fall quietly, and Samson was well aware of the lengths to which men like David would go to protect their reputations. As Samson struggled with the moral and professional dilemma of whether to publish his findings, his own personal feelings toward Maggie complicated the matter further. He had been one of her lovers, and though he had convinced himself that he was different, that he had been smarter, more objective, he now realized he had been just as manipulated as the others. The betrayal stung, but more than that, Samson felt a sense of responsibility. He had to expose the truth, no matter the cost. While Samson deliberated, Joshua, the artist, was spiraling out of control. The evidence of Maggie's infidelity had pushed him to the edge of madness. His art, once vibrant and full of life, had become dark and chaotic, reflecting the turmoil inside him. Joshua had always been the sensitive one, the romantic dreamer who believed in love above all else. Maggie had been his muse, his reason for creating, and now that she had betrayed him, he could no longer find the beauty in anything. His life had become a series of self-destructive actions: drinking, lashing out, destroying the very work that had once brought him joy. One evening, in a fit of rage and desperation, Joshua decided to confront Maggie. He couldn't bear the thought of her being with another man, and the idea that he had been nothing more than a plaything in her grand game was more than he could handle. Armed with the knowledge that she had been seeing Anthony, he went to Maggie's estate, his mind clouded with anger and alcohol. But when he arrived, what he found was not Maggie, but Malik, the fitness trainer, entering her home. The sight of Malik, young, fit, and everything Joshua was not, was the final blow. Joshua's jealousy turned to blind rage, and though he didn't act on it immediately, the violence that simmered beneath the surface was ready to explode. While Joshua's rage festered, Malik remained oblivious to the storm brewing around him. In his mind, he had nothing to fear. He believed that Maggie's affection for him was genuine, and his ego, fueled by years of admiration and attention from others, blinded him to the danger. Malik had never been one to question Maggie's absences or inconsistencies. He was content to live in the moment, enjoying the physical and emotional satisfaction that their relationship brought him. But even Malik could sense that something had changed. Maggie had become more distant, more preoccupied, and though Malik's vanity told him that he was still her favorite, a small seed of doubt had been planted in his mind. One evening, Malik received an anonymous message and email containing photographs of Maggie with another man. The man in the photos was David, the government official. Malik, shocked and humiliated, couldn't believe what he was seeing. Maggie, the woman he had thought adored him, had been seeing other men all along. For someone as vain and self-obsessed as Malik, this was more than just a betrayal, it was a blow to his very sense of self. How could she have chosen someone like David over him? A man who wasn't nearly as young, fit, or attractive. The seeds of rage and jealousy that had been planted in Malik's mind now began to take root. He started watching Maggie more closely, looking for signs of her continued betrayal. His jealousy turned into obsession, and soon Malik was following her, trying to catch her in the act. Each time he saw her with another man, his anger grew, until it was no longer just about Maggie, it was about reclaiming his sense of superiority. Malik couldn't stand the thought that he had been replaced, that he had been nothing more than another pawn in her game. The illusion of control he had always believed he held over his life was shattering, and with it, his grip on reality. As Malik's obsession deepened, Leonard, the quiet engineer, remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding around him. Leonard had always been the least involved in the drama of Maggie's life, content to exist on the periphery, never demanding more than she was willing to give. But even Leonard could sense that something was wrong. Maggie had been distant, and though he didn't suspect infidelity, he knew that she was hiding something from him. One evening, Leonard made the fateful decision to visit Maggie unannounced. He had never done so before, always respecting the boundaries she had set. But his growing unease pushed him to act. When Leonard arrived at her estate, he was met with a sight he never expected: Maggie, in the arms of Samson, the journalist. The realization hit him like a freight train. Maggie, the woman he had loved in his quiet, unassuming way, had been lying to him all along. The discovery shattered Leonard's world. He had always been the one who trusted her implicitly, never questioning her motives or actions. Now he realized that he had been nothing more than another piece in her puzzle, another man she had used and discarded. The quiet rage that had been simmering inside him for years, buried beneath layers of politeness and restraint, began to surface. The stage was set. Maggie's deception had finally been exposed, and each of the 7 men in her life, driven by jealousy, betrayal, and rage, was now on a collision course. The discovery of her lies had ignited a fire that could no longer be contained, and the consequences would be catastrophic. The night of the murder began in unsettling silence. Maggie Akello, sitting in the opulent comfort of her living room, swirled the red wine in her glass, contemplating her next move. For years she had maintained perfect control over her tangled relationships, her power extending like invisible strings over the men she juggled, each fulfilling a different part of her complex desires. But now she could feel the tension building. The air felt thicker, her instincts sharper. Each of the 7 men had started pulling away, their patience thinning, their devotion unraveling. Maggie sensed their growing doubts but remained confident in her ability to manipulate them back into her grasp. The first to arrive that fateful evening was Joshua, the artist. His descent into madness had been slow but relentless. Maggie had been his muse, the source of his inspiration, but her betrayal had gutted him. As he stood outside her mansion, his heart pounded with a mixture of anger and desperation. His mind, clouded by jealousy, could no longer differentiate between love and hate. His shaking hands gripped the doorknob as he pushed the door open unlocked, as if she had been expecting someone. But it wasn't Joshua alone who would meet Maggie that night. Next came Anthony, the lawyer, driven not just by betrayal but by a sense of humiliation. He had once believed himself to be the smartest man in the room, the one who understood the game Maggie was playing. Yet the evidence of her deceit had piled up, leaving him seething. He too had arrived with a plan: confront her, expose her lies, make her pay for underestimating him. But what Anthony hadn't counted on was the presence of the others. As the night wore on, the rest of the men arrived, each armed with their own emotional baggage. Malik, the fitness trainer, whose vanity had been bruised by the discovery of Maggie's infidelity; David, the politician, whose career now hung in the balance due to her careless entanglements; Leonard, quiet and introspective, yet broken by her betrayal; Samson, whose journalistic instincts had uncovered more than he'd ever wanted to know; and Jared, the ex-convict, whose volatile temper had been simmering for weeks. Inside the mansion, the confrontation spiraled out of control. Accusations flew, and the men turned on each other, each blaming the other for Maggie's lies. In the chaos, Maggie, seeing her web of control collapse, tried to escape. She darted toward the stairs, but in the heated argument, Jared, overwhelmed by his rage, shoved her back. Maggie stumbled, lost her balance, and fell. Her body struck the marble steps with a sickening thud, and the house fell silent. Maggie Akello was dead. The men, now bound by the shared horror of what had just happened, stood in shock, the gravity of their actions slowly sinking in. None had intended for this to happen, but the consequences of their emotions had spiraled beyond their control. Their once shared obsession with Maggie had led them to a single, deadly conclusion. Now they faced the aftermath together. The aftermath of Maggie Akello's death settled like a suffocating weight over the men who had once been bound by their obsession with her. As her lifeless body lay at the bottom of the marble staircase, a silence blanketed the mansion, broken only by the shallow breaths and nervous glances exchanged between the 7 men. None of them had anticipated this outcome. What began as a night of confrontation had spiraled into something much darker, a murder. And now, each of them was left grappling with the brutal reality of their involvement. Jared, the ex-convict, stood frozen, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. His hand had been the one to push her, but it hadn't been intentional, at least. That's what he kept telling himself. The rage that had consumed him moments ago drained from his body, leaving him hollow and terrified. The others, though equally shaken, knew that Jared's violent past would make him the prime suspect if they didn't act quickly. The instinct to survive, to protect themselves, kicked in for each of them. Anthony, the lawyer, was the first to break the silence, his sharp mind already formulating a plan. They couldn't call the police, it would ruin them all. Each man had ties to Maggie that could destroy their careers, their reputations, their lives. The scandal would be too great, the consequences too severe. Anthony knew that if any of them were implicated in her death, their connections to Maggie's deceit and manipulation would unravel under scrutiny, exposing everything. Without speaking, they silently agreed to cover up the crime. David, the politician, coldly calculated the risks, realizing that his career would be obliterated if anyone knew the extent of his involvement with Maggie. He began directing the others to clean the scene, using his authoritative tone to mask the fear that clung to him like a second skin. Malik, ever focused on his physicality, began wiping down surfaces, moving with robotic precision, as if this act of cleaning could somehow erase his guilt. Samson, the journalist, felt a crushing weight in his chest. He had spent weeks investigating Maggie's life, uncovering the truth about her manipulations, but now he was part of the very story he had sought to expose. His journalistic instincts screamed at him to document what was happening, but the reality of his own involvement kept him silent. Leonard, the quiet engineer, moved in a daze, his mind unable to reconcile the gentle love he had once felt for Maggie with the violent reality of her death. As they worked to stage the scene, carefully removing any trace of their presence, the weight of their shared guilt hung heavy in the air. The mansion, once a symbol of Maggie's power, had become a tomb, a silent witness to the chaos she had cultivated. Each man, bound together by her lies, was now equally bound by the secret of her death. When they finally left the mansion that night, their lives had been irreparably changed. Each man carried the burden of Maggie's death in his own way. Joshua, the artist, descended further into madness, consumed by guilt and grief. His art, once vibrant, became dark and chaotic, reflecting the turmoil inside him. Malik retreated into himself, his once proud confidence shattered, his vanity turned to shame. David buried himself in his work, trying to suppress the scandal that could still emerge, while Anthony became consumed with paranoia, convinced that one of the others would crack and expose them all. In the days that followed, Maggie's death was ruled an accident, a tragic fall down the stairs in her grand mansion. But the truth remained buried, a shared secret that connected the 7 men in a way none of them could escape. They had all been caught in Maggie's web, and now, even in death, she controlled them, haunting their thoughts, their dreams, their lives. The men would go on, but they would never truly be free. The memory of that night, the weight of their actions, would follow them like shadows, always lurking, always threatening to resurface. They had come to confront Maggie, each driven by their own desires and betrayals, but in the end it was their own souls that had been shattered, forever marked by the woman who had held them all in her deadly grip. Known for its grand houses hidden among centuries-old oak trees and its quiet streets, the district appeared untouched by the chaos of the outside world. Life here moved at a calm and controlled pace, but behind closed doors, tensions had begun to bubble, unseen by the neighbors, yet impossible to ignore. For one resident in particular, Aaliyah Johnson, this would be the summer that changed everything. Aaliyah, 34, was the wife of Malik Johnson, a high-profile attorney who had built an impressive career defending wealthy clients in the city's most significant legal battles. To the outside world, Aaliyah and Malik lived a picture-perfect life. Their stately home stood proudly on a shaded street, an image of stability and prosperity. Friends and acquaintances saw Aaliyah as the epitome of elegance. At high society gatherings, she was always impeccably dressed, her graceful demeanor masking the swirling storm beneath her composed surface. In public, Aaliyah was the quintessential wife of a successful man. She charmed everyone with her kindness, and her devotion to her husband and their two young children, Ella and Caden, was unquestionable. But to her closest friends, those who had known her for years, there were hints of something deeper. Every now and then, her usually bright smile would falter. Her mind would drift in conversation, her eyes unfocused, lost in thoughts she never shared aloud. To the untrained eye, she seemed to live a dream life, but Aaliyah knew better. Her marriage to Malik, once filled with love and passion, had slowly turned into something unrecognizable. What had started as an equal partnership had become a cold, distant arrangement, driven more by Malik's ambition than by mutual affection. Malik's days were consumed by work, late nights at the office, and meetings with clients. He insisted that he was working for the family, providing the life of luxury they enjoyed, but his constant absence left Aaliyah feeling increasingly isolated in the spacious home they had once chosen together. The house itself became a silent witness to the growing rift between them. Every room, every piece of carefully chosen furniture, served as a reminder of the life they had once shared, the life Aaliyah now felt slipping away. She had tried to fill the void left by Malik's absence in various ways: yoga classes, charity work, endless reading, but nothing seemed to ease the hollow feeling that grew inside her with each passing day. Aaliyah felt trapped in the routines of her perfect life. She was the wife, the mother, the hostess at their elegant dinner parties, but in the quiet moments, she could barely recognize herself anymore. The vibrant, confident woman she had once been had become a shadow of her former self. In the mirror, she saw only a shell, an image of a life that looked flawless but felt utterly devoid of joy. The turning point came one afternoon, when she stumbled upon a text message on Malik's phone. The message wasn't long, just a few lines, but the words were enough to shatter her carefully constructed reality. It was from one of Malik's colleagues, and though the tone was polite, the intimacy was unmistakable. It wasn't just a professional conversation, it was the kind of exchange Aaliyah had once shared with Malik, back when their marriage was still full of passion and possibility. At first, Aaliyah couldn't fully process what she had seen. The initial shock froze her thoughts, but as the hours passed, the truth began to sink in. All the pieces started to fall into place: Malik's late nights, his business trips, the coldness that had replaced the warmth between them. What she had once excused as stress or the demands of his career now seemed like a carefully constructed lie. Malik had betrayed her, and Aaliyah was no longer sure if she knew the man she had married. Instead of confronting Malik, Aaliyah withdrew. She didn't scream or demand an explanation. She didn't throw the phone at him in a fit of rage. Instead, she quietly folded the knowledge into herself, retreating into her thoughts, trying to understand what it meant for her life and her future. In that moment of betrayal, Aaliyah realized something that had been buried deep inside her for years: her own desires, her need for freedom, and the sense of self she had sacrificed for the sake of her marriage. The discovery of Malik's infidelity became a catalyst for change in Aaliyah's life, though at first it wasn't a change she fully recognized. She began to avoid social events, skipping out on the charity galas and cocktail parties that had once defined her social calendar. She no longer had the energy to play the part of the devoted wife, and the thought of pretending everything was fine became unbearable. Malik didn't seem to notice at first. As always, he was too consumed by his work to see the cracks forming in the foundation of their life together. As the summer dragged on, the heat outside seemed to mirror the growing tension in Aaliyah's heart. The oppressive weather pressed down on the city, making every movement feel sluggish and heavy. Aaliyah spent more and more time alone, wandering the house in the afternoons after the children had gone to school. She would sit for hours in their lavish living room, staring at the family photos on the walls, wondering when exactly her life had taken such a sharp turn into emptiness. It was during one of these long, contemplative afternoons that Aaliyah stumbled across an invitation to an art gallery opening. The new gallery had recently opened along the Mississippi waterfront, and though she had no particular interest in art, Aaliyah decided to go. She needed something, anything to distract her from the suffocating atmosphere at home. Little did she know that this seemingly small decision would set her on a path that would unravel everything she thought she knew about herself and her life. The gallery was cool and quiet, a stark contrast to the heat and noise of the city. Aaliyah wandered through the exhibition, her eyes scanning the bold, contemporary paintings that lined the walls. She wasn't looking for anything in particular, just an escape from her thoughts. That's when she saw it, a large, vibrant abstraction, its colors so alive they seemed to pulse off the canvas. The painting drew her in, and she stood before it, lost in its intensity, when a voice behind her broke the silence. "Do you like it?" "Like it?" Aaliyah turned to see a woman standing beside her. She was striking, with short dreadlocks and a confident posture that radiated energy. Dressed in a simple black linen shirt, the woman seemed to embody the same boldness that filled her artwork. This was Jade Hill, and Aaliyah's life was about to take a turn she never could have predicted. The encounter at the gallery with Jade Hill would forever alter the course of Aaliyah's life. Standing beside the bold painting, Jade seemed to carry the same energy as her artwork, fearless, vibrant, and full of life. Aaliyah felt a spark she hadn't experienced in years. Jade's question lingered in the air, and though it was a simple inquiry about the painting, it carried an unspoken invitation to something much deeper. Aaliyah responded with a polite smile, but Jade's presence shook her more than she cared to admit. She had spent so many years suppressing her own desires and living according to the expectations placed on her, that the intensity of the connection between them caught her completely off guard. Their conversation flowed naturally, Jade's confidence putting Aaliyah at ease, yet igniting something long dormant within her. As they spoke about art, life, and the unspoken emotions behind the paintings, Aaliyah found herself drawn to Jade's free-spirited nature. Jade was the opposite of everything Aaliyah had become. While Aaliyah's life was defined by structure and obligation, Jade's was ruled by passion and creativity. She lived by her own rules, uninhibited by the conventions that had come to define Aaliyah's world. This first meeting left Aaliyah intrigued but also unnerved. There was something dangerous about the attraction. She felt a danger that both thrilled and terrified her. Days after their initial encounter, Aaliyah couldn't stop thinking about Jade. She began to attend more gallery events, using the excuse of needing a cultural escape from her increasingly stifling home life. Each time she went, Jade was there, as if fate were pushing them together. Their conversations deepened, moving from art to more personal topics. Aaliyah found herself opening up in ways she hadn't with anyone, not even her closest friends. Jade listened with an intensity that made Aaliyah feel truly seen, and in Jade's presence, she felt free to be the person she had hidden away for so long. The connection between them wasn't just emotional. Aaliyah couldn't ignore the physical tension that crackled in the air whenever they were together. Each accidental touch of Jade's hand sent electric shivers through her body, awakening sensations she had tried to bury. Her heart raced whenever Jade's gaze lingered a little too long, and she began to crave those moments, seeking out Jade's company more and more. It wasn't long before their relationship crossed the line from friendship into something deeper. After a night out at a local jazz bar, one of Jade's favorite spots hidden away in the forgotten corners of the city, they returned to Jade's apartment. The dim lighting, the faint sound of jazz floating in from the streets below, and the proximity of their bodies created an undeniable tension. Aaliyah had been teetering on the edge of this moment for weeks, and now it was impossible to resist. When Jade kissed her, it was gentle at first, but the passion between them quickly escalated. Aaliyah's heart raced as she responded, her hands moving instinctively to pull Jade closer. The kiss deepened, and in that moment all the fear and doubt Aaliyah had felt melted away, leaving only desire. They moved together in perfect synchrony, exploring each other's bodies with an intensity that Aaliyah had forgotten was possible. Every touch, every kiss felt like the release of years of pent-up longing. For the first time in as long as she could remember, Aaliyah felt alive. The suffocating constraints of her marriage, her home, her role as Malik's wife, all faded into the background as she lost herself in the passion of her affair with Jade. In Jade's arms, Aaliyah found something she hadn't even known she was missing: a sense of freedom, of being truly seen and desired for who she was, not for the roles she played. But as the affair grew more intense, so did the risks. Aaliyah knew she was walking a dangerous line. Every time she left Jade's apartment and returned to her family, guilt clawed at her, yet the pull of her new lover was too strong to resist. Malik's absence from their home had made it easy to lead this double life, but Aaliyah knew it couldn't last forever. The affair had given her a taste of freedom, but it also planted a seed of fear. What would happen if Malik found out? What if her children discovered the truth? Even as Aaliyah reveled in her newfound passion, the shadow of what she was risking loomed large over her. She wasn't just betraying her husband, she was betraying the life she had built, the image of the perfect family she had worked so hard to maintain. But with each stolen moment with Jade, Aaliyah found it harder to care about the consequences. In Jade she had found something real, something she had lost long ago, and for now that was all that mattered. Aaliyah had no idea that this affair, which had started as a thrilling escape, would soon spiral out of her control and lead to consequences far more devastating than she could ever imagine. As Aaliyah's relationship with Jade deepened, Her once structured life began to unravel in ways she hadn't anticipated. The affair, which had initially offered her a thrilling escape, now became an all-consuming force, pulling her further from the life she had known and into a world that felt both liberating and terrifying. Each day, Aaliyah found herself torn between two opposing forces: the suffocating stability of her marriage and the intoxicating freedom she experienced with Jade. At home, things were deteriorating rapidly. Malik, though still absorbed in his work, began to notice subtle changes in Aaliyah's behavior. She became more distant, her excuses for staying out late growing weaker and less convincing. He would ask her casual questions about where she had been, but his tone was sharper than before, his suspicion more apparent. The tension between them was palpable, and even in their brief interactions it was clear that something had shifted. Aaliyah, meanwhile, grew more adept at covering her tracks. She deleted messages from Jade, wiped her call history, and made sure not to leave any physical trace of their time together. Yet, despite her precautions, guilt gnawed at her. She would watch Ella and Caden playing in the yard, their innocent faces unaware of the storm brewing around them, and feel an overwhelming sense of shame. What would happen to them if everything came out? How would they see her if they learned the truth? But with Jade, all of those concerns faded away. Their time together became a refuge, a world where Aaliyah could forget her responsibilities, her guilt, and even her fear. Jade pushed her further into this new life, encouraging Aaliyah to embrace her desires and abandon the constraints of her past. Jade's presence in Aaliyah's life was becoming more dominant, and though their relationship had begun as a passionate escape, Jade's influence was now shifting into something more manipulative. Jade started to subtly test Aaliyah's commitment, planting ideas in her mind that she deserved more than the life she was living. "You're not just his wife," Jade would say during their late-night talks. "You're more than that. You could be so much more." At first, these words seemed like encouragement, but soon, they took on a more insistent tone. Jade wasn't content with Aaliyah living a double life. She wanted all of Aaliyah, and she began to push for more time, more commitment, and eventually, for Aaliyah to make a choice. "You need to decide," Jade told her one night as they sat on the balcony of Jade's apartment, the warm New Orleans air thick with humidity. "I can't keep sharing you with him. Either you're with me, or you're not." The ultimatum hit Aaliyah like a slap. She wasn't ready for that level of commitment, but Jade's words lingered in her mind, feeding her already growing doubts about her marriage. Malik, on the other hand, had started to confront Aaliyah more directly. One night, after she had returned home much later than she promised, Malik's suspicions boiled over. "Where were you?" he asked, his voice calm but edged with anger. Aaliyah had a rehearsed excuse ready, something about meeting an old friend, but her nervousness betrayed her. Malik wasn't convinced, and though he didn't press the issue, his watchful gaze became a constant presence in the house. As Aaliyah struggled to maintain her composure at home, Jade's demands became more intense. Jade wanted Aaliyah to stop pretending, to confront Malik and leave him for good. For Aaliyah, though, this wasn't a simple choice. It wasn't just about Malik, it was about her children, her reputation, the life she had built over so many years. Leaving Malik would mean breaking everything apart, and she wasn't sure she had the strength to face the consequences. Despite her hesitation, Jade continued to press. What had started as an affair driven by passion had now morphed into something darker. Jade's charisma and charm were still there, but they were tinged with a growing sense of possessiveness. She no longer played the role of the understanding lover. She began to exert control over Aaliyah, subtly manipulating her emotions and pushing her further into a corner. Aaliyah began to feel trapped in her own life. Every decision felt loaded with consequences she wasn't prepared to handle. She loved her children and still had affection for Malik, despite their growing distance. But with Jade, she had found a part of herself she couldn't ignore, a part she didn't want to lose. The conflict inside her intensified with each passing day, and she began to sense that, no matter what she chose, someone would end up getting hurt. By the end of the summer, the heat in New Orleans had begun to cool, but the tension in Aaliyah's life only grew hotter. Jade's influence was now undeniable, and the once exciting affair had turned into a source of constant pressure. Every time Aaliyah met with Jade, the conversations became heavier, the stakes higher. Jade made it clear that she wouldn't wait forever. "If you don't make a choice soon," Jade warned one night, "you'll lose me. And I don't think you can handle that." The pressure mounted from both sides. Malik grew more suspicious, his questions more pointed, while Jade became increasingly demanding. Aaliyah was now living on the edge, torn between the life she had built and the freedom she so desperately craved. Every passing day felt like stepping closer to a breaking point. And deep down, Aaliyah knew that the situation couldn't continue like this for much longer. Something or someone was about to snap. As the oppressive summer heat gave way to the cooler winds of early fall, Aaliyah's internal struggle began to reach a boiling point. What had once felt like a thrilling escape now seemed more like a trap. She had been balancing on a thin line between her affair with Jade and her responsibilities at home, but with every passing day that line blurred. The duality of her life became increasingly difficult to manage, and the walls were closing in from all sides. Jade, once the embodiment of freedom and passion, had grown impatient with Aaliyah's indecision. What had started as subtle suggestions to leave Malik had turned into demands. Jade wanted more than secret meetings and hidden kisses. "You're hiding," she said during one of their tense conversations. "You can't keep pretending this is enough." There was no more tenderness in Jade's voice, only frustration. The carefree woman Aaliyah had first fallen for was gone, replaced by someone who wanted control, not just over their relationship, but over Aaliyah's entire life. Jade wasn't merely asking Aaliyah to leave Malik anymore, she was insisting. "You need to choose," she said again, her tone cold, her eyes dark with expectation. Him or me, the ultimatum weighed heavy on Aaliyah, pressing down like the humidity that had choked the city all summer. She couldn't bear the thought of losing Jade, but neither could she imagine tearing her family apart. She was stuck between two impossible choices, and both paths seemed to lead to destruction. Malik, meanwhile, had grown more suspicious. His questions became sharper, his gaze more piercing. He noticed Aaliyah's frequent absences, her flimsy excuses, and her growing distance. Though he never voiced his suspicions directly, Aaliyah could feel the tension building between them. Every time they were in the same room, it was as though they were standing on the edge of an invisible precipice, waiting for something to tip them over. One evening, after Aaliyah returned home particularly late from seeing Jade, Malik confronted her. His voice was calm, but the anger simmered just beneath the surface. "Where were you?" he asked. Aaliyah's heart raced, her carefully rehearsed excuses faltering under his intense gaze. She muttered something about running errands, but the lie sounded weak even to her own ears. Malik said nothing more, but the silence that followed was suffocating, and Aaliyah knew he was no longer convinced by her stories. The tension at home became unbearable. Every glance from Malik felt like an accusation, and Aaliyah's paranoia grew. She began to believe he was watching her, gathering evidence, waiting for the right moment to confront her about her affair. This constant anxiety eroded her ability to think clearly, making her even more dependent on Jade, who had become both her escape and her tormentor. Jade, sensing Aaliyah's growing fear, saw an opportunity to tighten her grip. She began manipulating Aaliyah's emotions more overtly, playing on her insecurities and feeding her doubts about her marriage. "He knows," Jade would say in moments of calculated intimacy, "and he's just waiting for the right moment to destroy you." The idea of Malik knowing about the affair terrified Aaliyah, but Jade's words, instead of offering comfort, only deepened her panic. As Malik's suspicions grew, Jade's demands became even more relentless. One evening, Jade took things to a new level. "If you don't tell him, I will," she threatened. Aaliyah stared at her in disbelief. This wasn't the Jade she had fallen for, the passionate artist who had once seemed like a breath of fresh air in her suffocating life. Now, Jade was someone else, entirely controlling, manipulative, and worst of all, dangerous. The threat of exposure was real. Aaliyah knew that if Malik found out about the affair from Jade, it would destroy everything: her family, her reputation, and her children's future. She began to feel trapped, not just by her affair, but by Jade herself. Every interaction with her lover became charged with a new tension, and Aaliyah could no longer tell whether Jade truly cared for her or was simply using their relationship as a means of control. In her mind, the lines between love and manipulation blurred. Jade was no longer the escape she had once been. Instead, she had become a source of constant pressure, pushing Aaliyah further into a corner. Each day, Jade's influence over her life grew stronger, until Aaliyah felt she had no control left. Jade's demands became impossible to ignore, and the once passionate affair began to feel like a dangerous obsession. By early fall, Aaliyah was living in a state of constant paranoia. She could barely sleep, her mind consumed with the fear that Malik would discover her secret or that Jade would make good on her threats. Every time Malik asked a simple question, Aaliyah's heart raced with the dread that he knew everything. She became distant from her children, lost in her own world of fear and guilt, unable to think clearly about anything other than the ticking clock of her double life. Jade, sensing that Aaliyah was on the verge of breaking, escalated her manipulation. She began planting the idea that Malik had already figured everything out and was only biding his time before confronting her. "He's going to take the kids," Jade warned. "And when he does, you'll have nothing left." Aaliyah didn't want to believe it, but the fear was too overwhelming to dismiss. The thought of losing her children because of her choices was more than she could bear. But even as Jade's threats intensified, Aaliyah hesitated to break things off. She was trapped between her desire for freedom and her fear of losing everything she had. The passion that had once fueled their affair now felt like a chain around her neck, and Aaliyah knew that no matter what she chose, someone would be destroyed. In her heart, she knew the situation was spiraling out of control. Jade's obsession with control, Malik's growing suspicion, and her own guilt were all hurtling toward an inevitable confrontation. But Aaliyah, caught between love, fear, and duty, was no longer sure she had the strength to stop the collapse. By mid-October 2016, the tension that had been steadily building in Aaliyah's life finally reached its breaking point. The oppressive heat of the summer had faded, but the suffocating weight of her affair with Jade and the growing suspicions at home had only intensified. Aaliyah was teetering on the edge of a personal and emotional collapse, and the events that followed would send her life spiraling out of control. It started with Malik's sudden disappearance. One evening, after returning home late again from seeing Jade, Aaliyah noticed something unusual. Malik hadn't come home. At first, she wasn't concerned. He often stayed late at the office or had work-related dinners without informing her. But when his absence stretched into the night, Aaliyah began to feel uneasy. His phone went straight to voicemail, and all attempts to reach him failed. For a moment, she wondered if he had finally discovered her affair and decided to leave her. By the next day, when Malik still hadn't returned and no one had heard from him, Aaliyah's concern turned to panic. She contacted his colleagues, friends, and even the police. Malik's car was still in the garage, his belongings untouched. There were no signs that he had planned to leave or go on a trip. As the days passed with no word from him, Aaliyah's anxiety grew unbearable. The police launched an investigation into Malik's disappearance, and Aaliyah's carefully constructed world began to unravel. Detectives asked her questions that she wasn't prepared to answer. Her nervousness around them didn't go unnoticed. She tried to maintain the facade of a concerned wife, but the fear of her affair with Jade being discovered made her falter. With every question about her relationship with Malik, Aaliyah felt as though she was being backed into a corner. She knew she couldn't reveal the truth about Jade, but the lies were becoming harder to maintain. Then, a thought crossed her mind: could Jade be involved in Malik's disappearance? The idea seemed absurd at first. Jade was passionate and sometimes volatile, but Aaliyah couldn't imagine her doing something so drastic. Yet, as the days passed and Malik remained missing, the possibility gnawed at her. Jade had been increasingly possessive in recent weeks, pushing Aaliyah to leave her husband. What if she had taken matters into her own hands? Aaliyah's paranoia began to grow. She replayed their conversations in her mind, searching for any hints that Jade might have been planning something. Unable to bear the uncertainty any longer, Aaliyah confronted Jade. They met at Jade's apartment, the tension between them palpable. Aaliyah asked her directly if she had anything to do with Malik's disappearance. Jade's response was cold, detached. She claimed that Malik had probably left because he couldn't handle the truth of their affair, but something in her voice sounded off, insincere. Aaliyah's heart raced as she pressed Jade for more answers, but Jade remained evasive, deflecting the blame and insisting that Aaliyah's life with Malik was over, regardless of whether he returned. Aaliyah left the apartment more confused and scared than ever. She couldn't shake the feeling that Jade was hiding something from her, something far darker than she had ever imagined. That night, Aaliyah barely slept, her mind consumed by fear and doubt. Was Jade capable of hurting Malik? Was she capable of murder? As the days dragged on, the police continued their investigation, but with no leads, they began to look closer at Aaliyah herself. Detectives started to ask more probing questions about her marriage and her recent behavior. Every inquiry about her relationship with Malik made her feel as though the walls were closing in. It was only a matter of time before they uncovered her affair with Jade, and once they did, everything would fall apart. Then, the worst possible news came. Malik's body was found. His body had been discovered near the outskirts of New Orleans, hidden in a secluded area. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, and based on the forensic evidence, the police estimated that he had been dead for days, likely since the night he went missing. The revelation shook Aaliyah to her core. Malik hadn't just disappeared, he had been murdered. Aaliyah's grief was compounded by the overwhelming sense of guilt and terror. Had Jade killed him? Had their affair led to Malik's death? The question spun in her mind, but there was no escaping the grim reality. Malik was gone, and Aaliyah was at the center of a murder investigation. The police began to connect the dots. Malik's disappearance, Aaliyah's erratic behavior, and her increasingly secretive life raised red flags. They started to dig deeper into her personal affairs, and soon, her relationship with Jade came to light. Detectives uncovered text messages, phone records, and even witnesses who had seen Aaliyah and Jade together in recent months. The discovery of her affair turned the investigation on its head, and Aaliyah quickly became the prime suspect in Malik's murder. But Aaliyah couldn't shake her suspicions about Jade. The woman who had once represented freedom and passion now seemed like a puppet master, pulling the strings of Aaliyah's life. Desperate for answers, Aaliyah confronted Jade one last time. This time at Jade's country house, a secluded spot where they had spent time together in secret. The meeting was tense from the moment Aaliyah arrived. Jade greeted her with a cold smile, the air between them thick with unspoken accusations. Aaliyah demanded to know the truth. Did Jade kill Malik? Jade's response was chilling. She admitted nothing directly, but her calm demeanor and cryptic words only deepened Aaliyah's fear. "He's gone now," Jade said, her voice eerily calm. "And now you're free. Isn't that what you wanted?" Aaliyah snapped. The fear, guilt, and suspicion that had been building inside her for weeks exploded into a fit of rage. She couldn't take it anymore: the lies, the manipulation, the constant pressure. In a blind fury, Aaliyah tried to leave, but Jade blocked her path. The confrontation escalated into a physical struggle. Jade grabbed Aaliyah, trying to hold her back, but Aaliyah fought harder, desperate to break free. In the heat of the moment, Aaliyah pushed Jade away, and Jade stumbled, falling backward and hitting her head on the edge of the table. The impact was immediate. Jade collapsed to the floor, blood pooling beneath her head. Aaliyah stood frozen, horrified by what had just happened. In a matter of seconds, everything had changed. Jade was dead, and Aaliyah was responsible. Panic set in. Aaliyah knew she couldn't go to the police. They were already closing in on her for Malik's murder, and now she had killed Jade. In her frantic state, Aaliyah tried to cover up the crime. She cleaned up the blood, erased any trace of her presence, and staged the scene to make it look like Jade had left town. Deep down, Aaliyah knew it was over. She had lost control of her life, and now, with both Malik and Jade dead, there was no going back. She was trapped in a nightmare of her own making, and the walls were closing in faster than ever. In the aftermath of Jade's death, Aaliyah's life spiraled into chaos. No amount of cleaning or staging could erase the guilt that consumed her. Her hands shook as she tried to cover her tracks, but deep down she knew it was futile. The weight of her actions, both Malik's death and now Jade's, pressed down on her with a suffocating intensity. She had lost control completely, and it was only a matter of time before everything unraveled. The police, already suspicious of Aaliyah in Malik's murder, quickly closed in. Jade's sudden disappearance only raised more red flags, especially since Aaliyah had been one of the last people to see her. The detectives had already pieced together much of Aaliyah's affair with Jade, and now, with both Malik dead and Jade missing, Aaliyah became their primary suspect in not just one, but two cases. The pressure mounted as the investigation intensified. Aaliyah's erratic behavior, the inconsistencies in her alibis, and the overwhelming circumstantial evidence led the police to question her more aggressively. Aaliyah, exhausted by weeks of paranoia and guilt, struggled to maintain her composure. Every lie she told only dug her deeper into the hole she had created. Finally, the truth came crashing down. Forensics linked Aaliyah to the country house where Jade had died, and the inconsistencies in her story became undeniable. Faced with mounting evidence, Aaliyah broke under the pressure. She confessed to her involvement in Jade's death, though she maintained that it had been an accident, a moment of desperation in an attempt to escape from Jade's control. But Aaliyah's confession didn't clear up all the questions. The police remained suspicious of her involvement in Malik's murder. Though Aaliyah had never directly implicated Jade in Malik's death, the timing of his disappearance and the tangled web of manipulation Jade had spun around Aaliyah led detectives to believe that Jade may have played a role. Perhaps Jade, in her obsession with Aaliyah, had eliminated Malik to force Aaliyah into choosing her. But with Jade dead, that mystery would never be fully solved. Aaliyah's trial became a media sensation. The tragic fall of the once perfect wife and mother into a life of lies, betrayal, and violence captured the public's imagination. In court, Aaliyah's defense centered on the manipulation she had endured at Jade's hands. She painted a picture of a vulnerable woman, trapped in a toxic relationship, driven to the brink of madness by Jade's control over her life. But the jury saw through her story. The evidence was damning, and Aaliyah's actions, no matter how desperate, could not be excused. She was found guilty of Jade's murder and sentenced to prison, where she would spend the rest of her life haunted by the choices she had made. Even with the verdict, there were lingering questions. Had Jade truly been involved in Malik's death, or had Aaliyah, under the weight of paranoia and guilt, imagined Jade's role as a way to shift the blame? The truth died with Jade, leaving only fragmented pieces of a shattered life. In the end, Aaliyah was left alone, stripped of everything she had once held dear. Her children, her marriage, her lover, everything was gone, lost in a web of lies, manipulation, and violence. What had begun as a search for freedom had ended in tragedy, and Aaliyah was left to face the consequences of her actions, locked in a prison of her own making. Even after Aaliyah's conviction, the full truth of what had transpired between her, Malik, and Jade remained shrouded in mystery. The media, public, and even the police were left with more questions than answers. Though Aaliyah had confessed to killing Jade in a moment of panic, and the evidence supported her involvement, the circumstances surrounding Malik's death were far less clear. Had Jade truly orchestrated his murder, or was Aaliyah's paranoia a convenient excuse for her own guilty conscience? One of the biggest unresolved questions was the nature of Jade's manipulation. Aaliyah had painted Jade as a controlling, obsessive figure who subtly pushed her toward breaking free from Malik. But was Jade really the puppet master Aaliyah described, or had Aaliyah exaggerated her role to shift the blame for her own decisions? In court, Aaliyah portrayed herself as a victim of Jade's emotional manipulation, but some wondered if that narrative was a way for her to absolve herself of responsibility for her actions. There were other lingering doubts as well. The police never found any direct evidence tying Jade to Malik's murder, only circumstantial clues and Aaliyah's suspicions. While Jade's increasingly possessive behavior and her demands for Aaliyah to leave Malik raised red flags, there was no concrete proof that she had a hand in his death. It remained possible that Malik's murder had been a tragic coincidence, and Jade had merely capitalized on his absence to tighten her hold over Aaliyah. Aaliyah's mental state also came into question. Throughout the investigation, her behavior grew increasingly erratic and paranoid. Was she truly manipulated by Jade, or had the guilt of her affair and the pressure of maintaining her double life driven her to a breaking point where she could no longer trust her own perception of events? Some speculated that Aaliyah's fragile mental state may have clouded her judgment, turning Jade into a villain in her mind when, in reality, the situation was far more complex. Perhaps the most haunting question of all was whether Aaliyah had been the real architect of the tragedy from the beginning. Had her growing discontent with her life, her desire for freedom, and her buried resentment toward Malik led her down a path of destruction? The affair with Jade may have been an outlet for those feelings, but was it Aaliyah herself who ultimately set the events in motion, not Jade? As the years passed, the case became a source of speculation and debate. Some viewed Aaliyah as a victim of toxic relationships, manipulated by both Malik's neglect and Jade's obsession. Others saw her as a deeply flawed woman, consumed by guilt and fear, who had made a series of choices that led to a deadly outcome. The truth, however, remained elusive. In the end, the tangled web of lies, betrayal, and manipulation left more questions than answers. Aaliyah, now serving a life sentence, had plenty of time to reflect on the choices she had made. She would never know whether Jade had truly been the mastermind behind Malik's murder, or whether her own actions had caused the chain of events that led to his death. The only certainty was that Aaliyah's quest for freedom, for something more than the life she had once led, had cost her everything. The answers to the questions surrounding Malik's death, Jade's true intentions, and Aaliyah's own culpability would remain buried in the shadows, locked away in the minds of the two people who could never speak the truth, Malik and Jade. The sun dipped low over Scottsdale, Arizona, casting a warm, golden light over the affluent suburban neighborhood of Paradise Ridge. Here, the streets were lined with carefully maintained houses, each one a symbol of success and stability. Lush gardens framed the homes, their flowers blooming in vibrant hues, and the lawns were neatly trimmed, reflecting the pride and care of the families who lived there. To anyone passing through, it was the kind of place where happiness and prosperity seemed not just possible but guaranteed. At the heart of this picturesque community lived Mary Thompson, a 75-year-old widow who had become something of a neighborhood fixture. Mary's life appeared to be the epitome of suburban perfection. Her stately house, set back from the road by a gravel path and shaded by a grand oak tree, was a beacon of traditional comfort. It was here she had raised her 2 children, hosted family gatherings, and built a life that many admired. To the outside world, Mary had it all: a loving family, a network of close friends, and a respected role as the leader of a local charity organization dedicated to supporting underprivileged women. Despite her age, Mary maintained an active social calendar, attending community events, volunteering, and regularly meeting her neighbors for tea or lunch. She was known for her sharp mind and elegant demeanor, traits that had made her one of the most well-regarded women in Paradise Ridge. Even though she had been widowed for 5 years, Mary carried the mantle of her late husband's legacy with grace, preserving his memory and continuing the philanthropic work they had started together. Her life, in many ways, was a tribute to the past they had built, a legacy of love, stability, and community service. But behind the facade of a life well lived, Mary was profoundly lonely. The loss of her husband, David, had created a void that nothing could quite fill. Their marriage had been a strong one filled with deep affection, mutual respect, and shared values. Together, they had navigated the trials of life, from raising their children to building a strong community presence. But when David passed away suddenly from a heart attack, Mary was left adrift. The structure of her days remained intact, but the substance of her life, the companionship, the sense of partnership, had vanished. Now, she found herself grappling with the long, quiet hours of the day, seeking something, anything, that might bring back a sense of meaning and connection. Though her children, Sarah and Alan, had encouraged her to move closer to them, Mary had resisted. Scottsdale had been her home for decades, and the thought of leaving the house that held so many memories was unbearable. Instead, she threw herself into her volunteer work and her fitness routine, using these activities as distractions from the deeper emptiness that gnawed at her. The neighbors saw a vibrant, engaged woman who had gracefully moved on after her loss. But beneath that composed exterior, Mary was restless, yearning for something she couldn't quite name. It was during this time that Mary joined an upscale gym in the area. Although she had never been particularly interested in fitness, the gym provided an escape from the oppressive quiet of her home. It became a new routine, a way to fill the hours that once stretched endlessly before her. Mary quickly found herself a part of the gym's culture, attending classes and making small talk with other members. She admired the younger women who came in daily, their toned bodies and endless energy a stark contrast to the frailty she sometimes felt creeping into her own bones. Here, in this world of youth and vitality, Mary could pretend, even if just for an hour, that she still belonged. Her regular presence at the gym didn't go unnoticed, especially by Kevin Davis, a 40-year-old fitness instructor who had recently started teaching classes. Kevin was everything Mary had forgotten she could be interested in: charming, energetic, and charismatic. He had an easygoing smile and an attentive nature that drew people to him. He made everyone, from young fitness enthusiasts to older clients like Mary, feel special and seen. As the weeks passed, Mary found herself lingering after classes, exchanging pleasantries with him that slowly grew into more personal conversations. At first, these interactions seemed harmless. Kevin would compliment Mary on her progress, noting how remarkable it was for a woman of her age to be so dedicated. He often offered her tips on improving her fitness routine, but as their conversations deepened, they began to drift away from exercise and into more personal topics. Kevin asked about her life, her family, and eventually her late husband. He was an attentive listener, which Mary hadn't experienced in years. She found herself confiding in him in ways she never thought she would, sharing stories about her loneliness and her longing for connection. While Mary had always prided herself on being emotionally self-sufficient, there was something about Kevin's attention that was intoxicating. She had spent so many years in the shadow of her grief, trying to be strong for her children and for her community, that she had forgotten what it felt like to be noticed, to be appreciated as a woman, not just as a widow or a mother. Kevin's interest, however innocent it may have seemed at first, ignited something inside her, a long-dormant desire for companionship and excitement. The gym soon became more than just a place for exercise. It was a sanctuary, a place where Mary could escape the constraints of her well-ordered life. With each passing day, she found herself looking forward to her interactions with Kevin. Her mind, which had once been consumed by thoughts of loss and aging, now buzzed with the thrill of anticipation. She began dressing more carefully for her gym sessions, paying extra attention to her appearance in ways she hadn't since David had died. Her friends noticed the change, remarking on how vibrant she seemed, how she seemed to have found a new zest for life. They attributed it to her renewed focus on fitness, unaware of the deeper, more dangerous currents stirring beneath the surface. For the first time in years, Mary felt alive. But the closer she got to Kevin, the more precarious her position became. She was walking a fine line, balancing the image of the dignified widow with the mounting temptation to pursue something more with Kevin. The boundaries between what was appropriate and what wasn't began to blur, and Mary found herself contemplating actions she once would have never considered. The tension between her public persona and her private desires grew with each passing day. Outwardly, Mary was still the same woman who attended charity galas and led community meetings, but inside, a storm was brewing. She began to make small excuses to her family and friends, creating more opportunities to see Kevin alone. Her children remained unaware, absorbed in their own lives, while the neighborhood continued to see her as the poised, perfect woman she had always been. No one suspected that behind the closed doors of her elegant home, Mary was on the verge of unraveling a secret that could destroy everything she had worked so hard to maintain. As the weeks passed, what had begun as harmless conversations and casual flirtations with Kevin grew into something far more complex and far more dangerous. Mary's perfect suburban life, with its carefully constructed image of respectability and grace, was about to be shattered by a truth she could no longer keep hidden. The relationship between Mary Thompson and Kevin Davis began innocently enough, but it was rooted in needs neither of them were fully aware they had. For Mary, the gym had started as a simple escape from the suffocating quiet of her home. At 75 years old, she had already faced the significant challenge of losing her husband David after 50 years of marriage. With her children grown and busy with their own lives, she found herself living in a house full of memories but devoid of companionship. The gym, however, offered her structure, a place to go that filled the hollow hours of her days. Kevin Davis, her fitness instructor, was a man of stark contrasts. At 40, he was a full generation younger than Mary, yet his life was far from the stability she had known in her marriage. Kevin had grown up in a modest household and worked his way up through various jobs before becoming a fitness instructor at the upscale gym where he and Mary met. His life was a patchwork of short-term relationships, financial struggles, and fleeting moments of professional success. His charm and good looks had always been his saving grace, allowing him to slide through life on the goodwill of others. When Kevin first noticed Mary, it wasn't because of her wealth or status, but rather her consistency. She was one of the few older clients who regularly showed up to the gym, committed to her routine, and always polite. To Kevin, she represented a kind of discipline and grace that he rarely encountered among his other clients. Mary was never demanding or overly concerned with appearances. She came to the gym quietly, always dressed neatly, but without the vanity of younger women who obsessed over every wrinkle or sagging muscle. Kevin, always on the lookout for new opportunities, saw Mary as someone with whom he could develop a rapport. As a fitness instructor, he had learned that clients often crave more than just physical training. They wanted attention, connection, even a bit of validation. With Mary, it started with simple gestures, encouraging words during a workout, subtle compliments on her progress, or lingering smiles after their sessions. These small moments, though harmless on the surface, began to draw Mary in. Mary, who hadn't felt noticed in years, started to respond to Kevin's attention in ways she hadn't expected. At first, she told herself it was simply nice to be appreciated, that she was just enjoying the company of a friendly instructor. After all, wasn't it normal for people to connect at the gym? But soon, those interactions began to occupy her thoughts more than she would have liked to admit. Kevin was charismatic, confident, and attentive in ways that felt intoxicating to a woman who had spent the last few years in the shadows of grief. The lines between a professional relationship and something more personal blurred over time. Kevin began sharing more about his life, his financial struggles, his aspirations beyond fitness, and his frustrations with the hand life had dealt him. His openness created an emotional bond between them that Mary hadn't experienced in years. For her, it was as though she had been asleep for a long time, and now, in Kevin's presence, she was waking up again. For Kevin, there was a transactional nature to his growing attachment to Mary, though he would never admit it to himself. He wasn't consciously using her for her wealth, but he couldn't help but notice the privileges her life afforded her. Mary lived in a grand house, drove a luxury car, and moved in social circles that Kevin could only dream of entering. The possibility of benefiting from her influence and resources was always in the back of his mind, shaping his behavior in subtle ways. He wasn't immune to the appeal of her status, even if his initial attraction had been more about the validation she gave him than anything material. As the weeks passed, their interactions became more frequent and less confined to the gym. Mary started finding excuses to linger after her workouts, perhaps to discuss a new fitness goal or to ask for advice on her routine. Kevin, always obliging, offered her more time, and soon their conversations drifted from fitness to more personal matters, family, memories, and the quiet pains they both carried. Kevin was quick to flatter, telling Mary how remarkable she was for staying active and engaged at her age, how much he admired her discipline. Mary, in turn, found herself opening up about her past, sharing stories of her late husband and the loneliness she had tried to keep at bay. Without either of them fully realizing it, their relationship had moved beyond the casual rapport between a client and an instructor. Kevin had become someone Mary looked forward to seeing, someone who made her feel young again. He was attentive in ways that brought back memories of the early days of her marriage, when David had been as energetic and engaged as Kevin now seemed to be. But as much as Mary enjoyed the attention, she began to feel a growing sense of guilt. It was one thing to talk to Kevin at the gym, but the way she thought about him afterward, the way her heart fluttered when she saw him, those were things she couldn't easily explain away. Kevin, on the other hand, was becoming more aware of the control he had over Mary's emotions. He wasn't cold or calculating, but he recognized how much she enjoyed his company and how her demeanor changed when they were together. He started testing boundaries, inviting her to coffee after workouts, suggesting they take walks to discuss her fitness progress, and offering to help her with errands. These gestures, while still innocent on the surface, carried the weight of unspoken intentions. Kevin wasn't blind to the dynamic unfolding between them. He knew that Mary was drawn to him in ways that went beyond friendship. As the relationship deepened, Mary became more invested in Kevin's life. She offered him advice on his finances, shared connections she thought might help him, and even hinted that she could assist him more directly if he needed it. Kevin, always careful not to push too far too quickly, played the role of the humble, grateful friend, insisting that he didn't want to burden her. Yet the more she offered, the more he found himself drawn to the idea of a life where Mary could provide him with things he had never had access to before. For Mary, the guilt of their growing bond was compounded by the sense of excitement she hadn't felt in years. She knew, deep down, that this wasn't right. She was an older woman, a widow, and Kevin was a man much younger than her. Yet the thrill of it all, the attention, the feeling of being wanted, was addictive. She began rationalizing her actions, telling herself that it wasn't as if they were doing anything wrong. There had been no physical contact, no declarations of love or passion. But the truth was, the boundaries had already been crossed long ago. Mary's emotional investment in Kevin was undeniable, and though she tried to keep it hidden, the changes in her behavior did not go unnoticed by those closest to her. Her daughter, Sarah, began to sense something different in her mother. Mary, who had once been so focused on family gatherings and community events, now seemed more distracted, more secretive. She had a new energy, a brightness that seemed to come out of nowhere. Sarah chalked it up to the gym and her mother's newfound interest in fitness. But there were other signs as well. Mary was spending more money than usual, buying new clothes, and frequently mentioning Kevin in passing. Sarah wasn't the only one to notice these changes, but no one dared to question Mary directly. After all, what harm could a simple friendship with a gym instructor do? What none of them knew was that the relationship between Mary and Kevin was on the brink of turning into something far more complicated. The emotional affair that had begun with innocent conversations was now teetering on the edge of becoming physical. The tension between them, though unspoken, was growing, and both Mary and Kevin felt it. They were playing with fire, and deep down, both of them knew it was only a matter of time before the line they had been so carefully dancing around would be crossed. Mary's perfect suburban life, with its structured routines and carefully maintained appearances, was beginning to unravel. What had started as an innocent distraction was transforming into a dangerous affair, one that threatened to expose the vulnerability she had kept hidden for so long. She was no longer just the dignified widow of Paradise Ridge. She was a woman caught in the throes of temptation, desperate to feel alive again, even if it meant risking everything. As Mary Thompson's relationship with Kevin Davis deepened, the sense of guilt that had quietly gnawed at her began to evolve into something more complicated. What had once been an innocent attraction, a harmless emotional connection, had grown into a tangled web of deceit that spread across all aspects of her life. With each new encounter, Mary found herself falling deeper into a situation she had never imagined for herself, a life where lies became her only means of survival. The initial excitement Mary had felt when Kevin began paying attention to her was intoxicating. He had revived a part of her she thought had withered with age and the loss of her husband. But now, as the weeks turned into months, the exhilaration was tinged with unease. The affair had remained, in many ways, emotional, hovering in the gray area between companionship and something more, but the boundaries between right and wrong had long since blurred. What was once a harmless friendship had turned into a secret that weighed heavily on Mary's mind. In the beginning, the lies were small. Mary started making excuses to her children, particularly her daughter Sarah, about her sudden absences. "I'm just going to the gym" became a common refrain, a simple way to justify the hours she spent with Kevin. At first this was true. They met during her workouts or shortly afterward, grabbing coffee or taking long walks. But soon, the time they spent together extended far beyond her gym routine. Kevin began asking her for favors, small, seemingly insignificant requests that grew in complexity over time. It started with Mary buying him little things: a protein shake here, a new workout shirt there. These gestures, though financially insignificant to her, became habitual. Kevin had a way of making her feel needed, subtly reminding her how much he appreciated her generosity. What was once a harmless gift soon turned into something more substantial. Kevin, whose financial situation was precarious, began mentioning his struggles more frequently. He was behind on rent, his car needed repairs, and his bills were piling up. Each time he spoke about his hardships, Mary felt a pang of responsibility. She had the means to help him, after all. It was only right that she should offer some assistance. And so she did. At first it was a few $100s here and there under the guise of a loan, though they both knew it would never be repaid. Kevin never asked outright, but his subtle hints were enough to sway Mary. She rationalized her actions, telling herself that she was simply helping a friend in need. It was only money, after all, and she had more than enough. But the lies began to compound. To cover her tracks, Mary found herself withdrawing money in small amounts, careful not to raise suspicion. She fabricated reasons for the sudden expenses, explaining away her new spending habits to her family and friends with ease. "Just a little home renovation," she would say, or "I'm treating myself to something nice." The excuses worked. For a while. Her daughter Sarah, however, began to notice a shift in her mother's behavior. Sarah had always been close to Mary, especially after the passing of her father. But recently her mother seemed distant. There was a new secretiveness to her that Sarah couldn't quite place. Mary was less involved in family gatherings, often distracted during conversations, and increasingly elusive about her daily activities. When Sarah asked where she had been or what she had been up to, Mary's answers were vague, and the topic was quickly changed. It was unlike her mother, who had always been open and transparent. Meanwhile, Kevin's requests escalated. What had once been small financial favors turned into larger asks. His rent was overdue by months, and he faced eviction. His car was on the brink of breaking down, and he needed repairs that would cost thousands. Kevin, always charming and persuasive, played on Mary's emotions, reminding her of how much he valued her support, how no one else in his life cared for him the way she did. Each time Mary hesitated, knowing that giving in to his demands would dig her deeper into a situation that was spiraling out of control. But her desire to keep him close, to maintain the connection she had with him, overpowered her better judgment. In addition to the money, Kevin began relying on Mary for emotional support, confiding in her about every aspect of his life. He vented about his failed relationships, his financial hardships, and his frustration with the world. Mary, who had always been a nurturing figure, found herself becoming his emotional anchor. But the more Kevin leaned on her, the more trapped she felt. His dependence on her was suffocating, yet she couldn't bring herself to sever the relationship. In many ways, Kevin had become her lifeline, a source of excitement and validation in a life that had otherwise become dull and routine. To maintain the facade of her normal life, Mary began lying to more than just her family. Her friends, particularly those in her social circles and charity organizations, started to ask questions as well. Mary, once so dedicated to her community work, had begun neglecting her responsibilities. She missed meetings, failed to follow through on commitments, and seemed distracted when she did attend events. Her absence was noticed, but no one dared to confront her directly. They chalked it up to her age, perhaps assuming that she was slowing down, or still grieving the loss of her husband. But Mary knew the truth. She was too preoccupied with Kevin, with the lies she had spun to keep their relationship hidden. As the web of lies grew more intricate, so did Mary's sense of isolation. she could no longer turn to her children for support, not without risking the exposure of her affair with Kevin. She distanced herself from her friends, afraid that they might see through her carefully constructed veneer of composure. Even her once regular conversations with her late husband's memory grew strained, as guilt gnawed at her conscience. She felt as though she were living a double life, one as the beloved widow, respected by her community, and the other as a woman entangled in a dangerous relationship she couldn't control. Mary's mental state began to fray under the pressure. She found herself waking up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, as she replayed the lies she had told throughout the day. The fear of being found out, of losing everything she had worked so hard to protect, loomed over her constantly. She began to avoid answering her phone when her children called, unable to face the possibility of their suspicions. In public, she wore a mask of calm and poise, but inside, she was unraveling. Kevin, for his part, seemed oblivious to the toll the affair was taking on Mary. He continued to push her for more money, more time, more attention. His demands were relentless, and Mary, unable to refuse him, continued to comply. Yet with each new favor, her resentment grew. She hated herself for being so weak, for letting him control her life. But more than that, she hated the situation she had created, a life built on lies, with no way to escape. The lies began to seep into every part of Mary's existence. She found herself fabricating stories even when she didn't need to, spinning falsehoods to cover her tracks, to justify her actions to herself. It became a reflex, a way of navigating the increasingly complicated maze of her life. But the more she lied, the more trapped she felt, and the more she realized that there was no easy way out. As the months went by, Mary's web of lies grew too large to maintain. The delicate balance she had created between her public life and her secret relationship with Kevin was starting to collapse under its own weight. She was constantly on edge, afraid that one wrong move, one slip of the tongue, would bring everything crashing down around her. And deep down, she knew that it was only a matter of time before the truth emerged, shattering the perfect life she had worked so hard to build. As the relationship between Mary Thompson and Kevin Davis deepened, what had once been an exciting connection turned into a consuming obsession. Mary, now entirely enmeshed in the affair, found her thoughts dominated by Kevin in ways she had never anticipated. She was no longer just seeking companionship, her desire for him had grown into something far more intense, even dangerous. The boundaries between affection and obsession became blurred, and the emotional dependency that had begun innocently now threatened to overtake her life. For Mary, Kevin represented an escape from the stagnation she had felt since her husband's death. He was not just a distraction but a lifeline to a version of herself she thought had long disappeared, a woman who was vibrant, desired, and full of life. This feeling of renewal had become addictive, and Mary found herself clinging to it desperately. Her days revolved around Kevin, when they would meet, what they would talk about, and how she could keep his attention. She began to crave his presence in a way that was almost suffocating. Each moment away from him felt like an eternity, and she constantly sought ways to stay in contact, whether through texts, calls, or planning their next meeting. Kevin, however, was beginning to feel the weight of the relationship. Initially flattered by Mary's affection and generosity, he now felt cornered by her growing demands on his time and attention. What started as a flirtatious relationship that benefited him financially was becoming burdensome. He had not anticipated how deeply Mary would fall for him, nor had he foreseen how dependent she would become. The small favors he once accepted without hesitation, money for bills, new clothes, or rent, now came with unspoken expectations. It was clear that Mary wanted more from him than just companionship. She was no longer content with occasional meetings, she wanted a deeper connection, and Kevin felt increasingly trapped. Mary's obsession manifested in subtle but significant changes to her routine. She started ignoring her other commitments, especially her charity work and social obligations, all in favor of spending time with Kevin. Her once orderly life became chaotic. She neglected household chores, failed to return calls from friends, and even distanced herself from her children. Every thought was consumed by how to keep Kevin engaged, how to prevent him from slipping away. She feared losing the one person who made her feel alive again, and this fear drove her to make increasingly irrational decisions. To maintain Kevin's interest, Mary became more indulgent. She offered him more money, expensive gifts, and even talked about investing in a business he had always wanted to start. Kevin, though uncomfortable with her growing dependency, continued to accept her offers, unable to resist the financial support she provided. But the more he accepted, the deeper Mary's obsession grew. She saw her financial contributions not as transactions but as proof of their bond, believing that the more she gave, the more Kevin would need her. As her fixation on Kevin intensified, so did her paranoia. Mary became convinced that Kevin might find someone younger, someone more suited to his age and lifestyle. The idea of losing him was unbearable, and it began to affect her behavior. She questioned him constantly about his whereabouts, who he was spending time with, and whether he was seeing other women. Though Kevin tried to reassure her, his patience was wearing thin. He had not signed up for this level of emotional entanglement, and the constant questioning and emotional intensity were beginning to take their toll. Mary's obsession also began to reveal itself in her actions toward others. She grew increasingly possessive of Kevin, and anyone who seemed to come between them was viewed as a threat. Her relationship with her daughter Sarah, already strained by the secrecy surrounding her affair, grew even more tense. Mary resented the time she spent with Sarah, seeing it as time she could be spending with Kevin. She started avoiding family gatherings altogether, unwilling to be away from him for long stretches of time. Sarah noticed the shift and became even more suspicious, but Mary shut her out completely, unwilling to answer any questions about what was really going on. Kevin's discomfort with the situation reached a peak when Mary began talking about their future together in more serious terms. She hinted at the possibility of moving in with him, even going so far as to suggest that they might relocate to a different city, where they could start fresh. Kevin, already feeling overwhelmed by her emotional demands, realized that Mary's feelings had far surpassed his own. He didn't want a future with her. He had never seen their relationship as more than a temporary escape. The realization that Mary was planning a life together, based on the relationship he had seen as fleeting, filled him with dread. Mary, oblivious to Kevin's growing discomfort, continued to push for more. Her obsession had blinded her to the reality of the situation. She began to justify her actions, telling herself that she was giving Kevin what he needed, that they were meant to be together. The more Kevin pulled away, the more desperate she became. She started showing up at his apartment unannounced, calling him repeatedly, and leaving gifts at his doorstep when he wasn't home. Kevin's attempts to distance himself only fueled her fears that she was losing him, pushing her to cling even tighter. As Mary's behavior became more erratic, Kevin started considering how to extricate himself from the situation. He hadn't intended for things to go this far, and he knew that continuing the relationship would only lead to more complications. But he also feared what might happen if he ended things abruptly. Mary's emotional state had become so fragile, and he worried that rejecting her outright might provoke an extreme reaction. He wasn't sure what she was capable of, but he sensed that her obsession was deepening to a dangerous level. The tipping point came when Mary, in a moment of desperation, began to see Kevin not just as her lover but as the solution to all her problems. The relationship, which had started as an escape from her loneliness, now represented her entire world. She couldn't imagine life without Kevin, and the thought of losing him filled her with a sense of impending doom. She began entertaining darker thoughts, considering the lengths she might go to in order to keep him by her side. In her mind, Kevin was the key to her happiness, and she was willing to do whatever it took to preserve their bond, even if it meant crossing lines she had never before considered. The more she thought about it, the more her fixation on controlling the situation grew. Kevin wasn't just a man anymore, he was her lifeline, the anchor that kept her from sinking into the abyss of grief and loneliness that had consumed her since her husband's death. And if she couldn't have him, no one else could either. This thought, initially fleeting and terrifying, began to take root in her mind. Mary's obsession had transformed from longing and desire into something far more dangerous, a possessive need that was quickly spiraling out of control. In her increasingly unhinged state, Mary started to consider drastic actions. The thought of losing Kevin, the one person who made her feel alive again, became unbearable. She wasn't ready to let go, not now, not ever. And so in the dark corners of her mind, a plan began to form, one that would ensure Kevin stayed with her, no matter the cost. What had started as an affair had now evolved into a dangerous game, one that neither Mary nor Kevin could control, and one that was hurtling toward a devastating conclusion. As Mary Thompson's obsession with Kevin Davis deepened, her desperation to keep him by her side began to take on a more sinister edge. What had started as a whirlwind affair, one that revived in her a sense of passion and purpose, had become a toxic entanglement of dependency and possessiveness. Mary, who had once prided herself on her rationality and control, found those qualities slipping away as she clung more fiercely to Kevin. The fear of losing him consumed her thoughts, and she began to see everyone, even her own family, as threats to their relationship. But there was one threat in particular that stood out: her estranged son, Alan. Alan had returned to Scottsdale after several years of distance from the family. His past struggles with addiction and their subsequent fallout had strained his relationship with Mary and his sister Sarah. He had recently started rebuilding his life, but his presence in Scottsdale unsettled Mary. Alan was the only person in her family who seemed suspicious of her affair with Kevin. Though he never confronted her directly, Mary could feel his judgment in the way he looked at her, in his probing questions about her time and money. Unlike Sarah, who was preoccupied with her own life, Alan was more perceptive and less easily fooled. This made him a danger. As Mary's obsession with Kevin spiraled out of control, she became increasingly paranoid that Alan would discover the full extent of her relationship with Kevin and expose her. She saw him as the one person who could ruin everything: her reputation, her family's respect, and most importantly, her connection to Kevin. In her mind, if Alan wasn't in the picture, things would be simpler. Kevin wouldn't have to worry about his own safety, and Mary would no longer feel the constant threat of her secret being uncovered. Kevin, too, had grown uneasy about Alan. Though he wasn't as emotionally invested in the relationship as Mary, he understood how precarious their situation had become. Alan's presence was a complication neither of them could afford. Kevin feared that if Alan dug too deeply into Mary's financial affairs, he might uncover the money Mary had been funneling to him. Kevin had his own secrets to protect, and the last thing he needed was for Alan to start asking questions about why his mother's bank accounts had been drained of significant sums over the past several months. Mary and Kevin's conversations increasingly revolved around Alan. At first, they discussed harmless ways to keep him at a distance, perhaps by convincing Sarah to talk to him, or by making him feel unwelcome in Scottsdale. But as time passed, Mary's suggestions became darker, more extreme. The strain of keeping her affair secret, combined with her growing dependence on Kevin, pushed her toward thoughts she would never have entertained before. She began to frame Alan not as her son, but as an obstacle, one that, if removed, could solve all of her problems. The idea of getting rid of Alan first surfaced in Mary's mind as a fleeting, horrifying thought. But as her paranoia and desperation mounted, the idea began to take root, slowly growing into a fully formed plan. She imagined how peaceful her life could be without Alan constantly questioning her decisions, without the threat of him discovering her affair with Kevin. It wasn't just about self-preservation anymore, it was about securing a future with Kevin, free from the prying eyes of her son. Mary's thoughts became consumed with how to make Alan disappear. She started researching ways to make it look like an accident, or perhaps a relapse into his old habits. Given Alan's history with addiction, it wouldn't be difficult to frame his death as an overdose, something tragic but believable. Mary told herself that she wasn't really killing her son, she was just speeding up the inevitable, given Alan's fragile sobriety and history. It was a lie she repeated to herself so often that she started to believe it. Kevin, though initially horrified by Mary's suggestion, found himself reluctantly drawn into her plan. He had always known that their relationship was fraught with risk, but this was different. Murder wasn't something he had ever imagined, and yet Mary's manipulation was subtle and persistent. She played on his fears, reminding him of how Alan's presence endangered them both. She painted Alan as an inevitable threat, someone who could ruin both of their lives. Kevin, desperate to avoid confrontation and increasingly anxious about the consequences of their affair, eventually capitulated to Mary's dark logic. The plan they concocted was simple but effective. Alan, who had struggled with addiction in the past, would be easy to frame for a relapse. Mary had access to his medical history and knew the substances he had abused during his lowest points. They decided that Kevin would procure the drugs enough to overdose Alan, but in a way that would make it look accidental. Mary knew how to manipulate the circumstances to make it appear as though Alan had fallen back into his old habits. She would plant stories among family members and friends, expressing concern over his well-being in the weeks leading up to his death, making it seem as though the relapse had been building for some time. Kevin would deliver the drugs, while Mary would ensure that Alan was alone and vulnerable when it happened. They decided on a night when Alan was supposed to visit Mary at her house. She would offer him a drink laced with a sedative to weaken him, making him less likely to resist. Then, once he was incapacitated, Kevin would arrive to inject him with the drugs that would lead to a fatal overdose. The scene would be staged carefully, with evidence of drug use scattered around the room. It would appear tragic, but ultimately unsuspicious, a son who had tragically fallen back into his old ways. The more they discussed the plan, the more detached Mary became from the reality of what she was about to do. She no longer saw Alan as her son; he had become a problem to be solved, a threat to be neutralized. In her obsession with Kevin, she had twisted her perception of Alan, framing his death as necessary for the preservation of the life she so desperately wanted. She convinced herself that she was acting out of self-defense, that Alan's death would be better for everyone, himself included. After all, hadn't he suffered enough? Wasn't it inevitable that he would fall back into addiction eventually? Kevin, for his part, knew deep down that what they were planning was wrong, but Mary's relentless manipulation wore him down. He convinced himself that he had no other choice, that Alan's death would protect them both. He was terrified of the consequences if Alan discovered their affair or the money Mary had given him. The thought of prison or losing everything he had built for himself drove him to follow through with Mary's plan, even though it filled him with dread. On the night they had chosen, Mary prepared herself mentally for what was to come. She had rehearsed the events in her mind over and over, convincing herself that it was the only way forward. When Alan arrived at her house, she greeted him as usual, though her heart was pounding in her chest. She poured him a drink, as she had done many times before, only this time it was laced with the sedative that would render him helpless. As they sat together, Mary forced herself to smile and engage in casual conversation, all the while knowing that in just a few short hours her son would be dead. When Alan started to feel the effects of the drug, Mary knew it was time. She called Kevin, who had been waiting nearby, and within minutes he arrived at the house. Alan, barely conscious, was too weak to resist as Kevin injected him with the lethal dose of drugs. Mary watched, numb, as her son's body went limp, his breathing slowing until it stopped altogether. In the aftermath, Mary and Kevin worked quickly to stage the scene. They scattered drug paraphernalia around the room, wiping down any surfaces they had touched. Mary made sure to leave Alan's phone and belongings in a way that suggested he had been alone all night. When they were finished, they left the house, confident that they had covered their tracks. But as Mary walked away, a chilling realization settled over her. She had crossed a line from which there was no return. The web of lies and manipulation had now led to murder, and no amount of rationalization could change that. In the aftermath of Alan's death, Mary Thompson and Kevin Davis believed they had covered their tracks well enough to avoid suspicion. The scene they had staged painted a clear picture of a relapse, a tragic end for a man with a history of addiction. Alan's death was initially ruled as an accidental overdose, and the community mourned him as another victim of the struggles that had plagued his life. Mary, outwardly grief-stricken, played the part of the devastated mother, while inside, a sense of relief quietly bloomed. She believed that her son's death had removed the greatest threat to her relationship with Kevin, and for a brief moment it seemed as though life would go back to normal. But the consequences of their actions were far-reaching and swift. Alan's death, though staged to look like a relapse, raised subtle red flags for those who knew him well. His recent efforts to rebuild his life, the fact that he had been sober for years, and his distance from the lifestyle that once ensnared him made his sudden overdose difficult for some to believe. Sarah, Alan's sister, was especially unconvinced. She had noticed the growing strangeness in their mother's behavior over the past months and had long suspected something was wrong, though she couldn't put her finger on exactly what. The police, too, began to have doubts. An investigation was reopened after forensic experts discovered small discrepancies in the crime scene details that didn't quite align with the profile of an accidental overdose. Traces of the sedative Mary had given Alan, combined with the precise manner of drug injection, pointed to foul play. As the investigation deepened, Kevin's name surfaced through phone records and financial transactions that linked him to Mary in ways that couldn't be explained by a simple friendship. When detectives uncovered the significant sums of money Mary had been withdrawing over the past several months, it became clear that something more sinister had taken place. Kevin, already racked with guilt, began to crumble under the pressure of the investigation. His fear of being caught, compounded by Mary's increasing demands and the weight of their shared crime, drove him to make a critical mistake. When confronted by detectives, he broke down, confessing his role in Alan's death and pointing to Mary as the mastermind behind the plan. Kevin's confession unraveled everything, exposing the twisted relationship and the deadly plot that had led to Alan's murder. Mary, confronted with the evidence in Kevin's betrayal, found herself trapped. The lies she had built her life around came crashing down, and with them, her carefully constructed facade. Her community, once full of admiration for her, turned against her as the truth emerged. Mary's obsession with Kevin, her fear of losing control, and her willingness to destroy her own son in the process shocked everyone who had known her. The trial that followed was brief but devastating. Mary was convicted of first-degree murder, while Kevin was sentenced for his role in the crime. Both received lengthy prison sentences, ensuring that neither would escape the consequences of their actions. Sarah, left to pick up the pieces of her broken family, was haunted by the knowledge that her mother's obsession had driven her to commit the unthinkable. In the end, Mary's desperate attempt to preserve her relationship with Kevin had cost her everything: her son, her freedom, and her reputation. The tragedy of Alan's death was not just in the act itself, but in how it revealed the darkness lurking beneath the surface of the seemingly perfect life Mary had once lived. Emily never imagined her life would change so drastically after her father's remarriage. Just a year before, things had seemed relatively normal. She was in her senior year of high school, dreaming about college and enjoying her time with friends. Her father, Michael, had been her rock after her mother passed away when she was just 12 years old. Their bond was forged through shared grief and mutual support, and though the loss had left a deep scar, they had found a rhythm to their lives. The house they lived in felt safe, a symbol of everything that was familiar and comforting. But then came Valerie. She entered their lives in an unexpected whirlwind, a woman 10 years younger than her father, with a bright smile and an energy that seemed to fill every corner of their quiet home. Valerie was charming, confident, and most notably, different from anyone Emily had ever known. She and Michael had met at a company function, and things had progressed quickly. Within months, Michael announced that they were getting married. Emily could hardly believe it. Her father, who had always seemed content with just the two of them, was suddenly bringing someone new into their home. Valerie moved in, and with her came a flood of changes that Emily wasn't prepared for. The once quiet house now seemed to buzz with a different kind of energy. Valerie brought new furniture, redecorated rooms, and threw out old mementos without much thought. The changes, though minor to her father, felt like a dismantling of Emily's world. Valerie rearranged the living room, turning it from the cozy space where Emily and her father would watch movies on Friday nights into a stylish but impersonal area that felt like a showroom. She introduced a healthier diet, tossing out the comfort foods that Emily and her father would enjoy together. Valerie's presence was an intrusion, a bright force that seemed to erase the echoes of her mother that Emily had cherished. Emily couldn't help but feel like an outsider in her own home. Her father seemed so happy, as if Valerie had injected a new sense of purpose into his life. He was always smiling, always looking for ways to make Valerie feel comfortable, often at the expense of their old routines. Emily felt the distance between herself and her father growing, an invisible wedge that Valerie had unwittingly driven between them. She found herself resenting Valerie's presence not because Valerie was unkind, but because she was simply there, taking up space that had once been Emily's alone. Despite her initial resistance, Valerie made an effort to connect with Emily. She tried to involve her in the changes, asking for her opinion on the new decorations, offering to take her shopping, or inviting her to cook meals together. Emily was reluctant at first, her responses curt and distant. She didn't want to let Valerie in. She was too afraid that accepting her would mean betraying the memory of her mother. But Valerie was persistent. She had a warmth about her that was hard to ignore, and over time, Emily found herself softening, if only a little. The turning point came one evening when Emily returned home from school, exhausted from a long day of classes and extracurriculars. She was surprised to find Valerie in the kitchen, her hands covered in flour, attempting to make a homemade pizza. The sight was almost comical. Valerie, who always seemed so put together, looked utterly out of her element. She glanced up at Emily with an embarrassed smile and said something about wanting to make a special dinner for her and Michael but having no idea what she was doing. Against her better judgment, Emily found herself laughing, the tension between them breaking, if only for a moment. From that day on, things began to shift. Valerie and Emily started spending more time together, often when Michael was at work or busy with his own projects. Valerie seemed genuinely interested in getting to know Emily. She asked her about her interests, her plans for the future, and her memories of her mother. Valerie listened with an attentiveness that took Emily by surprise, her gaze soft and understanding. It wasn't long before Emily found herself opening up in ways she hadn't expected. Valerie was easy to talk to. She didn't judge or offer unwanted advice. She just listened. Slowly, Valerie became more than just her father's new wife. She became a confidante, someone Emily could turn to when she needed to talk. There was something about Valerie that made Emily feel seen, truly seen, in a way she hadn't felt since her mother passed. It was confusing, this mix of emotions she felt toward Valerie. On one hand, there was still resentment, a lingering feeling that Valerie had taken her place in her father's heart. But on the other, there was a growing affection, an appreciation for the way Valerie seemed to genuinely care for her. As their bond deepened, Emily found herself spending more time with Valerie than with her own friends. Valerie seemed to understand her in ways her peers didn't. She was mature, experienced, and yet she treated Emily as an equal, not just as a stepdaughter. They would stay up late talking about books, movies, or life in general, sharing thoughts and feelings that Emily had never voiced before. Valerie became a part of Emily's life in a way that was both comforting and unsettling, blurring the lines between friendship and something more. The closeness between them grew with each passing day, and with it came an undeniable undercurrent of tension and attraction that neither of them spoke about but both felt. Emily was confused by her feelings, unsure of what they meant or what to do with them. She knew it was wrong. Valerie was her stepmother, her father's wife. But the more time they spent together, the harder it became to ignore the way her heart raced whenever Valerie was near, or the warmth that spread through her chest when Valerie smiled at her. Valerie, too, seemed to be struggling with her emotions. She would pull away at times, putting distance between them, only to come back again, drawn to Emily in a way she couldn't quite explain. It was as if they were both caught in a dance, moving closer and then apart, neither of them willing to acknowledge what was happening between them. The more they tried to ignore it, the stronger the pull became, until it was impossible to deny. Emily found herself longing for Valerie's attention, craving the moments when it was just the two of them. She would catch herself staring at Valerie, her heart aching with a mix of desire and guilt. She knew she shouldn't feel this way, that it was wrong on so many levels, but she couldn't help it. Valerie had become the most important person in her life, someone who made her feel alive in a way she hadn't felt in years. The changes in Emily's life, once unsettling and unwanted, had now taken on a different meaning. Valerie's presence, once an intrusion, had become something she couldn't imagine living without. The bond they shared was complicated, fraught with emotions that neither of them knew how to handle. It was a love that was both beautiful and dangerous, a connection that had the power to heal but also to destroy. And as the days passed, Emily found herself standing at the edge of something she couldn't quite see, unsure of where it would lead, but unable to turn away. The relationship between Emily and Valerie began to deepen in ways that neither of them had anticipated, evolving from an innocent bond into something far more complex and dangerous. It started gradually, almost imperceptibly, like the tide creeping in at night, each wave small enough to ignore, but together forming a current that could not be resisted. Valerie's presence, once merely a disruption to Emily's life, became an essential part of her days, a comfort and a thrill she couldn't let go of. And yet it was the unspoken tension between them that truly defined their time together, an invisible line that neither dared to cross, but that both seemed to dance along. Emily found herself drawn to Valerie in ways that confused and frightened her. It wasn't just admiration anymore, it was something deeper, a feeling that settled in her chest and refused to be ignored. When Valerie was near, Emily felt her pulse quicken, her thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. She began to crave Valerie's attention, looking for excuses to be around her, to linger in her presence just a little longer. Valerie, too, seemed to welcome Emily's company. She would smile at her in a way that made Emily feel as if she were the only person in the world, her eyes filled with a warmth that made Emily's heart ache. It was these moments that Emily clung to, moments when it felt as if there was something more between them, something unspoken, yet undeniable. The attraction between them grew stronger with each passing day, and with it came a sense of exhilaration that Emily couldn't shake. It was thrilling to be close to Valerie, to feel the brush of her hand against her own, to see the way Valerie's gaze lingered on her just a little too long. Every small touch, every glance seemed to carry a weight that neither of them could acknowledge. There was an electricity between them, a magnetic pull that seemed to draw them closer, even when they tried to keep their distance. Emily began to see Valerie not just as her father's wife, but as someone she deeply cared about, someone she wanted in a way that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Emily's emotions were a tangled mess of longing, fear, and guilt. She knew that what she felt for Valerie was wrong, that it was something she could never admit out loud. Valerie was her stepmother, her father's partner, and any kind of romantic or physical relationship between them was unthinkable. And yet, Emily couldn't help the way she felt. She would lie awake at night, her mind replaying every moment she had spent with Valerie, analyzing every word, every touch, searching for signs that Valerie might feel the same way. The possibility that Valerie could return her feelings was both thrilling and terrifying, a hope that she held close to her heart, even though she knew it could never be. Valerie, too, seemed to be struggling with her emotions. She would pull away at times, her demeanor becoming distant and guarded, as if trying to put up a barrier between them. But then, just as suddenly, she would come back, her warmth returning, her smiles lingering once more. It was as if she were caught in a battle with herself, torn between her role as Emily's stepmother and the undeniable connection that was growing between them. Valerie's eyes would sometimes betray her, softening when she looked at Emily, her gaze lingering in a way that made Emily's heart pound. There were moments when Valerie's resolve seemed to waver, when the air between them seemed to crackle with unspoken words and unfulfilled desires. The house became a battleground of emotions, a place where every glance, every movement seemed to carry double meaning. Valerie and Emily moved around each other with a careful sort of tension, their interactions charged with the weight of everything that remained unspoken. They were both acutely aware of the line they were walking, a line that was becoming harder and harder to stay on the right side of. Emily would catch herself staring at Valerie, her eyes tracing the curve of her smile, the way her hair fell across her shoulders, and she would quickly look away, her cheeks burning with a mix of shame and longing. And yet, she couldn't stop herself from looking, from wanting more. Valerie, too, seemed to be struggling to maintain her composure. There were times when she would reach out, her hand brushing against Emily's arm, and then pull back as if she'd been burned. The tension between them was palpable, a living, breathing thing that seemed to grow stronger with each passing day. Valerie would sometimes avoid Emily altogether, disappearing into her room or leaving the house without explanation, only to return later, her demeanor softened, her gaze once again lingering on Emily with that same warmth. It was a push and pull, a constant dance that left both of them on edge, unsure of what would happen if they ever let their guard down. Emily found herself torn between the desire to push things further and the fear of what might happen if she did. She wanted Valerie, wanted her in a way that was overwhelming and all-consuming. But she also knew that acting on those feelings would change everything, that it would shatter the fragile balance they had managed to maintain. She didn't want to lose Valerie, didn't want to ruin the bond they had built, even if it meant denying herself the one thing she wanted most. And so she kept her feelings to herself, burying them deep down, trying to convince herself that what she felt was just a phase, something she could eventually move past. But the more she tried to ignore her feelings, the stronger they became. Valerie was always there, always just out of reach. And the closeness between them only made it harder for Emily to pretend that she didn't care. She began to notice the small things, the way Valerie's eyes would soften when she looked at her, the way her hand would linger just a little too long when they touched. There was an unspoken understanding between them, a silent acknowledgement of what they both felt but could never say. It was as if they were both waiting for something to happen, for one of them to make a move that would break the tension once and for all. Valerie, too, seemed to be struggling with her own desires. There were moments when she would look at Emily, her eyes filled with a longing that matched Emily's own, and Emily would feel her heart skip a beat, her breath catching in her throat. But then, just as quickly, Valerie would look away, her expression hardening, as if reminding herself of the boundaries that could not be crossed. It was a constant push and pull, a dance that neither of them knew how to end. They were both caught in a web of their own making, unable to move forward but unwilling to let go. Emily began to feel as if she were living two lives, the one she showed to the world, where everything was normal, and the one she shared with Valerie, filled with unspoken words and hidden glances. It was exhausting, this constant pretending, this constant hiding of what she truly felt. She wanted to tell Valerie how she felt, wanted to know if Valerie felt the same way, but she was too afraid of what might happen if she did. She couldn't risk losing Valerie, couldn't risk the only real connection she had felt in years. And so she stayed silent, her heart aching with the weight of everything she couldn't say. The attraction between them was like a fire, slowly building, growing stronger with each passing day. It was something that couldn't be ignored, no matter how hard they tried. Valerie and Emily were both caught in its pull, both unable to break free. They moved around each other like magnets, drawn together even when they tried to keep their distance. It was thrilling and terrifying, this feeling of wanting something that they both knew they could never have. And yet, neither of them could bring themselves to let go, to step back from the edge they were both standing on. The tension between them continued to build, the line between them becoming blurrier with each passing day. They were both caught in a dangerous game, one that neither of them knew how to end. It was only a matter of time before something had to give, before one of them made a move that would change everything. Emily didn't know what would happen when that day came, didn't know if they would be able to survive the fallout, But she knew one thing for certain: she couldn't keep pretending that she didn't feel the way she did. And neither, it seemed, could Valerie. The turning point in Emily and Valerie's relationship came in the most unexpected and unplanned way, a culmination of all the tension, secrecy, and emotions that had been building between them. It was a warm summer evening, and the house was bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, giving everything a surreal, almost dreamlike quality. Emily's father, Michael, had been away on a work trip for several days, leaving Valerie and Emily alone in the house. The space, usually filled with Michael's presence, now seemed to belong only to them, a private world that existed apart from the realities of their situation. For the past few days, the dynamic between Emily and Valerie had grown increasingly intense. Without Michael there to act as a buffer, they were left to navigate their feelings without any pretense or distraction. Every glance, every small touch seemed to carry more weight, the unspoken attraction between them growing stronger with each passing moment. It was as if they were both standing on the edge of a cliff, the ground beneath them crumbling away, and neither of them could turn back. They were both acutely aware of what was happening, but neither of them knew how to stop it. That evening, the air was heavy with a sense of inevitability. Emily and Valerie had spent the day together, their interactions charged with a tension that neither of them could ignore. They had gone out for a drive, stopping by a small lake outside of town. They sat by the water, their feet dipped in the cool water, talking about everything and nothing. Valerie had looked at Emily then, her eyes filled with a mix of emotions that Emily couldn't quite decipher: longing, fear, confusion. It was in that moment that Emily realized how deeply she had fallen for Valerie, how much she wanted her, despite everything that made it wrong. The drive back home was quiet, both of them lost in their thoughts, the tension between them almost palpable. When they arrived back at the house, Valerie suggested they watch a movie, an attempt, perhaps, to break the intensity of the day and bring some sense of normalcy back into their evening. They settled on the couch, a safe distance apart, the flickering light of the TV casting shadows on the walls. Emily tried to focus on the film, but her mind kept drifting back to the lake, to the way Valerie had looked at her, the unspoken words hanging in the air between them. As the movie played on, the distance between them seemed to shrink. Emily could feel Valerie's presence beside her, the warmth of her body just inches away. It was as if an invisible force was pulling them together, a magnetic attraction that neither of them could resist. Valerie shifted slightly, her arm brushing against Emily's, and Emily felt her breath catch in her throat. She glanced over at Valerie, her eyes meeting hers, and for a moment it was as if the rest of the world had fallen away. There was only Valerie, her eyes dark and filled with an emotion that mirrored Emily's own. It was Valerie who moved first, her hand reaching out to gently touch Emily's cheek. The touch was soft, hesitant, as if she were afraid of what she was doing but unable to stop herself. Emily closed her eyes, leaning into the touch, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew this was the moment, the point of no return. Everything they had been feeling, everything they had been holding back, was coming to the surface, and there was no turning back. Valerie's hand slid down to Emily's neck, her fingers trembling slightly, and Emily opened her eyes, her gaze locking with Valerie's once more. The next few moments felt like a blur, a rush of emotions that neither of them could control. Valerie leaned in, her lips brushing against Emily's, and Emily felt her entire body respond, a shiver running down her spine. The kiss was gentle at first, tentative, as if they were both testing the waters, unsure of where this would lead. But then, as if a dam had broken, the kiss deepened, the emotions they had been holding back for so long finally finding an outlet. It was a kiss filled with longing, fear, and a desperate need that had been building between them for weeks. But as quickly as it had begun, reality came crashing back in. Valerie pulled away, her eyes wide with panic, her breath coming in short, uneven gasps. She looked at Emily, her face a mix of fear and regret, and Emily felt her heart sink. She could see the conflict in Valerie's eyes, the realization of what they had just done and the consequences that would follow. Valerie stood up abruptly, her hands shaking as she ran them through her hair, her expression one of disbelief. She muttered something under her breath, her voice barely audible, and Emily could feel the distance between them growing once more. Valerie turned away, her back to Emily, her shoulders tense. Emily sat there, her heart pounding, her mind racing with a mix of emotions: fear, confusion, longing. She wanted to reach out to Valerie, to tell her that everything would be okay, that they could figure this out together. But she knew it wasn't that simple. What they had just done had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed, and the weight of that realization hung heavy in the air. Valerie turned back to face Emily, her eyes filled with tears, her voice trembling as she spoke. She told Emily that this had to stop, that they couldn't keep doing this, that it was wrong not just because of Michael, but because of everything it represented. Emily felt her heart break at Valerie's words, the pain of rejection cutting deep. She knew Valerie was right, what they were doing was wrong, and it would only lead to more pain for everyone involved. But even knowing that, she couldn't help the way she felt. She loved Valerie, and the thought of losing her, of going back to the way things were before, was almost too much to bear. Valerie moved towards the door, her movements hurried and shaky, as if she couldn't get away fast enough. She paused for a moment, her hand on the doorframe, her back still to Emily. She whispered that she was sorry, her voice barely audible, and then she was gone, the door closing softly behind her. Emily sat there, the silence of the house pressing in on her, the weight of what had just happened settling heavily on her shoulders. She felt a mix of emotions: heartbreak, guilt, longing. She knew that Valerie was right, that they couldn't keep going down this path, but it didn't make the pain any less real. She loved Valerie, and the thought of losing her was almost unbearable. She buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking as she tried to hold back the tears. The turning point had come, and with it, the realization that everything had changed. There was no going back, no way to undo what had happened. The connection they had shared, the love they had felt for each other, had brought them to this moment, and now they had to face the consequences. Valerie avoided Emily after that night, her demeanor distant and cold, as if she were trying to erase everything that had happened between them. She spoke to Emily only when necessary, her words clipped and formal, her eyes avoiding Emily's at all costs. The warmth that had once existed between them was gone, replaced by a wall that seemed impossible to break through. Emily felt the loss acutely, the absence of Valerie's presence like a hollow ache in her chest. She wanted to reach out, to apologize, to find a way to make things right, but she knew it was futile. Valerie had made her decision, and there was nothing Emily could do to change it. The house, once a place of comfort and warmth, now felt cold and empty. Michael returned from his trip, oblivious to the tension that hung in the air, his cheerful demeanor only serving to highlight the distance between Emily and Valerie. Emily tried to act normal, to pretend that everything was okay, but it was exhausting. The weight of what had happened, the guilt and the longing, was always there, just beneath the surface. She could see the pain in Valerie's eyes, the way she forced herself to smile when Michael was around, the way she avoided any situation that might leave her alone with Emily. The turning point had come and gone, leaving both Emily and Valerie to pick up the pieces of what was left. They were both broken in their own ways, both struggling to find a way forward. The love that had once brought them together had now torn them apart, leaving a trail of heartache and regret in its wake. Emily knew that things would never be the same, that the connection they had shared was now a painful memory, something that could never be spoken of again. And yet, despite everything, she couldn't help but hold on to the hope that maybe someday they could find a way to heal. The confrontation between Emily and Valerie was inevitable. All the tension, all the unspoken words, and all the emotions they had kept bottled up for so long finally came to a breaking point. It happened late one night. The kind of night when the silence of the house seemed almost oppressive, and every small noise seemed to echo through the empty rooms. Emily had spent the entire evening in her room, her thoughts racing, unable to focus on anything other than Valerie. She couldn't stop thinking about what had happened between them, the kiss they had shared, the way Valerie had pulled away in fear. The memory played over and over in her mind, a mix of longing and regret that refused to leave her alone. Emily knew she needed to talk to Valerie, to try and make things right, or at least to get some kind of closure. She couldn't keep living like this, with the tension between them hanging over her like a storm cloud. She needed to know where they stood, needed to hear Valerie's thoughts, even if it meant hearing that it was truly over. So she gathered her courage and made her way downstairs, her heart pounding in her chest, her hands trembling slightly as she approached Valerie's door. Valerie was in the living room, sitting on the couch with a book in her hands, though it was clear she wasn't really reading. Her eyes were unfocused, her expression distant, lost in her own thoughts. When she saw Emily standing in the doorway, her body tensed, her eyes narrowing slightly, as if bracing herself for what was to come. Emily could see the exhaustion in Valerie's eyes, the way her shoulders sagged as if she were carrying the weight of the world on them. It hurt to see Valerie like this, to know that she was the cause of so much of Valerie's pain. Emily took a deep breath, stepping into the room, her voice barely above a whisper as she spoke. She tried to keep her tone calm, to avoid sounding accusatory or desperate, but it was hard. The emotions she had been holding back for so long were threatening to spill over, and it took everything she had to keep herself in check. She told Valerie that they needed to talk, that they couldn't keep avoiding each other like this, that they needed to figure out what to do about everything that had happened between them. Valerie's reaction was immediate, her eyes flashing with a mix of fear and anger. She set the book down on the coffee table, her movements sharp and deliberate. She told Emily that there was nothing to talk about, that what had happened between them was a mistake, something that should never have happened in the first place. Her voice was cold, distant, as if she were trying to put as much space between them as possible. Emily could feel her heart breaking at Valerie's words, the pain of rejection cutting deep, but she refused to back down. She needed Valerie to understand how she felt, needed her to know that it hadn't been a mistake for her. The argument escalated quickly, their voices rising, the emotions they had both been trying to suppress coming to the surface in a rush. Valerie's face was flushed, her eyes filled with tears as she tried to make Emily understand that what they had done was wrong, that it would hurt too many people if anyone ever found out. She spoke of Michael, of the betrayal it would be to him, the pain it would cause if he ever learned the truth. She told Emily that she couldn't live with herself if she hurt him like that she had made a vow to be his wife, to be faithful to him, and that what had happened between them had crossed a line that should never have been crossed. Emily, in turn, tried to make Valerie see that what they had shared was real, that it wasn't something she could just forget or pretend hadn't happened. She spoke of her feelings, of the way Valerie had made her feel seen and understood, of the connection they had shared. She told Valerie that she loved her, that she couldn't just turn off her feelings, no matter how wrong it might be. Her voice cracked as she spoke, her emotions overwhelming her, the tears she had been holding back finally spilling down her cheeks. She begged Valerie to reconsider, to at least talk to her, to try and find a way to make things work. Valerie's resolve seemed to waver for a moment, her expression softening, her eyes filled with a sadness that took Emily's breath away. But then, just as quickly, she shook her head, her face hardening once more. She told Emily that it didn't matter how they felt, that the consequences of their actions were too great, that they couldn't be selfish and risk destroying everything. She stood up, her hands trembling as she wiped at her eyes, her voice breaking as she told Emily that they needed to end this, that they needed to go back to the way things were before, for everyone's sake. Emily felt her world crumble at Valerie's words, the finality of them hitting her like a physical blow. She wanted to scream, to beg Valerie to change her mind, but she knew it would do no good. Valerie had made her decision, and there was nothing Emily could do to change it. She stood there, her heart breaking, her body shaking with the force of her sobs as Valerie turned and walked away, leaving her standing alone in the empty living room. The confrontation had ended, and with it, any hope Emily had of salvaging what they had shared. The silence that followed was deafening, the emptiness of the house pressing in on Emily from all sides. She felt hollow, as if all the fight had been drained out of her, her body heavy with the weight of everything she had lost. She sank down onto the couch, burying her face in her hands, her tears falling freely now, her sobs echoing through the empty room. The confrontation had been inevitable, but it had left her shattered, her heart broken beyond repair. The tragic accident that would forever change Emily and Valerie's lives happened in a moment of desperation, a culmination of all the turmoil and tension that had been building between them. It was late at night, the house cloaked in darkness, and the silence was almost suffocating. Emily had spent the hours since their confrontation in her room, her mind racing with thoughts of Valerie, of everything that had happened, and of everything that could never be. She felt trapped, her emotions a swirling mix of heartbreak, anger, and confusion, and she couldn't shake the feeling that things were slipping away from her, spiraling out of control. Unable to bear the silence any longer, Emily made her way downstairs, her heart heavy and her thoughts clouded. She found Valerie in the kitchen, her back turned, her posture tense as she leaned against the counter. The sight of Valerie, so close yet so distant, was almost too much for Emily to bear. Without thinking, she called out to her, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and desperation. She needed Valerie to understand, needed her to see how much she was hurting, how much she still loved her despite everything. Valerie turned, her face pale, her eyes wide with surprise and fear. She tried to tell Emily that it was over, that they couldn't keep doing this, but her words only fueled Emily's desperation. Emily moved closer, her emotions boiling over, her hands trembling as she tried to make Valerie see how much she meant to her. Valerie, her own emotions raw and her nerves frayed, tried to push Emily away, her voice rising as she told her to stop, to leave her alone. The tension in the room was thick, the air charged with a sense of impending doom. In the chaos of the moment, Emily's emotions got the best of her. She reached for a knife on the counter, her intention not to harm but to make Valerie understand the depth of her pain. It was a reckless, desperate act, a misguided attempt to force Valerie to see how much she was hurting. Valerie's eyes widened in horror, her face going pale as she lunged forward, trying to grab the knife from Emily's hand. In the struggle that followed, everything seemed to happen in slow motion, Valerie's hands closing around Emily's wrist, the knife slipping, the sudden, sharp pain as it made contact. Valerie let out a strangled cry, her eyes wide with shock as she looked down at the knife, now slick with blood. Emily stumbled backward, her face a mask of confusion and pain as she clutched her side, her legs giving way beneath her. The room seemed to spin, the world narrowing to the sound of Valerie's panicked breathing and the sight of Emily crumpling to the floor. Valerie dropped to her knees beside her, her hands trembling as she tried to apply pressure to the wound, her voice breaking as she called out Emily's name, begging her to stay with her. The moments that followed were a blur of panic and fear. Valerie's hands were covered in blood, her tears blurring her vision as she tried to keep Emily conscious, her voice a desperate plea for help that seemed to go unheard. She reached for her phone, her fingers slick with blood as she dialed 911, her voice trembling as she tried to explain what had happened. But even as she spoke, she could feel Emily slipping away, her breathing shallow, her eyes unfocused. The realization hit her like a blow, the weight of what had happened crashing down on her with a force that left her breathless. The ambulance arrived too late. The paramedics rushed into the house, their movement swift and efficient, but Valerie could see the look in their eyes, the way they spoke to each other in hushed tones. They worked on Emily for what felt like an eternity, their voices a blur of medical jargon that Valerie couldn't understand. She watched, her heart pounding, her entire body shaking with fear and guilt. She knew, deep down, that it was too late, that Emily was already gone, but she couldn't bring herself to accept it, couldn't bring herself to let go of the hope that somehow, some way, things could still be okay. When they finally told her that Emily was gone, Valerie felt her world shatter. The weight of her actions, the realization of what she had done, was almost too much to bear. She sank to the floor, her body shaking with sobs, her hands still stained with Emily's blood. The house, once filled with the warmth and love they had shared, now felt cold and empty, a hollow shell of what it had once been. The tragic accident had taken everything from her, leaving her with nothing but the memory of Emily's smile and the unbearable weight of her own guilt. The aftermath of Emily's death was a haunting, surreal blur for Valerie. The house that once held laughter, tension, and love now felt like an empty shell, stripped of its warmth, devoid of life. The echoes of what had happened reverberated through every room, each space a painful reminder of the moments she had shared with Emily. The walls seemed to hold on to the past, whispering memories of the stolen glances, the quiet conversations, and the unfulfilled promises. The silence in the house was deafening, pressing down on her like a weight she couldn't escape. Valerie was arrested the night Emily died, her hands still stained with blood as the police led her away. She could barely register what was happening, everything felt distant, like she was watching someone else's life unfold from outside her own body. The officers spoke to her, their voices authoritative but strangely muffled, as if they were coming from underwater. Valerie's thoughts were consumed by the image of Emily's face, the shock in her eyes as she fell, the life slowly draining from her body. She kept replaying those moments, over and over, trying to understand how it had all gone so horribly wrong. The media quickly picked up on the story, sensationalizing every detail: stepmother arrested in fatal incident, with stepdaughter Valerie's picture was splashed across the news, her face pale and hollow, her eyes vacant. They twisted the story, portraying her as a villain, a seductress who had manipulated an innocent girl, leading her to a tragic end. The truth, the complicated, painful truth, was lost in the noise, buried beneath layers of scandal and speculation. Valerie watched it all unfold from her cell, the harsh fluorescent lights casting sharp shadows across the concrete walls. She felt numb, disconnected from the world that seemed so eager to condemn her without understanding what had really happened. Michael, Emily's father, was devastated. He couldn't comprehend how everything had fallen apart so quickly, how the woman he had loved, the woman he had trusted, could be involved in something so horrific. He refused to speak to Valerie, refused to hear her side of the story. To him, there was no explanation, no justification for what had happened. He buried Emily in a small ceremony, attended by a handful of friends and family, each of them whispering in hushed tones, their eyes filled with a mix of pity and suspicion. Valerie wasn't allowed to attend, and perhaps it was better that way. She knew she would never be able to face Michael, not after everything she had taken from him. In the weeks that followed, Valerie found herself consumed by guilt. The weight of Emily's death pressed down on her like a physical force, suffocating her, making it hard to breathe. She replayed every moment they had shared, every decision she had made, trying to figure out where it had all gone wrong. She knew she was to blame. If she had been stronger, if she had pushed Emily away sooner, if she had never allowed herself to feel what she felt, maybe things would have been different. But it was too late for maybes. Emily was gone, and nothing Valerie did or said could ever change that. Her trial was a blur of accusations, evidence, and testimonies. The prosecution painted her as a manipulative predator, someone who had taken advantage of a vulnerable young girl. Valerie sat in the courtroom, her hands trembling in her lap, her heart aching with the weight of their words. She wanted to speak, to tell them that she had loved Emily, that it had never been about manipulation or control. But the words caught in her throat, and she knew that no one would believe her anyway. To them, she was already guilty, a monster who had stolen a young life. The verdict, when it came, was almost a relief. Guilty. The word echoed through the courtroom, final and absolute. Valerie felt her body sag, the fight leaving her completely. She had known this was coming, had known from the moment Emily died that there was no escaping the consequences of her actions. As she was led away, she glanced back at the empty seats of the courtroom, her eyes lingering on the place where Michael had sat, his face stony and unyielding. She knew she would never see him again. And perhaps that was for the best. In her cell, Valerie was left alone with her thoughts, the walls closing in around her, the silence almost unbearable. She thought of Emily every day, her face, her smile, the way her eyes would light up when she talked about something she loved. She thought of the moments they had shared, the love that had grown between them, and the tragic end that had torn them apart. The weight of her guilt was a constant presence, a reminder of everything she had lost, everything she had destroyed. Valerie knew she would carry that weight for the rest of her life, the memory of Emily forever etched in her mind, a reminder of the love that had once been, and the tragedy that had followed.